Section 25 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1F, Section 25, Chapter 67, Part 4. One chief step which the king took towards gratifying and appeasing his people and parliament was desiring the duke to withdraw beyond sea, that no further suspicion might remain of the influence of popish counsels. The duke readily complied, but first required an order for that purpose, signed by the king, lest his absenting himself should be interpreted as a proof of fear or of guilt. He also desired that his brother should satisfy him, as well as the public, by a declaration of the illegitimacy of the Duke of Monmouth. James, Duke of Monmouth, was the king's natural son by Lucy Walters, and born about 10 years before the Restoration. He possessed all the qualities which could engage the affections of the populace: a distinguished valor, an affable address, a thoughtless generosity, a graceful person. He rose still higher in the public favor by reason of the universal hatred to which the duke, on account of his religion, was exposed. Monmouth's capacity was mean, his temper pliant, so that, notwithstanding his great popularity, he had never been dangerous, had not he implicitly resigned himself to the guidance of Shaftesbury, a man of such restless temper, such subtle wit, and such abandoned principles. That daring politician had flattered Monmouth with the hopes of succeeding to the crown. The story of a contract of marriage, passed between the king and Monmouth's mother, and secretly kept in a certain black box, had been industriously spread abroad, and was greedily received by the multitude. As the horrors of popery still pressed harder on them, they might be induced either to adopt that fiction, as they had already done many others more incredible, or to commit open violation on the right of succession. And it would not be difficult, it was hoped, to persuade the king, who was extremely fond of his son, to give him the preference above a brother, who, by his imprudent bigotry, had involved him in such inextricable difficulties. But Charles, in order to cut off all such expectations, as well as to remove the duke's apprehensions, took care, in full council, to make a declaration of Monmouth's illegitimacy, and to deny all promise of marriage with his mother. The duke, being gratified in so reasonable a request, willingly complied with the king's desire, and retired to Brussels. But the king soon found that, notwithstanding this precaution, notwithstanding his concurrence in the prosecution of the popish plot, notwithstanding the zeal which he expressed, and even at this time exercised against the Catholics, he had nowise obtained the confidence of his parliament. The refractory humor of the lower house appeared in the first step which they took upon their assembling. It had ever been usual for the commons, in the election of their speaker, to consult the inclinations of the sovereign; and even the Long Parliament, in 1641, had not thought proper to depart from so established a custom. The king now desired that the choice should fall on Sir Thomas Meres; but Seymour, speaker to the last parliament, was instantly called to the chair by a vote which seemed unanimous. The king, when Seymour was presented to him for his approbation, rejected him, and ordered the commons to proceed to a new choice. A great flame was excited. The commons maintained that the king's approbation was merely a matter of form, and that he could not, without giving a reason, reject the speaker chosen. The king, that, since he had the power of rejecting, he might, if he pleased, keep the reason in his own breast. As the question had never before been started, it might seem difficult to find principles upon which it could be decided. By way of compromise, it was agreed to set aside both candidates. Gregory, a lawyer, was chosen, and the election was ratified by the king. It has ever since been understood that the choice of the speaker lies in the house, but that the king retains the power of rejecting any person disagreeable to him. Seymour was deemed a great enemy to Danby, and it was the influence of that nobleman, as commonly supposed, which had engaged the king to enter into this ill-timed controversy with the commons. The impeachment, therefore, of Danby was on that account the sooner revived; and it was maintained by the commons, that notwithstanding the intervening dissolution, every part of that proceeding stood in the same condition in which it had been left by the last parliament; a pretension which, though unusual, seems tacitly to have been yielded them. The king had beforehand had the precaution to grant a pardon to Danby; and, in order to screen the chancellor from all attacks by the commons, he had taken the great seal into his own hands, and had himself affixed it to the parchment. He told the parliament that, as Danby had acted in every thing by his orders, he was in no respect criminal; that his pardon, however, he would insist upon; and if it should be found anywise defective in form, he would renew it again and again, till it should be rendered entirely complete; but that he was resolved to deprive him of all employments, and to remove him from court. The commons were nowise satisfied with this concession. They pretended that no pardon of the crown could be pleaded in bar of an impeachment by the commons. The prerogative of mercy had hitherto been understood to be altogether unlimited in the king; and this pretension of the commons, it must be confessed, was entirely new. It was, however, not unsuitable to the genius of a monarchy strictly limited, where the king's ministers are supposed to be forever accountable to national assemblies, even for such abuses of power as they may commit by orders from their master. The present emergence, while the nation was so highly inflamed, was the proper time for pushing such popular claims; and the commons failed not to avail themselves of this advantage. They still insisted on the impeachment of Danby. The peers, in compliance with them, departed from their former scruples, and ordered Danby to be taken into custody. Danby absconded. The commons passed a bill appointing him to surrender himself before a certain day, or, in default of it, attainting him. A bill had passed in the upper house, mitigating the penalty to banishment. But after some conferences, the peers thought proper to yield to the violence of the commons, and the bill of attainder was carried. Rather than undergo such severe penalties, Danby appeared, and was immediately committed to the Tower. While a Protestant nobleman met with such violent prosecution, it was not likely that the Catholics would be overlooked by the zealous commons. The credit of the popish plot still stood upon the oaths of a few infamous witnesses. Though such immense preparations were supposed to have been made in the very bowels of the kingdom, no traces of them, after the most rigorous inquiry, had as yet appeared. Though so many thousands, both abroad and at home, had been engaged in the dreadful secret, neither hope, nor fear, nor remorse, nor levity, nor suspicions, nor private resentment had engaged any one to confirm the evidence. Though the Catholics, particularly the Jesuits, were represented as guilty of the utmost indiscretion, insomuch that they talked of the king's murder as common news, and wrote of it in plain terms by the common post, yet, among the great number of letters seized, no one contained any part of so complicated a conspiracy; though the informers pretended that, even after they had resolved to betray the secret, many treasonable commissions and papers had passed through their hands, they had not had the precaution to keep any one of them, in order to fortify their evidence. But all these difficulties, and 1,000 more, were not found too hard of digestion by the nation and parliament. The prosecution and further discovery of the plot were still the object of general concern. The commons voted, that, if the king should come to an untimely end, they would revenge his death upon the papists, not reflecting that this sect were not his only enemies. They promised rewards to new discoverers, not considering the danger which they incurred of granting bribes to perjury. They made Bedloe a present of £500, and particularly recommended the care of his safety to the Duke of Monmouth. Colonel Sackville, a member, having, in a private company, spoken opprobriously of those who affirmed that there was any plot, was expelled the house. The peers gave power to their committees to send for and examine such as would maintain the innocence of those who had been condemned for the plot. A pamphlet having been published to discredit the informers, and to vindicate the Catholic lords in the Tower, these lords were required to discover the author, and thereby to expose their own advocate to prosecution. And both houses concurred in renewing the former vote, that the Papists had undoubtedly entered into a horrid and treasonable conspiracy against the king, the state, and the Protestant religion. It must be owned, that this extreme violence, in prosecution of so absurd an imposture, disgraces the noble cause of liberty, in which the parliament was engaged. We may even conclude from such impatience of contradiction, that the prosecutors themselves retained a secret suspicion, that the general belief was but ill grounded. The politicians among them were afraid to let in light, lest it might put an end to so useful a delusion. The weaker and less dishonest party took care, by turning their eyes aside, not to see a truth, so opposite to those furious passions by which they were actuated, and in which they were determined obstinately to persevere. Sir William Temple had lately been recalled from his foreign employments; and the king, who after the removal of Danby had no one with whom he could so much as discourse with freedom of public affairs, was resolved, upon Coventry's dismission, to make him one of his secretaries of state. But that philosophical patriot, too little interested in the intrigues of a court, too full of spleen and delicacy for the noisy turbulence of popular assemblies, was alarmed at the universal discontents and jealousies which prevailed, and was determined to make his retreat as soon as possible from a scene which threatened such confusion. Meanwhile, he could not refuse the confidence with which his master honored him, and he resolved to employ it to the public service. He represented to the king, that as the jealousies of the nation were extreme, it was necessary to cure them by some new remedy, and to restore that mutual confidence, so requisite for the safety both of king and people; that to refuse every thing to the parliament in their present disposition, or to yield every thing, was equally dangerous to the constitution as well as to public tranquillity; that if the king would introduce into his councils such men as enjoyed the confidence of his people, fewer concessions would probably be required; or if unreasonable demands were made, the king, under the sanction of such counsellors, might be enabled, with greater safety, to refuse them; and that the heads of the popular party, being gratified with the king's favor, would probably abate of that violence by which they endeavored at present to pay court to the multitude. The king assented to these reasons, and, in concert with Temple, he laid the plan of a new privy council, without whose advice he declared himself determined for the future to take no measure of importance. This council was to consist of 30 persons, and was never to exceed that number. 15 of the chief officers of the crown were to be continued, who, it was supposed, would adhere to the king, and, in case of any extremity, oppose the exorbitancies of faction. The other half of the council was to be composed either of men of character, detached from the court, or of those who possessed chief credit in both houses; and the king, in filling up the names of his new council, was well pleased to find that the members in land and offices possessed to the amount of £300,000 a year, a sum nearly equal to the whole property of the House of Commons, against whose violence the new council was intended as a barrier to the throne. This experiment was tried, and seemed at first to give some satisfaction to the public. The Earl of Essex, a nobleman of the popular party, son of the Lord Capel, who had been beheaded a little after the late king, was created treasurer in the room of Danby. The Earl of Sunderland, a man of intrigue and capacity, was made secretary of state. Viscount Halifax, a fine genius, possessed of learning, eloquence, industry, but subject to inquietude, and fond of refinements, was admitted into the council. These three, together with Temple, who often joined them, though he kept himself more detached from public business, formed a kind of cabinet council from which all affairs received their first digestion. Shaftesbury was made president of the council, contrary to the advice of Temple, who foretold the consequences of admitting a man of so dangerous a character into any part of the public administration. As Temple foresaw, it happened. Shaftesbury, finding that he possessed no more than the appearance of court favor, was resolved still to adhere to the popular party, by whose attachment he enjoyed an undisputed superiority in the lower house, and possessed great influence in the other. The very appearance of court favor, empty as it was, tended to render him more dangerous. His partisans, observing the progress which he had already made, hoped that he would soon acquire the entire ascendant; and he constantly flattered them, that if they persisted in their purpose, the king, from indolence, and necessity, and fondness for Monmouth, would at last be induced, even at the expense of his brother's right, to make them every concession. Besides, the antipathy to popery, as well as jealousy of the king and duke, had taken too fast possession of men's minds to be removed by so feeble a remedy as this new council projected by Temple. The commons, soon after the establishment of that council, proceeded so far as to vote unanimously, that the Duke of York's being a papist, and the hopes of his coming to the crown, had given the highest countenance to the present conspiracies and designs of the papists against the king and the Protestant religion. It was expected that a bill for excluding him from the throne would soon be brought in. To prevent this bold measure, the king concerted some limitations, which he proposed to the parliament. He introduced his plan by the following gracious expressions: "And to show you that, while you are doing your parts, my thoughts have not been misemployed, but that it is my constant care to do every thing that may preserve your religion, and secure it for the future in all events, I have commanded my lord chancellor to mention several particulars, which, I hope, will be an evidence that, in all things which concern the public rights, I shall not follow your zeal, but lead it." The limitations projected were of the utmost importance, and deprived the successor of the chief branches of royalty. A method was there chalked out, by which the nation, on every new reign, could be ensured of having a parliament which the king should not, for a certain time, have it in his power to dissolve. In case of a popish successor, the prince was to forfeit the right of conferring any ecclesiastical preferments. No member of the privy council, no judge of the common law or in chancery, was to be put in or displaced but by common consent of parliament. And the same precaution was extended to the military part of the government, to the lord lieutenants and deputy lieutenants of the counties, and to all officers of the navy. The chancellor of himself added, "It is hard to invent another restraint, considering how much the revenue will depend upon the consent of parliament, and how impossible it is to raise money without such consent. But yet, if anything else can occur to the wisdom of parliament, which may further secure religion and liberty against a popish successor, without defeating the right of succession itself, his majesty will readily consent to it." It is remarkable that, when these limitations were first laid before the council, Shaftesbury and Temple were the only members who argued against them. The reasons which they employed were diametrically opposite. Shaftesbury's opinion was, that the restraints were insufficient, and that nothing but the total exclusion of the duke could give a proper security to the kingdom. Temple, on the other hand, thought that the restraints were so rigorous as even to subvert the constitution, and that shackles put upon a popish successor would not afterwards be easily cast off by a Protestant. It is certain that the duke was extremely alarmed when he heard of this step taken by the king, and that he was better pleased even with the bill of exclusion itself, which, he thought, by reason of its violence and injustice, could never possibly be carried into execution. There is also reason to believe, that the king would not have gone so far, had he not expected, from the extreme fury of the commons, that his concessions would be rejected, and that the blame of not forming a reasonable accommodation would by that means lie entirely at their door. It soon appeared that Charles had entertained a just opinion of the dispositions of the house. So much were the commons actuated by the cabals of Shaftesbury and other malcontents, such violent antipathy prevailed against popery, that the king's concessions, though much more important than could reasonably have been expected, were not embraced. A bill was brought in for the total exclusion of the duke from the crown of England and Ireland. It was there declared, that the sovereignty of these kingdoms, upon the king's death or resignation, should devolve to the person next in succession after the duke; that all acts of royalty which that prince should afterwards perform should not only be void, but be deemed treason; that if he so much as entered any of these dominions, he should be deemed guilty of the same offence; and that all who supported his title should be punished as rebels and traitors. This important bill, which implied banishment as well as exclusion, passed the lower house by a majority of 79. The commons were not so wholly employed about the exclusion bill as to overlook all other securities to liberty. The country party, during all the last parliament, had much exclaimed against the bribery and corruption of the members; and the same reproach had been renewed against the present parliament. An inquiry was made into a complaint which was so dangerous to the honor of that assembly; but very little foundation was found for it. Sir Stephen Fox, who was the paymaster, confessed to the house, that 9 members received pensions to the amount of £3,400; and after a rigorous inquiry by a secret committee, 8 more pensioners were discovered. A sum also about £12,000 had been occasionally given or lent to others. The writers of that age pretend, that Clifford and Danby had adopted opposite maxims with regard to pecuniary influence. The former endeavored to gain the leaders and orators of the house, and deemed the others of no consequence. The latter thought it sufficient to gain the majority, however composed. It is likely that the means, rather than the intention, were wanting to both these ministers. Pensions and bribes, though it be difficult entirely to exclude them, are dangerous expedients for government, and cannot be too carefully guarded against, nor too vehemently decried by every one who has regard to the virtue and liberty of a nation. The influence, however, which the crown acquires from the disposal of places, honors, and preferments, is to be esteemed of a different nature. This engine of power may become too forcible, but it cannot altogether be abolished, without the total destruction of monarchy, and even of all regular authority. But the commons at this time were so jealous of the crown, that they brought in a bill which was twice read, excluding from the lower house all who possessed any lucrative office. End of Section 25, Chapter 67, Part 4. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 26 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 26, Chapter 67, Part 5. The standing army and the king's guards were by the commons voted to be illegal; a new pretension, it must be confessed, but necessary for the full security of liberty and a limited constitution. Arbitrary imprisonment is a grievance which, in some degree, has place almost in every government, except in that of Great Britain; and our absolute security from it we owe chiefly to the present parliament; a merit which makes some atonement for the faction and violence into which their prejudices had in other particulars betrayed them. The Great Charter had laid the foundation of this valuable part of liberty. The petition of right had renewed and extended it; but some provisions were still wanting to render it complete, and prevent all evasion or delay from ministers and judges. The act of habeas corpus, which passed this session, served these purposes. By this act it was prohibited to send any one to a prison beyond sea. No judge, under severe penalties, must refuse to any prisoner a writ of habeas corpus, by which the jailer was directed to produce in court the body of the prisoner, whence the writ has its name, and to certify the cause of his detainer and imprisonment. If the jail lie within 20 miles of the judge, the writ must be obeyed in 3 days, and so proportionably for greater distances. Every prisoner must be indicted the first term after his commitment, and brought to trial in the subsequent term; and no man, after being enlarged by order of court, can be recommitted for the same offence. This law seems necessary for the protection of liberty in a mixed monarchy; and as it has not place in any other form of government, this consideration alone may induce us to prefer our present constitution to all others. It must, however, be confessed, that there is some difficulty to reconcile with such extreme liberty the full security and the regular police of a state, especially the police of great cities. It may also be doubted, whether the low state of the public revenue in this period, and of the military power, did not still render some discretionary authority in the crown necessary to the support of government. During these zealous efforts for the protection of liberty, no complaisance for the crown was discovered by this parliament. The king's revenue lay under great debts and anticipations. Those branches granted in the years 1669 and 1670 were ready to expire; and the fleet was represented by the king as in great decay and disorder. But the commons, instead of being affected by these distresses of the crown, trusted chiefly to them for passing the exclusion bill, and for punishing and displacing all the ministers who were obnoxious to them. They were, therefore, in no haste to relieve the king, and grew only the more assuming on account of his complaints and uneasiness. Jealous, however, of the army, they granted the sum of £206,000, which had been voted for disbanding it by the last parliament, though the vote, by reason of the subsequent prorogation and dissolution, joined to some scruples of the lords, had not been carried into an act. This money was appropriated by very strict clauses; but the commons insisted not, as formerly, upon its being paid into the Chamber of London. The impeachment of the 5 popish lords in the Tower, with that of the Earl of Danby, was carried on with vigor. The power of this minister, and his credit with the king, rendered him extremely obnoxious to the popular leaders; and the commons hoped, that, if he were pushed to extremity, he would be obliged, in order to justify his own conduct, to lay open the whole intrigue of the French alliance, which they suspected to contain a secret of the most dangerous nature. The king, on his part, apprehensive of the same consequences, and desirous to protect his minister, who was become criminal merely by obeying orders, employed his whole interest to support the validity of that pardon which had been granted him. The lords appointed a day for the examination of the question, and agreed to hear counsel on both sides. But the commons would not submit their pretensions to the discussion of argument and inquiry. They voted, that whosoever should presume, without their leave, to maintain before the House of Peers the validity of Danby's pardon, should be accounted a betrayer of the liberties of the English commons. And they made a demand that the bishops, whom they knew to be devoted to the court, should be removed, not only when the trial of the earl should commence, but also when the validity of his pardon should be discussed. The bishops before the Reformation had always enjoyed a seat in parliament. But so far were they anciently from regarding that dignity as a privilege, that they affected rather to form a separate order in the state, independent of the civil magistrate, and accountable only to the pope and to their own order. By the constitutions, however, of Clarendon, enacted during the reign of Henry II., they were obliged to give their presence in parliament, but, as the canon law prohibited them from assisting in capital trials, they were allowed in such cases the privilege of absenting themselves. A practice which was at first voluntary became afterwards a rule. And on the Earl of Strafford's trial, the bishops, who would gladly have attended, and who were no longer bound by the canon law, were yet obliged to withdraw. It had been usual for them to enter a protest, asserting their right to sit; and this protest, being considered as a mere form, was always admitted and disregarded. But here was started a new question of no small importance. The commons, who were now enabled by the violence of the people and the necessities of the crown to make new acquisitions of powers and privileges, insisted that the bishops had no more title to vote in the question of the earl's pardon than in the impeachment itself. The bishops asserted that the pardon was merely a preliminary, and that, neither by the canon law nor the practice of parliament, were they ever obliged in capital cases to withdraw till the very commencement of the trial itself. If their absence were considered as a privilege, which was its real origin, it depended on their own choice how far they would insist upon it. If regarded as a diminution of their right of peerage, such unfavorable customs ought never to be extended beyond the very circumstance established by them, and all arguments, from a pretended parity of reason, were in that case of little or no authority. The House of Lords was so much influenced by these reasons, that they admitted the bishop's right to vote, when the validity of the pardon should be examined. The commons insisted still on their withdrawing; and thus a quarrel being commenced between the two houses, the king, who expected nothing but fresh instances of violence from this parliament, began to entertain thoughts of laying hold of so favorable a pretence, and of finishing the session by a prorogation. While in this disposition, he was alarmed with sudden intelligence that the House of Commons was preparing a remonstrance, in order to inflame the nation still further upon the favorite topics of the plot and of popery. He hastened therefore to execute his intention, even without consulting his new council, by whose advice he had promised to regulate his whole conduct. And thus were disappointed all the projects of the malcontents, who were extremely enraged at this vigorous measure of the king's. Shaftesbury publicly threatened that he would have the head of whoever had advised it. The parliament was soon after dissolved without advice of council, and writs were issued for a new parliament. The king was willing to try every means which gave a prospect of more compliance in his subjects, and in case of failure, the blame, he hoped, would lie on those whose obstinacy forced him to extremities. But even during the recess of parliament, there was no interruption to the prosecution of the Catholics accused of the plot. The king found himself obliged to give way to this popular fury. Whitebread, provincial of the Jesuits, Fenwick, Gavin, Turner, and Harcourt, all of them of the same order, were first brought to their trial. Besides Oates and Bedloe, Dugdale, a new witness, appeared against the prisoners. This man had been steward to Lord Ashton, and, though poor, possessed a character somewhat more reputable than the other two; but his account of the intended massacres and assassinations was equally monstrous and incredible. He even asserted that 200,000 Papists in England were ready to take arms. The prisoners proved by 16 witnesses from St. Omer's, students, and most of them young men of family, that Oates was in that seminary at the time when he swore that he was in London. But as they were Catholics and disciples of the Jesuits, their testimony, both with the judges and jury, was totally disregarded. Even the reception which they met with in the court was full of outrage and mockery. One of them saying, that Oates always continued at St. Omer's, if he could believe his senses. "You Papists," said the chief justice, "are taught not to believe your senses." It must be confessed that Oates, in opposition to the students of St. Omer's, found means to bring evidence of his having been at that time in London. But this evidence, though it had at that time the appearance of some solidity, was afterwards discovered, when Oates himself was tried for perjury, to be altogether deceitful. In order further to discredit that witness, the Jesuits proved, by undoubted testimony, that he had perjured himself in Father Ireland's trial, whom they showed to have been in Staffordshire at the very time when Oates swore that he was committing treason in London. But all these pleas availed them nothing against the general prejudices. They received sentence of death, and were executed, persisting to their last breath in the most solemn, earnest, and deliberate, though disregarded, protestations of their innocence. The next trial was that of Langhorne, an eminent lawyer, by whom all the concerns of the Jesuits were managed. Oates and Bedloe swore that all the papal commissions by which the chief offices in England were filled with Catholics passed through his hands. When verdict was given against the prisoner, the spectators expressed their savage joy by loud acclamations. So high indeed had the popular rage mounted, that the witnesses for this unhappy man, on approaching the court, were almost torn in pieces by the rabble. One in particular was bruised to such a degree as to put his life in danger; and another, a woman, declared that, unless the court could afford her protection, she durst not give evidence. But as the judges could no further than promise to punish such as should do her any injury, the prisoner himself had the humanity to waive her testimony. So far the informers had proceeded with success. Their accusation was hitherto equivalent to a sentence of death. The first check which they received was on the trial of Sir George Wakeman, the queen's physician, whom they accused of an intention to poison the king. It was a strong circumstance in favor of Wakeman, that Oates, in his first information before the council, had accused him only upon hearsay; and when asked by the chancellor whether he had any thing further to charge him with, he added, "God forbid I should say any thing against Sir George, for I know nothing more against him." On the trial he gave positive evidence of the prisoner's guilt. There were many other circumstances which favored Wakeman; but what chiefly contributed to his acquittal was the connection of his cause with that of the queen, whom no one, even during the highest prejudices of the times, could sincerely believe guilty. The great importance of the trial made men recollect themselves, and recall that good sense and humanity which seemed, during some time, to have abandoned the nation. The chief justice himself, who had hitherto favored the witnesses, exaggerated the plot, and railed against the prisoners, was observed to be considerably mollified, and to give a favorable charge to the jury. Oates and Bedloe had the assurance to attack him to his face, and even to accuse him of partiality before the council. The whole party, who had formerly much extolled his conduct, now made him the object of their resentment. Wakeman's acquittal was indeed a sensible mortification to the furious prosecutors of the plot, and fixed an indelible stain upon the witnesses. But Wakeman, after he recovered his liberty, finding himself exposed to such inveterate enmity, and being threatened with further prosecutions, thought it prudent to retire beyond sea; and his flight was interpreted as a proof of guilt by those who were still resolved to persist in the belief of the conspiracy. The great discontents in England and the refractory disposition of the parliament drew the attention of the Scottish Covenanters, and gave them a prospect of some time putting an end to those oppressions under which they had so long labored. It was suspected to have been the policy of Lauderdale and his associates to push these unhappy men to extremities and force them into rebellion, with a view of reaping profit from the forfeitures and attainders which would ensue upon it. But the Covenanters, aware of this policy, had hitherto forborne all acts of hostility, and that tyrannical minister had failed of his purpose. An incident at last happened which brought on an insurrection in that country. The Covenanters were much enraged against Sharp, the primate, whom they considered as an apostate from their principles, and whom they experienced to be an unrelenting persecutor of all those who dissented from the established worship. He had an officer under him, one Carmichael, no less zealous than himself against conventicles, and who, by his violent prosecutions, had rendered himself extremely obnoxious to the fanatics. A company of these had waylaid him on the road near St. Andrews, with an intention, if not of killing him, at least of chastising him so severely as would afterwards render him more cautious in persecuting the nonconformists. While looking out for their prey, they were surprised at seeing the archbishop's coach pass by, and they immediately interpreted this incident as a declaration of the secret purpose of Providence against him. But when they observed that almost all his servants, by some accident, were absent, they no longer doubted, but heaven had here delivered their capital enemy into their hands. Without further deliberation, they fell upon him, dragged him from his coach, tore him from the arms of his daughter, who interposed with cries and tears, and piercing him with redoubled wounds, left him dead on the spot, and immediately dispersed themselves. This atrocious action served the ministry as a pretence for a more violent persecution against the fanatics, on whom, without distinction, they threw the guilt of those furious assassins. It is indeed certain that the murder of Sharp had excited a universal joy among the Covenanters, and that their blind zeal had often led them, in their books and sermons, to praise and recommend the assassination of their enemies, whom they considered as the enemies of all true piety and godliness. The stories of Jael and Sisera, of Ehud and Eglon, resounded from every pulpit. The officers quartered in the West received more strict orders to find out and disperse all conventicles; and for that reason the Covenanters, instead of meeting in small bodies, were obliged to celebrate their worship in numerous assemblies, and to bring arms for their security. At Rutherglen, a small borough near Glasgow, they openly set forth a declaration against prelacy, and in the marketplace burned several acts of parliament and acts of council which had established that mode of ecclesiastical government, and had prohibited conventicles. For this insult on the supreme authority, they purposely chose the 29th of May, the anniversary of the Restoration, and previously extinguished the bonfires which had been kindled for that solemnity. Captain Graham, afterwards Viscount Dundee, an active and enterprising officer, attacked a great conventicle upon Loudon Hill, and was repulsed with a loss of 30 men. The Covenanters, finding that they were unwarily involved in such deep guilt, were engaged to persevere, and to seek, from their valor and fortune alone, for that indemnity which the severity of the government left them no hopes of ever being able otherwise to obtain. They pushed on to Glasgow, and though at first repulsed, they afterwards made themselves masters of that city, dispossessed the established clergy, and issued proclamations, in which they declared, that they fought against the king's supremacy, against popery and prelacy, and against a popish successor. How accidental soever this insurrection might appear, there is reason to suspect that some great men, in combination with the popular leaders in England, had secretly instigated the Covenanters to proceed to such extremities, and hoped for the same effects that had 40 years before ensued from the disorders in Scotland. The king also, apprehensive of like consequences, immediately dispatched thither Monmouth, with a small body of English cavalry. That nobleman joined to these troops the Scottish guards, and some regiments of militia, levied from the well-affected counties, and with great celerity marched in quest of the rebels. They had taken post near Bothwell Castle, between Hamilton and Glasgow, where there was no access to them but over a bridge, which a small body was able to defend against the king's forces. They showed judgment in the choice of their post, but discovered neither judgment nor valor in any other step of their conduct. No nobility and few gentry had joined them. The clergy were in reality the generals, and the whole army never exceeded 8,000 men. Monmouth attacked the bridge, and the body of rebels who defended it maintained their post as long as their ammunition lasted. When they sent for more, they received orders to quit their ground, and to retire backwards. This imprudent measure occasioned an immediate defeat to the Covenanters. Monmouth passed the bridge without opposition, and drew up his forces opposite to the enemy. His cannon alone put them to rout. About 700 fell in the pursuit, for properly speaking there was no action. 1,200 were taken prisoners, and were treated by Monmouth with a humanity which they had never experienced in their own countrymen. Such of them as would promise to live peaceably were dismissed. About 300, who were so obstinate as to refuse this easy condition, were shipped for Barbadoes, but unfortunately perished in the voyage. 2 of their clergy were hanged. Monmouth was of a generous disposition, and besides aimed at popularity in Scotland. The king intended to entrust the government of that kingdom in his hands. He had married a Scottish lady, heir of a great family, and allied to all the chief nobility. And Lauderdale, as he was now declining in his parts, and was much decayed in his memory, began to lose with the king that influence which he had maintained during so many years, notwithstanding the efforts of his numerous enemies both in Scotland and England, and notwithstanding the many violent and tyrannical actions of which he had been guilty. Even at present he retained so much influence as to poison all the good intentions which the king, either of himself or by Monmouth's suggestion, had formed with regard to Scotland. An act of indemnity was granted, but Lauderdale took care that it should be so worded as rather to afford protection to himself and his associates than to the unhappy Covenanters. And though orders were given to connive thenceforwards at all conventicles, he found means, under a variety of pretenses, to elude the execution of them. It must be owned, however, to his praise, that he was the chief person who, by his counsel, occasioned the expeditious march of the forces and the prompt orders given to Monmouth, and thereby disappointed all the expectations of the English malcontents, who, reflecting on the disposition of men's minds in both kingdoms, had entertained great hopes from the progress of the Scottish insurrection. End of Section 26, Chapter 67, Part 5. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON voice.com. Section 27 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1F, Section 27, Chapter 68, Part 1. Chapter 68. Charles II. The king, observing that the whole nation concurred at first in the belief and prosecution of the popish plot, had found it necessary for his own safety to pretend, in all public speeches and transactions, an entire belief and acquiescence in that famous absurdity; and by this artifice he had eluded the violent and irresistible torrent of the people. When a little time and recollection, as well as the execution of the pretended conspirators, had somewhat moderated the general fury, he was now enabled to form a considerable party, devoted to the interest of the crown, and determined to oppose the pretensions of the malcontents. In every mixed government, such as that of England, the bulk of the nation will always incline to preserve the entire frame of the constitution. But according to the various prejudices, interests, and dispositions of men, some will ever attach themselves with more passion to the regal, others to the popular part of the government. Though the king, after his restoration, had endeavored to abolish the distinction of parties, and had chosen his ministers from among all denominations, no sooner had he lost his popularity and exposed himself to general jealousy, than he found it necessary to court the old Cavalier party, and to promise them full compensation for that neglect of which they had hitherto complained. The present emergence made it still more necessary for him to apply for their support; and there were many circumstances which determined them at this time to fly to the assistance of the crown, and to the protection of the royal family. A party strongly attached to monarchy will naturally be jealous of the right of succession, by which alone they believe stability to be preserved in the government, and a barrier fixed against the encroachments of popular assemblies. The project, openly embraced, of excluding the duke, appeared to that party a dangerous innovation; and the design, secretly projected, of advancing Monmouth, made them apprehensive lest the inconveniences of a disputed succession should be propagated to all posterity. While the jealous lovers of liberty maintained that a king, whose title depended on the parliament, would naturally be more attentive to the interest, at least to the humors of the people, the passionate admirers of monarchy considered all dependence as a degradation of kingly government, and a great step towards the establishment of a commonwealth in England. But though his union with the political royalists brought great accession of force to the king, he derived no less support from the confederacy which he had at this time the address to form with the Church of England. He represented to the ecclesiastics the great number of Presbyterians and other sectaries, who had entered into the popular party, the encouragement and favor which they met with, the loudness of their cries with regard to popery and arbitrary power; and he made the established clergy and their adherents apprehend that the old scheme for the abolition of prelacy as well as monarchy was revived, and that the same miseries and oppressions awaited them, to which, during the civil wars and usurpations, they had so long been exposed. The memory also of those dismal times united many indifferent and impartial persons to the crown, and begat a dread lest the zeal for liberty should engraft itself on fanaticism, and should once more kindle a civil war in the kingdom. Had not the king retained the prerogative of dissolving the parliament, there was indeed reason to apprehend the renewal of all the pretensions and violences which had ushered in the last commotions. The one period appeared an exact counterpart to the other; but still discerning judges could perceive, both in the spirit of the parties and in the genius of the prince, a material difference, by means of which Charles was enabled at last, though with imminent peril of liberty, to preserve the peace of the nation. The cry against popery was loud, but it proceeded less from religious than from party zeal, in those who propagated and even in those who adopted it. The spirit of enthusiasm had occasioned so much mischief, and had been so successfully exploded, that it was not possible, by any artifice, again to revive and support it. Cant had been ridiculed, hypocrisy detected, the pretensions to a more thorough reformation and to greater purity had become suspicious; and instead of denominating themselves the godly party, the appellation affected at the beginning of the civil wars, the present patriots were content with calling themselves the good and the honest party, a sure prognostic that their measures were not to be so furious, nor their pretensions so exorbitant. The king too, though not endowed with the integrity and strict principles of his father, was happy in a more amiable manner and more popular address. Far from being distant, stately, or reserved, he had not a grain of pride or vanity in his whole composition, but was the most affable, best bred man alive. He treated his subjects like noblemen, like gentlemen, like freemen, not like vassals or boors. His professions were plausible, his whole behavior engaging, so that he won upon the hearts even while he lost the good opinion of his subjects, and often balanced their judgment of things by their personal inclination. In his public conduct, likewise, though he had sometimes embraced measures dangerous to the liberty and religion of his people, he had never been found to persevere obstinately in them, but had always returned into that path which their united opinion seemed to point out to him. And upon the whole, it appeared to many cruel and even iniquitous to remark too rigorously the failings of a prince who discovered so much facility in correcting his errors, and so much lenity in pardoning the offences committed against himself. The general affection borne the king appeared signally about this time. He fell sick at Windsor, and had 2 or 3 fits of a fever, so violent as made his life be thought in danger. A general consternation seized all ranks of men, increased by the apprehensions entertained of his successor. In the present disposition of men's minds, the king's death, to use an expression of Sir William Temple, was regarded as the end of the world. The malcontents, it was feared, would proceed to extremities, and immediately kindle a civil war in the kingdom. Either their entire success or entire failure, or even the balance and contest of parties, seemed all of them events equally fatal. The king's chief counsellors, therefore, Essex, Halifax, and Sunderland, who stood on bad terms with Shaftesbury and the popular party, advised him to send secretly to the duke, that in case of any sinister accident, that prince might be ready to assert his right against the opposition which he was likely to meet with. When the duke arrived, he found his brother out of danger, and it was agreed to conceal the invitation which he had received. His journey, however, was attended with important consequences. He prevailed on the king to disgrace Monmouth, whose projects were now known and avowed, to deprive him of his command in the army, and to send him beyond sea. He himself returned to Brussels, but made a short stay in that place. He obtained leave to retire to Scotland, under pretence still of quieting the apprehensions of the English nation, but in reality with a view of securing that kingdom in his interest. Though Essex and Halifax had concurred in the resolution of inviting over the duke, they soon found that they had not obtained his confidence, and that even the king, while he made use of their service, had no sincere regard for their persons. Essex, in disgust, resigned the treasury. Halifax retired to his country seat. Temple, despairing of any accommodation among such enraged parties, withdrew almost entirely to his books and his gardens. The king, who changed ministers as well as measures with great indifference, bestowed at this time his chief confidence on Hyde, Sunderland, and Godolphin. Hyde succeeded Essex in the treasury. All the king's ministers, as well as himself, were extremely averse to the meeting of the new parliament, which they expected to find as refractory as any of the preceding. The elections had gone mostly in favor of the country party. The terrors of the plot had still a mighty influence over the populace, and the apprehensions of the duke's bigoted principles and arbitrary character weighed with men of sense and reflection. The king therefore resolved to prorogue the parliament, that he might try whether time would allay those humors which, by every other expedient, he had in vain attempted to mollify. In this measure he did not expect the concurrence of his council. He knew that those popular leaders, whom he had admitted, would zealously oppose a resolution which disconcerted all their schemes, and that the royalists would not dare, by supporting it, to expose themselves to the vengeance of the parliament, when it should be assembled. These reasons obliged him to take this step entirely of himself, and he only declared his resolution in council. It is remarkable that, though the king had made profession never to embrace any measure without the advice of these counsellors, he had often broken that resolution, and had been necessitated, in affairs of the greatest consequence, to control their opinion. Many of them, in disgust, threw up about this time, particularly Lord Russell, the most popular man in the nation, as well from the mildness and integrity of his character, as from his zealous attachment to the religion and liberties of his country. Though carried into some excesses, his intentions were ever esteemed upright; and being heir to the greatest fortune in the kingdom, as well as void of ambition, men believed that nothing but the last necessity could ever engage him to embrace any desperate measures. Shaftesbury, who was, in most particulars, of an opposite character, was removed by the king from the office of president of the council; and the Earl of Radnor, a man who possessed whimsical talents and splenetic virtues, was substituted in his place. It was the favor and countenance of the parliament which had chiefly encouraged the rumor of plots; but the nation had gotten so much into that vein of credulity, and every necessitous villain was so much incited by the success of Oates and Bedloe, that even during the prorogation the people were not allowed to remain in tranquillity. There was one Dangerfield, a fellow who had been burned in the hand for crimes, transported, whipped, pillared 4 times, fined for cheats, outlawed for felony, convicted of coining, and exposed to all the public infamy which the laws could inflict on the basest and most shameful enormities. The credulity of the people, and the humor of the times, enabled even this man to become a person of consequence. He was the author of a new incident called the Meal Tub Plot, from the place where some papers relating to it were found. The bottom of this affair it is difficult and not very material to discover. It only appears that Dangerfield, under pretence of betraying the conspiracies of the Presbyterians, had been countenanced by some Catholics of condition, and had even been admitted to the duke's presence and the king's; and that under pretence of revealing new popish plots, he had obtained access to Shaftesbury and some of the popular leaders. Which side he intended to cheat is uncertain, or whether he did not rather mean to cheat both. But he soon found that the belief of the nation was more open to a popish than a Presbyterian plot, and he resolved to strike in with prevailing humor. Though no weight could be laid on his testimony, great clamor was raised, as if the court, by way of retaliation, had intended to load the Presbyterians with the guilt of a false conspiracy. It must be confessed, that the present period, by the prevalence and suspicion of such mean and ignoble arts on all sides, throws a great stain on the British annals. One of the most innocent artifices practised by party men at this time was the additional ceremony, pomp, and expense with which a pope burning was celebrated in London. The spectacle served to entertain and amuse, and inflame the populace. The Duke of Monmouth likewise came over without leave, and made a triumphant procession through many parts of the kingdom, extremely caressed and admired by the people. All these arts seemed requisite to support the general prejudices during the long interval of parliament. Great endeavors were also used to obtain the king's consent for the meeting of that assembly. 17 peers presented a petition to this purpose. Many of the corporations imitated the example. Notwithstanding several marks of displeasure, and even a menacing proclamation from the king, petitions came from all parts, earnestly insisting on a session of parliament. The danger of popery and the terrors of the plot were never forgotten in any of these addresses. Tumultuous petitioning was one of the chief artifices by which the malcontents in the last reign had attacked the crown. And though the manner of subscribing and delivering petitions was now somewhat regulated by act of parliament, the thing itself still remained, and it was an admirable expedient for infesting the court, for spreading discontent, and for uniting the nation in any popular clamor. As the king found no law by which he could punish those importunate, and, as he deemed them, undutiful solicitations, he was obliged to encounter them by popular applications of a contrary tendency. Wherever the church and court party prevailed, addresses were framed containing expressions of the highest regard to his majesty, the most entire acquiescence in his wisdom, the most dutiful submission to his prerogative, and the deepest abhorrence of those who endeavored to encroach upon it by prescribing to him any time for assembling the parliament. Thus the nation came to be distinguished into petitioners and abhorrers. Factions indeed were at this time extremely animated against each other. The very names by which each party denominated its antagonist discover the virulence and rancor which prevailed. For besides petitioner and abhorrer, appellations which were soon forgotten, this year is remarkable for being the epoch of the well-known epithets of Whig and Tory, by which, and sometimes without any material difference, this island has been so long divided. The court party reproached their antagonist with their affinity to the fanatical conventiclers in Scotland, who were known by the name of Whigs. The country party found a resemblance between the courtiers and the popish banditti in Ireland, to whom the appellation of Tory was affixed. And after this manner these foolish terms of reproach came into public and general use, and even at present seem not nearer their end than when they were first invented. The king used every art to encourage his partisans and to reconcile the people to his government. He persevered in the great zeal which he affected against popery. He even allowed several priests to be put to death, for no other crime than having received orders in the Romish church. It is singular that one of them, called Evans, was playing at tennis when the warrant for his immediate execution was notified to him. He swore that he would play out his first set. Charles, with the same view of acquiring popularity, formed an alliance with Spain, and also offered an alliance to Holland. But the Dutch, terrified with the great power of France, and seeing little resource in a country so distracted as England, declined acceptance. He had sent for the duke from Scotland, but desired him to return when the time of assembling the parliament began to approach. It was of great consequence to the popular party, while the meeting of parliament depended on the king's will, to keep the law, whose operations are perpetual, entirely on their side. The sheriffs of London by their office returned the juries. It had been usual for the mayor to nominate one sheriff by drinking to him, and the common hall had ever, without dispute, confirmed the mayor's choice. Sir Robert Clayton, the mayor, appointed one who was not acceptable to the popular party. The common hall rejected him, and Bethel and Cornish, two independents and republicans, and of consequence deeply engaged with the malcontents, were chosen by a majority of voices. In spite of all remonstrances and opposition, the citizens persisted in their choice, and the court party was obliged, for the present, to acquiesce. Juries, however, were not so partial in the city, but that reason and justice, even when the popish plot was in question, could sometimes prevail. The Earl of Castlemaine, husband to the Duchess of Cleveland, was acquitted about this time, though accused by Oates and Dangerfield of an intention to assassinate the king. Sir Thomas Gascoigne, a very aged gentleman in the north, being accused by two servants, whom he had dismissed for dishonesty, received a like verdict. These trials were great blows to the plot, which now began to stagger, in the judgment of most men, except those who were entirely devoted to the country party. But in order still to keep alive the zeal against popery, the Earl of Shaftesbury appeared in Westminster Hall, attended by the Earl of Huntingdon, the Lords Russell, Cavendish, Grey, Brandon, Sir Henry Caverly, Sir Gilbert Gerard, Sir William Cooper, and other persons of distinction, and presented to the grand jury of Middlesex reasons for indicting the Duke of York as a popish recusant. While the jury were deliberating on this extraordinary presentment, the chief justice sent for them, and suddenly, even somewhat irregularly, dismissed them. Shaftesbury, however, obtained the end for which he had undertaken this bold measure. He showed to all his followers the desperate resolution which he had embraced, never to admit of any accommodation or composition with the duke. By such daring conduct, he gave them assurance that he was fully determined not to desert their cause, and he engaged them to a like devoted perseverance in all the measures which he should suggest to them. As the kingdom was regularly and openly divided into two zealous parties, it was not difficult for the king to know that the majority of the new House of Commons was engaged in interest opposite to the court, but that he might leave no expedient untried, which could compose the unhappy differences among his subjects, he resolved at last, after a long interval, to assemble the parliament. In his speech he told them, that the several prorogations which he had made had been very advantageous to his neighbors, and very useful to himself; that he had employed that interval in perfecting with the crown of Spain an alliance, which had often been desired by former parliaments, and which, he doubted not, would be extremely agreeable to them; that in order to give weight to this measure, and render it beneficial to Christendom, it was necessary to avoid all domestic dissensions, and to unite themselves firmly in the same views and purposes; that he was determined that nothing on his part should be wanting to such a salutary end; and provided the succession were preserved in its due and legal course, he would concur in any expedient for the security of the Protestant religion; that the further examination of the popish plot, and the punishment of the criminals, were requisite for the safety both of king and kingdom; and after recommending to them the necessity of providing, by some supplies, for the safety of Tangiers, he proceeded in these words: "But that which I value above all the treasure in the world, and which I am sure will give us greater strength and reputation both at home and abroad than any treasure can do, is a perfect union among ourselves. Nothing but this can restore the kingdom to that strength and vigor which it seems to have lost, and raise us again to that consideration which England hath usually possessed. All Europe have their eyes upon this assembly, and think their own happiness and misery, as well as ours, will depend upon it. If we should be so unhappy as to fall into misunderstandings among ourselves to that degree as would render our friendship unsafe to trust to, will not be wondered at, if our neighbors should begin to take new resolutions, and perhaps such as may be fatal to us. Let us therefore take care that we do not gratify our enemies, and discourage our friends by any unseasonable disputes. If any such do happen, the world will see that it is no fault of mine; for I have done all that was possible for me to do, to keep you in peace while I live, and to leave you so when I die. But from so great prudence and so good affection as yours, I can fear nothing of this kind, but do rely upon you all, that you will do your best endeavors to bring this parliament to a good and happy conclusion." End of Section 27, Chapter 68, Part 1. Recording by Jim Dennison, Jimdenison, voice.com. Section 28 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1F, Section 28, Chapter 68, Part 2. All these mollifying expressions had no influence with the Commons. Every step which they took betrayed the zeal with which they were animated. They voted that it was the undoubted right of the subject to petition the king for the calling and sitting of parliament. Not content with this decision, which seems justifiable in a mixed monarchy, they fell with the utmost violence on all those abhorrers who, in their addresses to the crown, had expressed their disapprobation of those petitions. They did not reflect that it was as lawful for one party of men as for another to express their sense of public affairs, and that the best established right may, in particular circumstances, be abused, and even the exercise of it become an object of abhorrence. For this offence they expelled Sir Thomas Withens. They appointed a committee for further inquiry into such members as had been guilty of a like crime, and complaints were lodged against Lord Paston, Sir Robert Malverer, Sir Brian Stapleton, Taylor, and Turner. They addressed the king against Sir George Jeffreys, recorder of London, for his activity in the same cause, and they frightened him into a resignation of his office, in which he was succeeded by Sir George Treby, a great leader of the popular party. They voted an impeachment against North, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, for drawing the proclamation against the tumultuous petitions, but upon examination found the proclamation so cautiously worded that it afforded them no handle against him. A petition had been presented to the king from Taunton. "How dare you deliver me such a paper?" said the king to the person who presented it. "Sir," he replied, "my name is Dare." For this saucy reply, but under other pretenses, he had been tried, fined, and committed to prison. The Commons now addressed the king for his liberty, and for remitting his fine. Some printers also and authors of seditious libels they took under their protection. Great numbers of the abhorrers from all parts of England were seized by order of the Commons and committed to custody. The liberty of the subject, which had been so carefully guarded by the Great Charter and by the late law of habeas corpus, was every day violated by their arbitrary and capricious commitments. The chief jealousy, it is true, of the English constitution is naturally and justly directed against the crown. Nor indeed have the Commons any other means of securing their privileges than by commitments, which, as they cannot beforehand be exactly determined by law, must always appear in some degree arbitrary. Sensible of these reasons, the people had hitherto, without murmuring, seen this discretionary power exercised by the house; but as it was now carried to excess, and was abused to serve the purposes of faction, great complaints against it were heard from all quarters. At last, the vigor and courage of one Stowell of Exeter, an abhorrer, put an end to the practice. He refused to obey the sergeant at arms, stood upon his defence, and said that he knew of no law by which they pretended to commit him. The house, finding it equally dangerous to proceed or to recede, got off by an evasion. They inserted in their votes that Stowell was indisposed, and that a month's time was allowed for him for the recovery of his health. But the chief violence of the House of Commons appeared in all their transactions with regard to the plot, which they prosecuted with the same zeal and the same credulity as their predecessors. They renewed the former vote, which affirmed the reality of the horrid popish plot; and, in order the more to terrify the people, They even asserted that, notwithstanding the discovery, the plot still subsisted. They expelled Sir Robert Can and Sir Robert Yeomans, who had been complained of for saying that there was no popish, but there was a Presbyterian plot. And they greatly lamented the death of Bedloe, whom they called a material witness, and on whose testimony they much depended. He had been seized with a fever at Bristol, had sent for Chief Justice North, confirmed all his former evidence except that with regard to the duke and the queen, and desired North to apply to the king for some money to relieve him in his necessities. A few days after, he expired, and the whole party triumphed extremely in these circumstances of his death, as if such a testimony could be deemed the affirmation of a dying man, as if his confession of perjury in some instances could assure his veracity in the rest, and as if the perseverance of one profligate could outweigh the last words of so many men, guilty of no crime but that of popery. The commons even endeavored, by their countenance and protection, to remove the extreme infamy with which Dangerfield was loaded, and to restore him to the capacity of being an evidence. The whole tribe of informers they applauded and rewarded. Jennison, Turberville, Dugdale, Smith, Laferia appeared before them, and their testimony, however frivolous or absurd, met with a favorable reception. The king was applied to in their behalf for pensions and pardons. Their narratives were printed with that sanction which arose from the approbation of the house. Dr. Tongue was recommended for the first considerable church preferment which should become vacant. Considering men's determined resolution to believe instead of admiring that a palpable falsehood should be maintained by witnesses, it may justly appear wonderful that no better evidence was ever produced against the Catholics. The principal reasons which still supported the clamor of the popish plot were the apprehensions entertained by the people of the Duke of York, and the resolution embraced by their leaders of excluding him from the throne. Shaftesbury and many considerable men of the party had rendered themselves irreconcilable with him, and could find their safety no way but in his ruin. Monmouth's friends hoped that the exclusion of that prince would make way for their patron. The resentment against the duke's apostasy, the love of liberty, the zeal for religion, the attachment to faction, all these motives incited the country party. And above all, what supported the resolution of adhering to the exclusion, and rejecting all other expedients offered, was the hope, artfully encouraged, that the king would at last be obliged to yield to their demand. His revenues were extremely burdened, and, even if free, could scarcely suffice for the necessary charges of government, much less for that pleasure and expense to which he was inclined. Though he had withdrawn his countenance from Monmouth, he was known secretly to retain a great affection for him. On no occasion had he ever been found to persist obstinately against difficulties and importunity. And as his beloved mistress, the Duchess of Portsmouth, had been engaged, either from lucrative views, or the hopes of making the succession fall on her own children, to unite herself with the popular party, this incident was regarded as a favorable prognostic of their success. Sunderland, Secretary of State, who had linked his interest with that of the Duchess, had concurred in the same measure. But besides friendship for his brother, and a regard to the right of succession, there were many strong reasons which had determined Charles to persevere in opposing the exclusion. All the royalists and devotees to the church, that party by which alone monarchy was supported, regarded the right of succession as inviolable; and if abandoned by the king in so capital an article, it was to be feared that they would, in their turn, desert his cause, and deliver him over to the pretensions and usurpations of the country party. The country party, or the Whigs, as they were called, if they did not still retain some propensity towards a republic, were at least affected with a violent jealousy of regal power, and it was equally to be dreaded, that being enraged with past opposition, and animated by present success, they would, if they prevailed in this pretension, be willing as well as able to reduce the prerogative within very narrow limits. All menaces, therefore, all promises, were in vain employed against the king's resolution. He never would be prevailed on to desert his friends, and put himself into the hands of his enemies. And having voluntarily made such important concessions, and tendered over and over again such strong limitations, he was well pleased to find them rejected by the obstinacy of the commons, and hoped that, after the spirit of opposition had spent itself in fruitless violence, the time would come, when he might safely appeal against his parliament to his people. So much were the popular leaders determined to carry matters to extremities, that in less than a week after the commencement of the session, a motion was made for bringing in an exclusion bill, and a committee was appointed for that purpose. This bill differed in nothing from the former, but in 2 articles, which showed still an increase in the zeal in the commons. The bill was to be read to the people twice a year in all the churches of the kingdom, and every one who should support the duke's title was rendered incapable of receiving a pardon by act of parliament. The debates were carried on with great violence on both sides. The bill was defended by Sir William Jones, who had now resigned his office of attorney general, by Lord Russell, by Sir Francis Winnington, Sir Harry Capel, Sir William Pulteney, by Colonel Titus, Treby, Hampden, Montague. It was opposed by Sir Leoline Jenkins, Secretary of State, Sir John Ernley, Chancellor of the Exchequer, by Hyde, Seymour, Temple. The arguments transmitted to us may be reduced to the following topics. In every government, said the exclusionist, there is somewhere an authority absolute and supreme, nor can any determination, how unusual soever, which receives the sanction of the legislature, admit afterwards of dispute or control. The liberty of a constitution, so far from diminishing this absolute power, seems rather to add force to it, and to give it greater influence over the people. The more members of the state concur in any legislative decision, and the more free their voice, the less likelihood is there that any opposition will be made to those measures which receive the final sanction of their authority. In England, the legislative power is lodged in king, lords, and commons, which comprehend every order of the community. And there is no pretext for exempting any circumstance of government, not even the succession of the crown, from so full and decisive a jurisdiction. Even express declarations have, in this particular, been made of parliamentary authority. Instances have occurred where it has been exerted; and, though prudential reasons may justly be alleged, why such innovation should not be attempted but on extraordinary occasions, the power and right are forever vested in the community. But if any occasion can be deemed extraordinary, if any emergence can require unusual expedients, it is the present, when the heir to the crown has renounced the religion of the state, and has zealously embraced a faith totally hostile and incompatible. A prince of that communion can never put trust in a people so prejudiced against him. The people must be equally diffident of such a prince. Foreign and destructive alliances will seem to one the only protection of his throne. Perpetual jealousy, opposition, faction, even insurrections will be employed by the other as the sole securities for their liberty and religion. Though theological principles, when set in opposition to passions, have often small influence on mankind in general, still less on princes. Yet when they become symbols of faction and marks of party distinctions, they concur with one of the strongest passions in the human frame, and are then capable of carrying men to the greatest extremities. Notwithstanding the better judgment and milder disposition of the king, how much has the influence of the duke already disturbed the tenor of government? How often engaged the nation into measures totally destructive of their foreign interest and honor, of their domestic repose and tranquillity? The more the absurdity and incredibility of the popish plot are insisted on, the stronger reason it affords for the exclusion of the duke, since the universal belief of it discovers the extreme antipathy of the nation to his religion, and the utter impossibility of ever bringing them to acquiesce peaceably under the dominion of such a sovereign. The prince, finding himself in so perilous a situation, must seek for security by desperate remedies, and by totally subduing the privileges of a nation, which had betrayed such hostile dispositions toward himself, and towards everything which he deems the most sacred. It is in vain to propose limitations and expedients. Whatever share of authority is left in the duke's hands will be employed to the destruction of the nation, and even the additional restraints, by discovering the public diffidence and aversion, will serve him as incitements to put himself in a condition entirely superior and independent. And as the laws of England still make resistance treason, and neither do nor can admit of any positive exceptions, what folly to leave the kingdom in so perilous and absurd a situation, where the greatest virtue would be exposed to the most severe proscription, and where the laws can only be saved by expedients, which these same laws have declared the highest crime and enormity? The court party reasoned in an opposite manner. An authority, they said, wholly absolute and uncontrollable, is a mere chimera, and is nowhere to be found in any human institutions. All government is founded on opinion and a sense of duty, and wherever the supreme magistrate, by any law or positive prescription, shocks an opinion regarded as fundamental, and established with a firmness equal to that of his own authority, he subverts the principle by which he himself is established, and can no longer hope for obedience. In European monarchies, the right of succession is justly esteemed a fundamental; and even though the whole legislature be vested in a single person, it would never be permitted him, by an edict, to disinherit his lawful heir and call a stranger or more distant relation to the throne. Abuses in other parts of government are capable of redress, from more dispassionate inquiry or better information of the sovereign, and till then ought patiently to be endured. But violations of the right of succession draw such terrible consequences after them, as are not to be paralleled by any other grievance or inconvenience. Vainly is it pleaded that England is a mixed monarchy, and that a law, assented to by king, lords, and commons, is enacted by the concurrence of every part of the state. It is plain that there remains a very powerful party, who may indeed be outvoted, but who never will deem a law, subversive of hereditary right, anywise valid or obligatory. Limitations, such as are proposed by the king, give no shock to the constitution, which, in many particulars, is already limited; and they may be so calculated as to serve every purpose sought for by an exclusion. If the ancient barriers against regal authority have been able, during so many ages, to remain impregnable, how much more those additional ones, which, by depriving the monarch of power, tend so far to their own security? The same jealousy too of religion, which has engaged the people to lay these restraints upon the successor, will extremely lessen the number of his partisans, and make it utterly impracticable for him, either by force or artifice, to break the fetters imposed upon him. The king's age and vigorous state of health promise him a long life; and can it be prudent to tear in pieces the whole state, in order to provide against a contingency which, it is very likely, may never happen? No human schemes can secure the public in all possible imaginable events; and the bill of exclusion itself, however accurately framed, leaves room for obvious and natural suppositions, to which it pretends not to provide any remedy. Should the duke have a son after the king's death, must that son, without any default of his own, forfeit his title? Or must the Princess of Orange descend from the throne, in order to give place to the lawful successor? But were all these reasonings false, it still remains to be considered that, in public deliberations, we seek not the expedient which is best in itself, but the best of such as are practicable. The king willingly consents to limitations, and has already offered some which are of the utmost importance. But he is determined to endure any extremity rather than allow the right of succession to be invaded. Let us beware of that factious violence which leads to demand more than will be granted, lest we lose the advantage of those beneficial concessions, and leave the nation, on the king's demise, at the mercy of a zealous prince, irritated with the ill usage which, he imagines, he has already met with. In the House of the Commons, the reasoning of the exclusionist appeared the more convincing, and the bill passed by a great majority. It was in the House of Peers that the king expected to oppose it with success. The court party was there so prevalent, that it was carried only by a majority of 2 to pay so much regard to the bill as even to commit to it. When it came to be debated, the contest was violent. Shaftesbury, Sunderland, and Essex argued for it. Halifax chiefly conducted the debate against it, and displayed an extent of capacity and a force of eloquence which had never been surpassed in that assembly. He was animated as well by the greatness of the occasion as by a rivalship with his uncle Shaftesbury, whom during that day's debate he seemed, in the judgment of all, to have totally eclipsed. The king was present during the whole debate, which was prolonged till 11 at night. The bill was thrown out by a considerable majority. All the bishops, except 3, voted against it. Besides the influence of the court over them, the Church of England, they imagined or pretended, was in greater danger from the prevalence of Presbyterianism than of popery, which, though favored by the duke, and even by the king, was extremely repugnant to the genius of the nation. The commons discovered much ill humor upon this disappointment. They immediately voted an address for the removal of Halifax from the king's councils and presence forever, though the pretended cause was his advising the late frequent prorogations of parliament. The real reason was apparently his vigorous opposition to the exclusion bill. When the king applied for money to enable him to maintain Tangiers, which he declared his present revenues totally unable to defend, instead of complying, they voted such an address as was in reality a remonstrance, and one little less violent than that famous remonstrance which ushered in the civil wars. All the abuses of government, from the beginning almost of the reign, are there insisted on. The Dutch war, the alliance with France, the prorogations and dissolutions of parliament, and all these measures, as well as the damnable and hellish plot, are there ascribed to the machinations of papists. It was plainly insinuated that the king had all along lain under the influence of that party, and was in reality the chief conspirator against the religion and liberties of his people. End of Section 28, Chapter 68, Part 2. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 29 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 29, Chapter 68, Part 3. The Commons, though they conducted the great business of the exclusion with extreme violence, and even imprudence, had yet such reason for the jealousy which gave rise to it. But their vehement prosecution of the popish plot, even after so long an interval, discovers such a spirit, either of credulity or injustice, as admits of no apology. The impeachment of the Catholic lords in the Tower was revived; and as Viscount Stafford, from his age, infirmities, and narrow capacity, was deemed the least capable of defending himself, it was determined to make him the first victim, that his condemnation might pave the way for a sentence against the rest. The chancellor, now created Earl of Nottingham, was appointed high steward for conducting the trial. 3 witnesses were produced against the prisoner: Oates, Dugdale, and Turberville. Oates swore that he saw Fenwick the Jesuit deliver to Stafford a commission signed by D'Oliva, general of the Jesuits, appointing him paymaster to the papal army, which was to be levied for the subduing of England; for this ridiculous imposture still maintained its credit with the commons. Dugdale gave testimony that the prisoner at Tixal, a seat of Lord Ashton's, had endeavored to engage him in the design of murdering the king, and had promised him, besides the honor of being sainted by the church, a reward of £500 for that service. Turberville deposed that the prisoner in his own house at Paris had made him a like proposal: to offer money for murdering a king, without laying down any scheme by which the assassin may ensure some probability or possibility of escape, is so incredible in itself, and may so easily be maintained by any prostitute evidence, that an accusation of that nature, not accompanied with circumstances, ought very little to be attended to by any court of judicature. But notwithstanding the small hold which the witnesses afforded, the prisoner was able, in many material particulars, to discredit their testimony. It was sworn by Dugdale that Stafford had assisted in the great consult of the Catholics held at Tixal; but Stafford proved by undoubted testimony that at the time assigned he was in Bath, and in that neighborhood. Turberville had served a novitiate among the Dominicans; but having deserted the convent, he had enlisted as a trooper in the French army, and being dismissed that service, he now lived in London, abandoned by all his relations, and exposed to great poverty. Stafford proved, by the evidence of his gentleman and his page, that Turberville had never, either at Paris or at London, been seen in his company; and it might justly appear strange, that a person who had so important a secret in his keeping was so long entirely neglected by him. The clamor and outrage of the populace during the trial were extreme. Great abilities and eloquence were displayed by the managers, Sir William Jones, Sir Francis Winnington, and Serjeant Maynard. Yet did the prisoner, under all these disadvantages, make a better defense than was expected, either by his friends or his enemies. The unequal contest in which he was engaged was a plentiful source of compassion to every mind seasoned with humanity. He represented that, during a course of 40 years, from the very commencement of the civil wars, he had, through many dangers, difficulties, and losses, still maintained his loyalty; and it was credible that now, in his old age, easy in his circumstances, but dispirited by infirmities, he would belie the whole course of his life, and engage against his royal master, from whom he had ever received kind treatment, in the most desperate and most bloody of all conspiracies. He remarked the infamy of the witnesses, the contradictions and absurdities of their testimony, the extreme indigence in which they had lived, though engaged, as they pretended, in a conspiracy with kings, princes, and nobles. the credit and opulence to which they were at present raised. With a simplicity and tenderness more persuasive than the greatest oratory, he still made protestations of his innocence, and could not forbear every moment expressing the most lively surprise and indignation at the audacious impudence of the witnesses. It will appear astonishing to us, as it did to Stafford himself, that the peers, after a solemn trial of 6 days, should, by a majority of 24 voices, give sentence against him. He received, however, with resignation, the fatal verdict. "God's holy name be praised," was the only exclamation which he uttered. When the high steward told him that the peers would intercede with the king for remitting the more cruel and ignominious parts of the sentence, hanging and quartering, he burst into tears. But he told the lords that he was moved to this weakness by his sense of their goodness, not by any terror of that fate which he was doomed to suffer. It is remarkable that, after Charles, as is usual in such cases, had remitted to Stafford the hanging and quartering, the two sheriffs, Bethel and Cornish, indulging their own republican humor, and complying with the prevalent spirit of their party, overjealous of monarchy, started a doubt with regard to the king's power of exercising even this small degree of lenity. "Since he cannot pardon the whole," said they, "how can he have power to remit any part of the sentence?" They proposed the doubt to both houses. The peers pronounced it superfluous; and even the commons, apprehensive lest a question of this nature might make way for Stafford's escape, gave this singular answer: "This house is content that the sheriffs do execute William, late Viscount Stafford, by severing his head from his body only." Nothing can be a stronger proof of the fury of the times, than that Lord Russell, notwithstanding the virtue and humanity of his character, seconded in the house this barbarous scruple of the sheriffs. In the interval between the sentence and execution, many efforts were made to shake the resolution of the infirm and aged prisoner, and to bring him to some confession of the treason for which he was condemned. It was even rumored that he had confessed; and the zealous partymen, who, no doubt, had secretly, notwithstanding their credulity, entertained some doubts with regard to the reality of the popish conspiracy, expressed great triumph on the occasion. But Stafford, when again called before the House of Peers, discovered many schemes, which had been laid by himself and others, for procuring a toleration to the Catholics, at least a mitigation of the penal laws enacted against them; and he protested, that this was the sole treason of which he had ever been guilty. Stafford now prepared himself for death with the intrepidity which became his birth and station, and which was the natural result of the innocence and integrity which, during the course of a long life, he had ever maintained. His mind seemed even to collect new force from the violence and oppression under which he labored. When going to execution, he called for a cloak to defend himself against the rigor of the season. "Perhaps," said he, "I may shake with cold, but I trust in God, not for fear." On the scaffold he continued, with reiterated and earnest asseverations, to make protestations of his innocence. All his fervor was exercised on that point. When he mentioned the witnesses, whose perjuries had bereaved him of life, his expressions were full of mildness and of charity. He solemnly disavowed all those immoral principles which overzealous Protestants had ascribed without distinction to the Church of Rome; and he hoped, he said, that the time was now approaching, when the present delusion would be dissipated, and when the force of truth, though late, would engage the whole world to make reparation to his injured honor. The populace, who had exulted at Stafford's trial and condemnation, were now melted into tears at the sight of that tender fortitude which shone forth in each feature and motion and accent of this aged noble. Their profound silence was only interrupted by sighs and groans. With difficulty they found speech to assent to those protestations of innocence which he frequently repeated. "We believe you, my lord. God bless you, my lord." These expressions, with a faltering accent, flowed from them. The executioner himself was touched with sympathy. Twice he lifted up the axe with an intent to strike the fatal blow, and as often felt his resolution to fail him. A deep sigh was heard to accompany his last effort, which laid Stafford forever at rest. All the spectators seemed to feel the blow. And when the head was held up to them with the usual cry, "This is the head of a traitor," no clamor of assent was uttered. Pity, remorse, and astonishment had taken possession of every heart, and displayed itself in every countenance. This is the last blood which was shed on account of the popish plot; an incident which, for the credit of the nation, it were better to bury in eternal oblivion, but which it is necessary to perpetuate, as well as to maintain the truth of history, as to warn, if possible, their posterity and all mankind, never again to fall into so shameful, so barbarous a delusion. The execution of Stafford gratified the prejudices of the country party, but it contributed nothing to their power and security. On the contrary, by exciting commiseration, it tended still further to increase the disbelief of the whole plot, which began now to prevail. The commons, therefore, not to lose the present opportunity, resolved to make both friends and enemies sensible of their power. They passed a bill for easing the Protestant dissenters, and for repealing the persecuting statute of the 35th of Elizabeth. This laudable bill was likewise carried through the House of Peers. The chief justice was very obnoxious for dismissing the grand jury in an irregular manner, and thereby disappointing that bold measure of Shaftesbury and his friends, who had presented the duke as a recusant. For this crime the commons sent up an impeachment against him, as also against Jones and Weston, two of the judges, who, in some speeches from the bench, had gone so far as to give to many of the first reformers the appellation of fanatics. The king, in rejecting the exclusion bill, had sheltered himself securely behind the authority of the House of Peers; and the commons had been deprived of the usual pretence to attack the sovereign himself under color of attacking his ministers and counsellors. In prosecution, however, of the scheme which he had formed, of throwing the blame on the commons in case of any rupture, he made them a new speech. After warning them that a neglect of this opportunity would never be retrieved, he added these words: "I did promise you the fullest satisfaction which your hearts could wish, for the security of the Protestant religion, and to concur with you in any remedies which might consist with preserving the succession of the crown in its due and legal course of descent. I do again, with the same reservations, renew the same promises to you; and being thus ready on my part to do all that can reasonably be expected from me, I should be glad to know from you, as soon as may be, how far I shall be assisted by you, and what it is you desire from me." The most reasonable objection against the limitations proposed by the king is, that they introduced too considerable an innovation in the government, and almost totally annihilated the power of the future monarch. But considering the present disposition of the commons and their leaders, we may fairly presume that this objection would have small weight with them, and that their disgust against the court would rather incline them to diminish than support regal authority. They still hoped, from the king's urgent necessities and his usual facility, that he would throw himself wholly into their hands, and that thus, without waiting for the accession of the duke, they might immediately render themselves absolute masters of the government. The commons, therefore, besides insisting still on the exclusion, proceeded to bring in bills of an important, and some of them of an alarming nature. One, to renew the Triennial Act, which had been so inadvertently repealed in the beginning of the reign. A second, to make the office of judge during good behavior. A third, to declare the levying of money without consent of parliament to be high treason. A fourth, to order an association for the safety of his majesty's person, for defense of the Protestant religion, for the preservation of the Protestant subjects against all invasions and opposition whatsoever, and for preventing the Duke of York or any papist from succeeding to the crown. The memory of the covenant was too recent for men to overlook the consequences of such an association; and the king, who was particularly conversant in Davila, could not fail of recollecting a memorable foreign instance to fortify this domestic experience. The commons also passed many votes, which, though they had not the authority of laws, served, however, to discover the temper and disposition of the house. They voted that whoever had advised his majesty to refuse the exclusion bill were promoters of popery and enemies to the king and kingdom. In another vote, they named the Marquis of Worcester, the Earls of Clarendon, Feversham, and Halifax, Lawrence Hyde, and Edward Seymour, as those dangerous enemies, and they requested his majesty to remove them from his person and councils forever. They voted that, till the exclusion bill were passed, they could not, consistent with the trust reposed in them, grant the king any manner of supply; and lest he should be enabled, by any other expedient, to support the government and preserve himself independent, they passed another vote, in which they declared that whoever should hereafter lend, by way of advance, any money upon those branches of the king's revenue arising from customs, excise, or hearth money, should be judged a hinderer of the sitting of parliament, and be responsible for the same in parliament. The king might presume that the peers, who had rejected the exclusion bill, would still continue to defend the throne, and that none of the dangerous bills introduced into the other house would ever be presented for the royal assent and approbation. But as there remained no hopes of bringing the commons to any better temper, and as their further sitting served only to keep faction alive, and to perpetuate the general ferment of the nation, he came secretly to a resolution of proroguing them. They got intelligence about a quarter of an hour before the black rod came to their door. Not to lose such precious time, they passed, in a tumultuous manner, some extraordinary resolutions. They voted, that whosoever advised his majesty to prorogue this parliament to any other purpose than in order to pass the bill of exclusion, was a betrayer of the king, of the Protestant religion, and of the kingdom of England, a promoter of the French interest, and a pensioner of France; that thanks be given to the city of London for their manifest loyalty, and for their care and vigilance in the preservation of the king and of the Protestant religion; that it is the opinion of this house, that that city was burned in the year 1666 by the papists, designing thereby to introduce arbitrary power and popery into the kingdom; that humble application be made to his majesty for restoring the Duke of Monmouth to all his offices and commands, from which, it appears to the house, he had been removed by the influence of the Duke of York; and that it is the opinion of the house, that the prosecution of the Protestant dissenters upon the penal laws is at this time grievous to the subject, a weakening of the Protestant interest, an encouragement of popery, and dangerous to the peace of the kingdom. The king passed some laws of no great importance; but the bill for repealing the 35th of Elizabeth he privately ordered the clerk of the crown not to present to him. By this artifice, which was equally disobliging to the country party as if the bill had been rejected, and at the same time implied some timidity in the king, that salutary act was for the present eluded. The king had often of himself attempted, and sometimes by irregular means, to give indulgence to nonconformists. But besides that he had usually expected to comprehend the Catholics in this liberty, the present refractory disposition of the sectaries had much incensed him against them, and he was resolved, if possible, to keep them still at mercy. The last votes of the commons seemed to be an attempt of forming indirectly an association against the crown, after they found that their association bill could not pass. The dissenting interest, the city, and the Duke of Monmouth, they endeavored to connect with the country party. A civil war indeed never appeared so likely as at present, and it was high time for the king to dissolve a parliament which seemed to have entertained such dangerous projects. Soon after, he summoned another. Though he observed that the country party had established their interest so strongly in all the electing boroughs, that he could not hope for any disposition more favorable in the new parliament, this expedient was still a prosecution of his former project of trying every method by which he might form an accommodation with the commons. And if all failed, he hoped that he could the better justify to his people, at least to his party, a final breach with them. It had always been much regretted by the royalists during the civil wars that the Long Parliament had been assembled at Westminster, and had thereby received force and encouragement from the vicinity of a potent and factious city, which had zealously embraced their party. Though the king was now possessed of guards, which in some measure overawed the populace, he was determined still further to obviate all inconveniences, and he summoned the new parliament to meet at Oxford. The city of London showed how just a judgment he had formed of their dispositions. Besides re-electing the same members, they voted thanks to them for their former behavior, in endeavoring to discover the depth of the horrid and hellish popish plot, and to exclude the Duke of York, the principal cause of the ruin and misery impending over the nation. Monmouth, with 15 peers, presented a petition against assembling the parliament at Oxford, where the two houses, they said, could not be in safety, but would be easily exposed to the swords of the papists and their adherents, of whom too many had crept into his majesty's guards. These insinuations, which pointed so evidently at the king himself, were not calculated to persuade him, but to inflame the people. The exclusionists might have concluded, both from the king's dissolution of the last parliament and from his summoning of the present to meet at Oxford, that he was determined to maintain his declared resolution of rejecting their favorite bill. But they still flattered themselves that his urgent necessities would influence his easy temper, and finally gain them the ascendant. The leaders came to parliament, attended not only by their servants, but by numerous bands of their partisans. The 4 city members in particular were followed by great multitudes, wearing ribbons in which were woven these words: "No popery, no slavery." The king had his guards regularly mustered. His party likewise endeavored to make a show of their strength. And on the whole, the assembly at Oxford rather bore the appearance of a tumultuous Polish diet than of a regular English parliament. End of section 29, chapter 68, part 3. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 30 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 30, Chapter 68, Part 4. The king, who had hitherto employed the most gracious expressions to all his parliaments, particularly the two last, thought proper to address himself to the present in a more authoritative manner. He complained of the unwarranted proceedings of the former House of Commons, and said that, as he would never use arbitrary government himself, neither would he ever suffer it in others. By calling, however, this parliament so soon, he had sufficiently shown that no past irregularities could inspire him with a prejudice against those assemblies. He now afforded them, he added, yet another opportunity of providing for the public safety, and to all the world had given one more evidence that on his part he had not neglected the duty incumbent on him. The Commons were not overawed by the magisterial air of the king's speech. They consisted almost entirely of the same members, they chose the same speaker, and they instantly fell into the same measures: the impeachment of Danby, the repealing of the persecuting statute of Elizabeth, the inquiry into the popish plot, and the bill of exclusion. So violent were they on this last article, that no other expedient, however plausible, could so much as be hearkened to. Ernley, one of the king's ministers, proposed that the duke should be banished during life 500 miles from England, and that on the king's demise the next heir should be constituted regent with regal power. Yet even this expedient, which left the duke only the bare title of king, could not, though seconded by Sir Thomas Littleton and Sir Thomas Mompesson, obtain the attention of the house. The past disappointments of the country party, and the opposition made by the court, had only rendered them more united, more haughty, and more determined. No method but their own, of excluding the duke, could give them any satisfaction. There was one Fitzharris, an Irish Catholic, who had insinuated himself into the Duchess of Portsmouth's acquaintance, and had been very busy in conveying to her intelligence of any libel written by the country party, or of any designs entertained against her or against the court. For services of this kind, and perhaps too from a regard to his father, Sir Edward Fitzharris, who had been an eminent royalist, had received from the king a present of £250. This man met with one Everard, a Scotchman, a spy of the exclusionist, and an informer concerning the popish plot; and he engaged him to write a libel against the king, the duke, and the whole administration. What Fitzharris's intentions were, we cannot well be ascertained. It is probable, as he afterwards asserted, that he meant to carry this libel to his patron, the duchess, and to make a merit of the discovery. Everard, who suspected some other design, and who was well pleased on his side to have the merit of a discovery with his patrons, resolved to betray his friend. He posted Sir William Waller, a noted justice of peace, and 2 persons more, behind the hangings, and gave them an opportunity of seeing and hearing the whole transaction. The libel, sketched out by Fitzharris, and executed partly by him, partly by Everard, was the most furious, indecent, and outrageous performance imaginable, and such as was fitter to hurt than serve any party which should be so imprudent as to adopt it. Waller carried the intelligence to the king, and obtained a warrant for committing Fitzharris, who happened at that very time to have a copy of the libel in his pocket. Finding himself now delivered over to the law, he resolved to pay court to the popular party, who were alone able to protect him, and by whom, he observed, almost all trials to be governed and directed. He affirmed that he had been employed by the court to write the libel, in order to throw the odium of it on the exclusionist. But this account, which was within the bounds of credibility, he disgraced by circumstances which were altogether absurd and improbable. The intention of the ministers, he said, was to send about copies to all the heads of the country party, and the moment they received them, they were to be arrested, and a conspiracy to be imputed to them. That he might merit favor by still more important intelligence, he commenced a discoverer of the great popish plot, and he failed not to confirm all the tremendous circumstances insisted on by his predecessors. He said that the second Dutch war was entered into with a view of extirpating the Protestant religion, both abroad and at home; that Father Perry, a Jesuit, on the disappointment by the peace, told him that the Catholics resolved to murder the king, and had even engaged the queen in that design; that the envoy of Medina offered him £2,000 to kill the king, and upon his refusal the envoy said that the Duchess of Mazarin, who was as expert at poisoning as her sister, the Countess of Soissons, would, with a little fear, execute that design; that upon the king's death, the army in Flanders was to come over and massacre the Protestants; that money was raised in Italy for recruits and supplies, and there should be no more parliaments; and that the duke was privy to this whole plan, and had even entered into the design of Godfrey's murder, which was executed in the manner related by France. The popular leaders had all along been very desirous of having an accusation against the duke; and though Oates and Bedloe, in their first evidence, had not dared to go so far, both Dugdale and Dangerfield had afterwards been encouraged to supply so material a defect, by comprehending him in the conspiracy. The commons, therefore, finding that Fitzharris was also willing to serve this purpose, were not ashamed to adopt his evidence, and resolved for that end to save him from the destruction which he was at present threatened. The king had removed him from the city prison, where he was exposed to be tampered with by the exclusionist, had sent him to the Tower, and had ordered him to be prosecuted by an indictment at common law. In order to prevent his trial and execution, an impeachment was voted by the commons against him, and sent up to the lords. That they might show the greater contempt of the court, they ordered, by way of derision, that the impeachment should be carried up by Secretary Jenkins, who was so provoked by the intended affront, that he at first refused obedience, though afterwards, being threatened with commitment, he was induced to comply. The lords voted to remit the affair to the ordinary courts of justice, before whom, as the attorney general informed them, it was already determined to try Fitzharris. The commons maintained that the peers were obliged to receive every impeachment from the commons; and this indeed seems to have been the first instance of their refusal. They therefore voted that the lords, in rejecting their impeachment, had denied justice, and had violated the constitution of parliament. They also declared, that whatever inferior court should proceed against Fitzharris, or any one that lay under impeachment, would be guilty of a high breach of privilege. Great heats were likely to ensue; and as the king saw no appearance of any better temper in the commons, he gladly laid hold of the opportunity afforded by a quarrel between the two houses, and he proceeded to a dissolution of the parliament. The secret was so well kept, that the commons had no intimation of it until the black rod came to their door, and summoned them to attend the king at the House of Peers. This vigorous measure, though it might have been foreseen, excited such astonishment in the country party, as deprived them of all spirit, and reduced them to absolute despair. They were sensible, though too late, that the king had finally taken his resolution, and was determined to endure any extremity rather than submit to those terms which they had resolved to impose upon him. They found that he had patiently waited till affairs should come to full maturity, and having now engaged a national party on his side, had boldly set his enemies at defiance. No parliament, they knew, would be summoned for some years; and during that long interval, the court, though perhaps at the head of an inferior party, yet being possessed of all authority, would have every advantage over a body dispersed and disunited. These reflections crowded upon every one, and all the exclusionists were terrified, lest Charles should follow the blow by some action more violent, and immediately take vengeance on them for their long and obstinate opposition to his measures. The king, on his part, was no less apprehensive lest despair might prompt them to have recourse to force, and make some sudden attempt upon his person. Both parties, therefore, hurried from Oxford, and in an instant that city, so crowded and busy, was left in its usual emptiness and tranquillity. The court party gathered force from the dispersion and astonishment of their antagonists, and adhered more firmly to the king, whose resolutions, they now saw, could be entirely depended on. The violences of the exclusionists were every where exclaimed against and aggravated, and even the reality of the plot, that great engine of their authority, was openly called in question. The clergy especially were busy in this great revolution, and being moved partly by their own fears, partly by the insinuations of the court, they represented all their antagonists as sectaries and republicans, and rejoiced in escaping those perils which they believed to have been hanging over them. Principles the most opposite to civil liberty were every where enforced from the pulpit, and adopted in numerous addresses, where the king was flattered in his present measures, and congratulated on his escape from parliaments. Could words have been depended on, the nation appeared to be running fast into voluntary servitude, and seemed even ambitious of resigning into the king's hands all the privileges transmitted to them, through so many ages, by their gallant ancestors. But Charles had sagacity enough to distinguish between men's real internal sentiments and the language which zeal and opposition to a contrary faction may sometimes extort from them. Notwithstanding all these professions of duty and obedience, he was resolved not to trust, for a long time, the people with a new election, but to depend entirely on his own economy for alleviating those necessities under which he labored. Great retrenchments were made in the household. Even his favorite navy was neglected. Tangiers, though it had cost great sums of money, was a few years after abandoned and demolished. The Mole was entirely destroyed, and the garrison, being brought over to England, served to augment that small army which the king relied on as the solid basis of his authority. It had been happy for the nation, had Charles used his victory with justice and moderation equal to the prudence and dexterity with which he obtained it. The first step taken by the court was the trial of Fitzharris. Doubts were raised by the jury with regard to their power of trying him, after the concluding vote of the commons; but the judges took upon them to decide the question in the affirmative, and the jury were obliged to proceed. The writing of the libel was clearly proved upon Fitzharris. The only question was with regard to his intentions. He asserted that he was a spy of the court, and had accordingly carried the libel to the Duchess of Portsmouth; and he was desirous that the jury should, in this transaction, consider him as a cheat, not as a traitor. He failed, however, somewhat in the proof, and was brought in guilty of treason by the jury. Finding himself entirely in the hands of the king, he now retracted all his former impostures with regard to the popish plot, and even endeavored to atone for them by new impostures against the country party. He affirmed, that these fictions had been extorted from him by the suggestions and artifices of Treby, the recorder, and of Bethel and Cornish, the two sheriffs. This account he persisted in, even at his execution; and though men knew that nothing could be depended on which came from one so corrupt, and so lost to all sense of honor, yet were they inclined, from his perseverance, to rely somewhat more on his veracity in these last asseverations. But it appears that his wife had some connections with Mrs. Wall, the favorite maid of the Duchess of Portsmouth; and Fitzharris hoped, if he persisted in a story agreeable to the court, that some favor might on that account be shown to his family. It is amusing to reflect on the several lights in which this story has been represented by the opposite factions. The country party affirmed, that Fitzharris had been employed by the court, in order to throw the odium of the libel on the exclusionists, and thereby give rise to a Protestant plot. The court party maintained, that the exclusionists had found out Fitzharris, a spy of the ministers, and had set him upon this undertaking, from an intention of loading the court with an imputation of such a design upon the exclusionists. Rather than acquit their antagonist, both sides were willing to adopt an account the most intricate and incredible. It was a strange situation in which the people at this time were placed, to be every day tortured with these perplexed stories, and inflamed with such dark suspicions against their fellow citizens. There was no less than the 15th false plot, or sham plot, as they were then called, with which the court, it was imagined, had endeavored to load their adversaries. The country party had intended to make use of Fitzharris's evidence against the duke and the Catholics, and his execution was therefore a great mortification to them. But the king and his ministers were resolved not to be contented with so slender an advantage. They were determined to pursue the victory, and to employ against the exclusionists those very offensive arms, however unfair, which that party had laid up in store against their antagonist. The whole gang of spies, witnesses, informers, suborners, who had so long been supported and encouraged by the leading patriots, finding now that the king was entirely master, turned short upon their old patrons, and offered their service to the ministers. To the disgrace of the court and of the age, they were received with hearty welcome, and their testimony, or rather perjury, and of the age, made use of in order to commit legal murder upon the opposite party. With an air of triumph and derision, it was asked, are not these men good witnesses, who have established the popish plot, upon whose testimony Stafford and so many Catholics have been executed, and whom you yourselves have so long celebrated as men of credit and veracity? You have admitted them into your bosom. They are best acquainted with your treasons. They are determined in another shape to serve their king and country. And you cannot complain, that the same measure which you meted to others, should now, by a righteous doom or vengeance, be measured out to you. It is certain that the principle of retaliation may serve in some cases as a full apology, in others as an alleviation, for a conduct which would otherwise be exposed to great blame. But these infamous arts, which poison justice in its very source, and break all the bands of human society, are so detestable and dangerous, that no pretense of retaliation can be pleaded as an apology, or even an alleviation of the crime incurred by them. On the contrary, the great indignation the king and his ministers felt, when formerly exposed to the perjuries of abandoned men, the more reluctance should they now have discovered against employing the same instruments of vengeance upon their antagonist. The first person on whom the ministers fell was one College, a London joiner, who had become extremely noted for his zeal against popery, and was much connected with Shaftesbury and the leaders of the country party. For as they relied much upon the populace, men of College's rank and station were useful to them. College had been in Oxford armed with sword and pistol during the sitting of the parliament, and this was made the foundation of his crime. It was pretended that a conspiracy had been entered into to seize the king's person, and detain him in confinement till he should make the concessions demanded of him. The sheriffs of London were in strong opposition to the court, and it was not strange that the grand jury named by them rejected the bill against College. The prisoner was therefore sent to Oxford, where the treason was said to have been committed. Lord Norris, a courtier, was sheriff of the county, and the inhabitants were, in general, devoted to the court party. A jury was named, consisting entirely of royalists; and though they were men of credit and character, yet such was the factious rage which prevailed, that little justice could be expected by the prisoner. Some papers, containing hints and directions for his defence, were taken from him, as he was conducted to his trial; an iniquity which some pretended to justify by alleging that a like violence had been practised against a prisoner daring the fury of the popish plot. Such wild notes of retaliation were at that time propagated by the court party. The witnesses produced against College were Dugdale, Turberville, Haynes, Smith, men who had before given evidence against the Catholics, and whom the jury, for that very reason, regarded as the most perjured villains. College, though beset with so many toils, and oppressed with so many iniquities, defended himself with spirit, courage, capacity, presence of mind; and he invalidated the evidence of the crown by convincing arguments and undoubted testimony. Yet did the jury, after half an hour's deliberation, bring in a verdict against him. The inhuman spectators received the verdict with a shout of applause, but the prisoner was nowise dismayed. At his execution, he maintained the same manly fortitude, and still denied the crime imputed to him. His whole conduct and demeanor prove him to have been a man led astray only by the fury of the times, and to have been governed by an honest but indiscreet zeal for his country and his religion. Thus the two parties, actuated by mutual rage, but cooped up within the narrow limits of the law, levelled with poisoned daggers the most deadly blows against each other's breast, and buried in their factious divisions all regard to truth, honor, and humanity. End of Section 30, Chapter 68, Part 4. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 31 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 31, Chapter 69, Part 1. Chapter 69, Charles II. When the cabal entered into the mysterious alliance with France, they took care to remove the Duke of Ormond from the Committee of Foreign Affairs; and nothing tended further to increase the national jealousy entertained against the new measures, than to see a man of so much loyalty, as well as probity and honor, excluded from public councils. They had even so great interest with the king as to get Ormond recalled from the government of Ireland; and Lord Robarts, afterwards Earl of Radnor, succeeded him in that important employment. Lord Berkeley succeeded Robarts, and the Earl of Essex Berkeley. At last, in the year 1677, Charles cast his eye again upon Ormond, whom he had so long neglected, and sent him over lieutenant to Ireland. "I have done every thing," said the king, "to disoblige that man, but it is not in my power to make him my enemy." Ormond, during his disgrace, had never joined the malcontents, nor encouraged those clamors which, with too much reason, but often for bad purposes, were raised against the king's measures. He even thought it his duty regularly, though with dignity, to pay his court at Whitehall, and to prove that his attachments were founded on gratitude, inclination, and principle, not on any temporary advantages. All the expressions which dropped from him, while neglected by the court, showed more of good humor than any prevalence of spleen and indignation. "I can do you no service," said he to his friends. "I have only the power left by my applications to do you some hurt." When Colonel Cary Dillon solicited him to second his pretensions for an office, and urged that he had no friends but God and his grace, "Alas, poor Cary," replied the duke, "I pity thee. Thou couldst not have two friends that possess less interest at court." "I am thrown by," said he, on another occasion, "like an old rusty clock; yet even that neglected machine, twice in 24 hours, points right." On such occasions, when Ormond, from decency, paid his attention at court, the king, equally ashamed to show him civility and to neglect him, was abashed and confounded. "Sir," said the profligate Buckingham, "I wish to know whether it be the Duke of Ormond that is out of favor with your majesty, or your majesty with the Duke of Ormond? For of the two, you seem the most out of countenance." When Charles found it his interest to show favor to the old royalist and to the church of England, Ormond, who was much revered by that whole party, could not fail of recovering, together with the government of Ireland, his former credit and authority. His administration, when lord lieutenant, corresponded to the general tenor of his life, and tended equally to promote the interest of prince and people, of Protestant and Catholic. Ever firmly attached to the established religion, he was able, even during those jealous times, to escape suspicion, though he gratified not vulgar prejudices by any persecution of the Popish party. He increased the revenue of Ireland to £300,000 a year. He maintained a regular army of 10,000 men. He supported a well-disciplined militia of 20,000. And though the act of settlement had so far been infringed, that Catholics were permitted to live in corporate towns, they were guarded with so careful an eye, that the most timorous Protestant never apprehended any danger from them. The chief object of Essex's ambition was to return to the station of lord lieutenant, where he had behaved with honor and integrity. Shaftesbury and Buckingham bore an extreme hatred to Ormond, both from personal and party considerations. The great aim of the anti-courtiers was to throw reflections on every part of the king's government. It could be no surprise, therefore, to the lord lieutenant to learn, that his administration was attacked in parliament, particularly by Shaftesbury; but he had the satisfaction, at the same time, to hear of the keen, though polite defence made by his son, the generous Ossory. After justifying several particulars of Ormond's administration against that intriguing patriot, Ossory proceeded in the following words: "Having spoken of what the lord lieutenant has done, I presume with the same truth to tell your lordships what he has not done. He has never advised the breaking of the Triple League. He never advised the shutting up of the Exchequer. He never advised the declaration for a toleration. He never advised the falling out with the Dutch and the joining with France. He was not the author of that most excellent position, delenda est Carthago, that Holland, a Protestant country, should, contrary to the true interest of England, be totally destroyed. I beg that your lordships will be so just as to judge of my father and all men according to their actions and their counsels." These few sentences, pronounced by a plain, gallant soldier, noted for probity, had a surprising effect upon the audience, and confounded all the rhetoric of his eloquent and factious adversary. The Prince of Orange, who esteemed the former character as much as he despised the latter, could not forbear congratulating by letter the Earl of Ossory on this new species of victory which he had obtained. Ossory, though he ever kept at a distance from faction, was the most popular man in the kingdom; though he never made any compliance with the corrupt views of the court, was beloved and respected by the king. A universal grief appeared on his death, which happened about this time, and which the populace, as is usual wherever they are much affected, foolishly ascribe to poison. Ormond bore the loss with patience and dignity, though he ever retained a pleasing, however melancholy, sense of the signal merit of Ossory. "I would not exchange my dead son," said he, "for any living son in Christendom." These particularities may appear a digression, but it is with pleasure, I own, that I relax myself for a moment in the contemplation of these humane and virtuous characters, amidst that scene of fury and faction, fraud and violence, in which at present our narration has unfortunately engaged us. Besides the general interest of the country party to decry the conduct of all the king's ministers, the prudent and peaceable administration of Ormond was in a particular manner displeasing to them. In England, where the Catholics were scarcely 1 to 100, means had been found to excite a universal panic, on account of insurrections and even massacres projected by that sect; and it could not but seem strange that in Ireland, where they exceeded the Protestants 6 to 1, there should no symptoms appear of any combination or conspiracy. Such an incident, when duly considered, might even in England shake the credit of the plot, and diminish the authority of those leaders who had so long, with such industry, inculcated the belief of it on the nation. Rewards, therefore, were published in Ireland to any that would bring intelligence or become witnesses; and some profligates were sent over to that kingdom with a commission to seek out evidence against the Catholics. Under pretence of searching for arms or papers, they broke into houses and plundered them. They threw innocent men into prison, and took bribes for their release. And after all their diligence, it was with difficulty that that country, commonly fertile enough in witnesses, could furnish them with any fit for their purpose. At last one Fitzgerald appeared, followed by Ivy, Sanson, Dennis, Bourke, 2 Macnamaras, and some others. These men were immediately sent over to England; and though they possessed neither characters sufficient to gain belief even for truth, nor sense to invent a credible falsehood, they were caressed, rewarded, supported, and recommended by the Earl of Shaftesbury. Oliver Plunket, the titular primate of Ireland, a man of peaceable dispositions, was condemned and executed upon such testimony; and the Oxford parliament entered so far into the matter as to vote that they were entirely satisfied in the reality of the horrid and damnable Irish plot. But such decisions, though at first regarded as infallible, had now lost much of their authority, and the public still remained somewhat indifferent and incredulous. After the dissolution of the parliament and the subsequent victory of the royalists, Shaftesbury's evidences, with Turberville, Smith, and others, addressed themselves to the ministers, and gave information of high treason against their former patron. It is sufficiently scandalous that intelligence conveyed by such men should have been attended to; but there is some reason to think, that the court agents, nay, the ministers, nay, the king himself, went further, and were active in endeavoring, though in vain, to find more reputable persons to support the blasted credit of the Irish witnesses. Shaftesbury was committed to prison, and his indictment was presented to the grand jury. The new sheriffs of London, Shute and Pilkington, were engaged as deeply as their predecessors in the country party, and they took care to name a jury devoted to the same cause; a precaution quite necessary, when it was scarcely possible to find men indifferent or attached to neither party. As far as swearing could go, the treason was clearly proved against Shaftesbury, or rather so clearly as to merit no kind of credit or attention. That veteran leader of a party, inured from his early youth to faction and intrigue, to cabals and conspiracies, was represented as opening, without reserve, his treasonable intentions to these obscure banditti, and throwing out such violent and outrageous reproaches upon the king, as none but men of low education, like themselves, could be supposed to employ. The draft of an association, it is true, against Popery and the duke, was found in Shaftesbury's cabinet, and dangerous inferences might be drawn from many clauses of that paper. But it did not appear that it had been framed by Shaftesbury, or so much as approved by him. And as projects of an association had been proposed in parliament, it was very natural for this nobleman, or his correspondents, to be thinking of some plan which it might be proper to lay before that assembly. The grand jury, therefore, after weighing all these circumstances, rejected the indictment; and the people who attended the hall testified their joy by the loudest acclamations, which were echoed throughout the whole city. About this time a scheme of oppression was laid in Scotland after a manner still more flagrant, against a nobleman much less obnoxious than Shaftesbury; and as that country was reduced to a state of almost total subjection, the project had the good fortune to succeed. The Earl of Argyle, from his youth, had distinguished himself by his loyalty and his attachment to the royal family. Though his father was head of the Covenanters, he himself refused to concur in any of their measures; and when a commission of colonel was given him by the Convention of States, he forbore to act upon it till it should be ratified by the king. By his respectful behavior, as well as by his services, he made himself acceptable to Charles when that prince was in Scotland; and even after the battle of Worcester, all the misfortunes which attended the royal cause could not engage him to desert it. Under Middleton, he obstinately persevered to harass and infest the victorious English; and it was not till he received orders from that general, that he would submit to accept of a capitulation. Such jealousy of his loyal attachments was entertained by the commonwealth and protector, that a pretence was soon after fallen upon to commit him to prison, and his confinement was rigorously continued till the Restoration. The king, sensible of his services, had remitted to him his father's forfeiture, and created him Earl of Argyle; and when a most unjust sentence was passed upon him by the Scottish parliament, Charles had anew remitted it. In the subsequent part of this reign, Argyle behaved himself dutifully; and though he seemed not disposed to go all lengths with the court, he always appeared, even in his opposition, to be a man of mild dispositions and peaceable deportment. A parliament was summoned at Edinburgh this summer, and the duke was appointed commissioner. Besides granting money to the king and voting the indefeasible right of succession, this parliament enacted a test which all persons possessed of offices, civil, military, or ecclesiastical, were bound to take. In this test the king's supremacy was asserted, the covenant renounced, passive obedience assented to, and all obligations disclaimed of endeavoring any alteration in civil or ecclesiastical establishments. This was the state of the test, as proposed by the courtiers. But the country party proposed also to insert a clause, which could not with decency be refused, expressing the person's adherence to the Protestant religion. The whole was of an enormous length, considered as an oath; and what was worse, a confession of faith was there ratified, which had been imposed a little after the Reformation, and which contained many articles altogether forgotten by the parliament and nation. Among others, the doctrine of resistance was inculcated; so that the test, being voted in a hurry, was found on examination to be a medley of contradiction and absurdity. Several persons, the most attached to the crown, scrupled to take it. The bishops and many of the clergy remonstrated. The Earl of Queensberry refused to swear except he might be allowed to add an explanation; and even the privy council thought it necessary to publish, for general satisfaction, a solution of some difficulties attending the test. Though the courtiers could not reject the clause of adhering to the Protestant religion, They proposed, as a necessary mark of respect, that all princes of the blood should be exempted from taking the oath. This exception was zealously opposed by Argyle, who observed, that the sole danger to be dreaded for the Protestant religion must proceed from the perversion of the royal family. By insisting on such topics, he drew on himself the secret indignation of the duke, of which be soon felt the fatal consequences. When Argyle took the test as a privy councillor, he subjoined, in the duke's presence, an explanation, which he had beforehand communicated to that prince, and which he believed to have been approved by him. It was in these words: "I have considered the test, and am very desirous of giving obedience as far as I can. I am confident that the parliament never intended to impose contradictory oaths. Therefore I think no man can explain it but for himself. Accordingly, I take it as far as it is consistent with itself and the Protestant religion. And I do declare, that I mean not to bind myself, in my station, and in a lawful way, from wishing and endeavoring any alteration which I think to the advantage of church or state, and not repugnant to the Protestant religion and my loyalty. And this I understand as a part of my oath." The duke, as was natural, heard these words with great tranquillity. No one took the least offence. Argyle was admitted to sit that day in council; and it was impossible to imagine that a capital offence had been committed, where occasion seemed not to have been given so much as for a frown or reprimand. Argyle was very much surprised, a few days after, to find that a warrant was issued for committing him to prison, that he was indicted for high treason, leasing making, and perjury, and that from these innocent words an accusation was extracted, by which he was to forfeit honors, life, and fortune. It is needless to enter into particulars where the iniquity of the whole is so apparent. Though the sword of justice was displayed, even her semblance was not put on, and the forms alone of law were preserved in order to sanctify, or rather aggravate, the oppression. Of 5 judges, 3 did not scruple to find the guilt of treason and leasing making to have been incurred by the prisoner. A jury of 15 noblemen gave verdict against him, and the king, being consulted, ordered the sentence to be pronounced, but the execution of it to be suspended till further orders. It was pretended by the duke and his creatures, that Argyle's life and fortune were not in any danger, and that the sole reason for pushing the trial to such extremities against him was, in order to make him renounce some hereditary jurisdictions, which gave his family a dangerous authority in the Highlands, and obstructed the course of public justice. But allowing the end to be justifiable, the means were infamous, and such as were incompatible, not only with a free, but a civilized government. Argyle had therefore no reason to trust any longer to the justice or mercy of such enemies. He made his escape from prison, and till he should find a ship for Holland, he concealed himself during some time in London. The king heard of his lurking place, but would not allow him to be arrested. All the parts, however, of his sentence, as far as the government in Scotland had power, were rigorously executed. His estate confiscated, his arms reversed and torn. It would seem that the genuine passion for liberty was at this time totally extinguished in Scotland. There was only preserved a spirit of mutiny and sedition, encouraged by a mistaken zeal for religion. Cameron and Cargill, 2 furious preachers, went a step beyond all their brethren. They publicly excommunicated the king for his tyranny and his breach of the covenant, and they renounced all allegiance to him. Cameron was killed by the troops in an action at Ayers Moss. Cargill was taken and hanged. Many of their followers were tried and convicted. Their lives were offered them if they would say, "God save the king," but they would only agree to pray for his repentance. This obstinacy was much insisted on as an apology for the rigors of the administration; but if duly considered, it will rather afford reason for a contrary inference. Such unhappy delusion is an object rather of commiseration than of anger; and it is almost impossible that men could have been carried to such a degree of frenzy unless provoked by a long train of violence and oppression. As the king was master in England, and no longer dreaded the clamors of the country party, he permitted the duke to pay him a visit, and was soon after prevailed on to allow of his return to England, and of his bearing a part in the administration. The duke went to Scotland, in order to bring up his family and settle the government of that country, and he chose to take his passage by sea. The ship struck on a sandbank, and was lost. The duke escaped in the barge; and it is pretended that, while many persons of rank and quality were drowned, and amongst the rest Hyde, his brother-in-law, he was very careful to save several of his dogs and priests; for these two species of favorites are coupled together by some writers. It has likewise been asserted, that the barge might safely have held more persons, and that some who swam to it were thrust off, and even their hands cut, in order to disengage them. But every action of every eminent person during this period is so liable to be misinterpreted and misrepresented by faction, that we ought to be very cautious in passing judgment on too slight evidence. It is remarkable, that the sailors on board the ship, though they felt themselves sinking and saw inevitable death before their eyes, yet, as soon as they observed the duke to be in safety, gave a loud shout in testimony of their joy and satisfaction. End of Section 31, Chapter 69, Part 1. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 32 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 32, Chapter 69, Part 2. The duke during his abode in Scotland had behaved with great civility towards the gentry and nobility, and by his courtly demeanor had much won upon their affections. But his treatment of the enthusiasts was still somewhat rigorous, and in many instances he appeared to be a man of a severe, if not an unrelenting temper. It is even asserted that he sometimes assisted at the torture of criminals, and looked on with tranquillity, as if he were considering some curious experiment. He left the authority in the hands of the Earl of Aberdeen, chancellor, and the Earl of Queensberry, treasurer. A very arbitrary spirit appeared in their administration. A gentleman of the name of Weir was tried, because he had kept company with one who had been in rebellion, though that person had never been marked out by process or proclamation. The inferences upon which Weir was condemned, for a prosecution by the government and a condemnation were in Scotland the same thing, hung upon each other after the following manner. No man, it was supposed, could have been in a rebellion without being exposed to suspicion in the neighborhood. If the neighborhood had suspected him, it was to be presumed that each individual had likewise heard of the grounds of suspicion. Every man was bound to declare to the government his suspicion against every man, and to avoid the company of traitors. To fail in this duty was to participate in the treason. The conclusion, on the whole, was, you have conversed with a rebel, therefore you are yourself a rebel. A reprieve was with some difficulty procured for Weir, but it was seriously determined to make use of the precedent. Courts of judicature were erected in the southern and western counties, and a strict inquisition carried on against this new species of crime. The term of 3 years was appointed for the continuance of these courts, after which an indemnity was promised. Whoever would take the test was instantly entitled to the benefit of this indemnity. The Presbyterians, alarmed with such tyranny, from which no man could deem himself safe, began to think of leaving the country, and some of their agents were sent to England, in order to treat with the proprietors of Carolina for a settlement in that colony. Any addition seemed preferable to living in their native country, which, by the prevalence of persecution and violence, was become as insecure to them as a den of robbers. Above 2,000 persons were outlawed on the pretence of their conversing or having intercourse with rebels, and they were continually hunted in their retreat by soldiers, spies, informers, and oppressive magistrates. It was usual to put ensnaring questions to people living peaceably in their own houses, such as, "Will you renounce the covenant? Do you esteem the rising at Bothwell to be rebellion? Was the killing of the archbishop of St. Andrews murder?" And when the poor deluded creatures refused to answer, capital punishments were inflicted on them. Even women were brought to the gibbet for this pretended crime. A number of fugitives, rendered frantic by oppression, had published a seditious declaration, renouncing allegiance to Charles Stuart, whom they called, as they, for their parts, had indeed some reason to esteem him, a tyrant. This incident afforded the privy council a pretence for an unusual kind of oppression. Soldiers were dispersed over the country, and power was given to all commission officers, even the lowest, to oblige every one they met with to abjure the declaration, and, upon refusal, instantly, without further questions, to shoot the delinquent. It were endless, as well as shocking, to enumerate all the instances of persecution, or, in other words, of absurd tyranny, which at that time prevailed in Scotland. One of them, however, is so singular that I cannot forbear relating it. 3 women were seized, and the customary oath was tendered to them, by which they were to abjure the seditious declaration above mentioned. They all refused, and were condemned to a capital punishment by drowning. One of them was an elderly woman. The other 2 were young, one 18 years of age, the other only 13. Even these violent persecutors were ashamed to put the youngest to death; but the other 2 were conducted to the place of execution, and were tied to stakes within the sea mark at low water, a contrivance which rendered their death lingering and dreadful. The elderly woman was placed farthest in, and by the rising of the waters was first suffocated. The younger, partly terrified with a view of her companion's death, partly subdued by the entreaty of her friends, was prevailed with to say, "God save the king." Immediately the spectators called out that she had submitted, and she was loosened from the stake. Major Winram, the officer who guarded the execution, again required her to sign the abjuration; and upon her refusal, he ordered her instantly to be plunged in the water, where she was suffocated. The severity of the administration in Scotland is in part to be ascribed to the duke's temper, to whom the king had consigned over the government of that country, and who gave such attention to affairs as to allow nothing of moment to escape him. Even the government of England, from the same cause, began to be somewhat infected with the same severity. The duke's credit was great at court. Though neither so much beloved nor esteemed as the king, he was more dreaded; and thence an audience more exact, as well as a submission more obsequious, was paid to him. The saying of Waller was remarked, that Charles, in spite to the parliament, who had determined that the duke should not succeed him, was resolved that he should reign even in his lifetime. The king, however, who loved to maintain a balance in his councils, still supported Halifax, whom he created a marquis, and made privy seal, though ever in opposition to the duke. This man, who possessed the finest genius and the most extensive capacity of all employed in public affairs during the present reign, affected a species of neutrality between the parties, and was esteemed the head of that small body known by the denomination of trimmers. This conduct, which is more natural to men of integrity than of ambition, could not, however, procure him the former character, and he was always, with reason, regarded as an intriguer rather than a patriot. Sunderland, who had promoted the exclusion bill, and who had been displaced on that account, was again, with the duke's consent, brought into the administration. The extreme duplicity, at least variableness, of this man's conduct through the whole course of his life, made it be suspected that it was by the king's direction he had mixed with the country party. Hyde, created earl of Rochester, was first commissioner of the treasury, and was entirely in the duke's interests. The king himself was obliged to act as head of a party, a disagreeable situation for a prince, and always the source of much injustice and oppression. He knew how obnoxious the dissenters were to the church, and he resolved, contrary to the maxims of toleration which he had hitherto supported in England, to gratify his friends by the persecution of his enemies. The laws against conventicles were now rigorously executed, an expedient which, the king knew, would diminish neither the numbers nor influence of the nonconformists, and which is therefore to be deemed more the result of passion than of policy. Scarcely any persecution serves the intended purpose, but such as amounts to a total extermination. Though the king's authority made every day great advances, it still met with considerable obstacles, chiefly from the city, which was entirely in the hands of the malcontents. The juries, in particular, named by the sheriffs, were not likely to be impartial judges between the crown and the people. And after the experiments already made in the case of Shaftesbury and that of College, treason, it was apprehended, might there be committed with impunity. There could not, therefore, be a more important service to the court than to put affairs upon a different footing. Sir John Moore, the mayor, was gained by Secretary Jenkins, and encouraged to insist upon the customary privilege of his office of naming one of the sheriffs. Accordingly, when the time of election came, he drank to North, a Levant merchant, who accepted of that expensive office. The country party said, that, being lately returned from Turkey, he was, on account of his recent experience, better qualified to serve the purposes of the court. A poll was opened for the election of another sheriff, and here began the contest. The majority of the common hall, headed by the two sheriffs of the former year, refused to acknowledge the mayor's right of appointing one sheriff, but insisted that both must be elected by the livery. Papillon and Dubois were the persons whom the country party agreed to elect. Box was pointed out by the courtiers. The poll was opened, but as the mayor would not allow the election to proceed for two vacancies, the sheriffs and he separated, and each carried on the poll apart. The country party, who voted with the sheriffs for Papillon and Dubois, were much more numerous than those who voted with the mayor for Box. But as the mayor insisted that his poll was the only legal one, he declared Box to be duly elected. All difficulties, however, were not surmounted. Box, apprehensive of the consequences which might attend so dubious an election, fined off, and the mayor found it necessary to proceed to a new choice. When the matter was proposed to the common hall, a loud cry was raised, "No election! No election!" The two sheriffs already elected, Papillon and Dubois, were insisted on as the only legal magistrates. But as the mayor still maintained that Box alone had been legally chosen, and that it was now requisite to supply his place, he opened books anew; and during the tumult and confusion of the citizens, a few of the mayor's partisans elected Rich, unknown to and unheeded by the rest of the livery. North and Rich were accordingly sworn in sheriffs for the ensuing year; but it was necessary to send a guard of the train bands to protect them in entering upon their office. A new mayor of the court party was soon after chosen, by means, as is pretended, still more violent and irregular. Thus the country party were dislodged from their stronghold in the city, where, ever since the commencement of factions in the English government, they had, without interruption, almost without molestation, maintained a superiority. It had been happy, had the partialities hitherto objected to juries been corrected, without giving place to partialities of an opposite kind. But in the present distracted state of the nation, an equitable neutrality was almost impossible to be attained. The court and church party, who were now named on juries, made justice subservient to their factious views, and the king had a prospect of obtaining full revenge on his enemies. It was not long before the effects of these alterations were seen. When it was first reported that the duke intended to leave Scotland, Pilkington, at that time sheriff, a very violent man, had broken out in these terms: "He has already burned the city, and he is now coming to cut all our throats." For these scandalous expressions, the duke sued Pilkington, and enormous damages, to the amount of 100,000 pounds, were decreed him. By law of England, ratified in the Great Charter, no fine or damages ought to extend to the total ruin of a criminal. Sir Patience Ward, formerly mayor, who gave evidence for Pilkington, was sued for perjury, and condemned to the pillory. A severe sentence, and sufficient to deter all witnesses from appearing in favor of those who were prosecuted by the court. But though the crown had obtained so great a victory in the city, it was not quite decisive, and the contest might be renewed every year at the election of magistrates. An important project, therefore, was formed, not only to make the king master of the city, but by that precedent to gain him uncontrolled influence in all the corporations of England, and thereby give the greatest wound to the legal constitution, which the most powerful and most arbitrary monarchs had ever yet been able to inflict. A writ of quo warranto was issued against the city, that is, an inquiry into the validity of its charter. It was pretended that the city had forfeited all its privileges, and ought to be declared no longer a corporation, on account of two offences which the court of aldermen and common council had committed. After the great fire in 1666, all the markets had been rebuilt, and had been fitted up with many conveniences; and, in order to defray the expense, the magistrates had imposed a small toll on goods brought to market. In the year 1679, they had addressed the king against the prorogation of parliament, and had employed the following terms: "Your petitioners are greatly surprised at the late prorogation, whereby the prosecution of the public justice of the kingdom, and the making of necessary provisions for the preservation of your majesty and your Protestant subjects, have received interruption." These words were pretended to contain a scandalous reflection on the king and his measures. The cause of the city was defended against the attorney and solicitor generals by Treby and Pollexfen. These last pleaded that, since the foundation of the monarchy, no corporation had ever yet been exposed to forfeiture, and the thing itself implied an absurdity, that a corporation, as such, was incapable of all crime or offense, and none were answerable for any iniquity but the persons themselves who committed it; that the members, in choosing magistrates, had entrusted them with legal powers only, and where the magistrates exceeded these powers, their acts were void, but could never involve the body itself in any criminal imputation; that such had ever been the practice of England, except at the Reformation, when the monasteries were abolished. But this was an extraordinary case, and it was even thought necessary to ratify afterwards the whole transaction by act of parliament. That corporate bodies, framed for public good, and calculated for perpetual duration, ought not to be annihilated for the temporary faults of their members, who might themselves, without hurting the community, be questioned for their offences. that even a private estate, if entailed, could not be forfeited to the crown on account of treason committed by the tenant for life, but, upon his demise, went to the next in remainder. That the offences objected to the city, far from deserving so severe a punishment, were not ever worthy of the smallest reprehension. That all corporations were invested with the power of making bylaws, and the smallest borough in England had ever been allowed to carry the exercise of this power further than London had done in the instance complained of. That the city, having, at its own expense, repaired the markets, which were built too on its own estate, might as lawfully claim a small recompense from such as brought commodities thither, as a man might require rent for a house of which he was possessed. That those who disliked the condition might abstain from the market, and whoever paid, had done it voluntarily. That it was an avowed right of the subjects to petition, nor had the city in their address abused this privilege, that the king himself had often declared. The parliament often, it is evident, could not be fully prosecuted but in a parliamentary manner. That the impeachment of the popish lords was certainly obstructed by the frequent prorogations, as was also the enacting of necessary laws and providing for the defense of the nation. That the loyalty of the city, no less than their regard to self-preservation, might prompt them to frame the petition, since it was acknowledged that the king's life was every moment exposed to the most imminent danger from the popish conspiracy. That the city had not accused the king of obstructing justice, much less of having any such intention, since it was allowed that evil counsellors were alone answerable for all the pernicious consequences of any measure; and that it was unaccountable that two public deeds, which had not, during so long a time, subjected to any, even the smallest penalty, the persons guilty of them should now be punished so severely upon the corporation, which always was and always must be innocent. It is evident that those who would apologize for the measures of the court must, in this case, found their arguments, not on law, but reasons of state. The judges, therefore, who condemn the city, are inexcusable, since the sole object of their determinations must ever be the pure principles of justice and equity. But the office of judge was at that time held during pleasure, and it was impossible that any cause, where the court bent its force, could ever be carried against it. After sentence was pronounced, the city applied in a humble manner to the king, and he agreed to restore their charter; but, in return, they were obliged to submit to the following regulations, that no mayor, sheriff, recorder, common sergeant, town clerk, or coroner should be admitted to the exercise of his office without his majesty's approbation; that if the king disapproved twice of the mayor or sheriffs elected, he may by commission appoint these magistrates; that the mayor and court of aldermen may, with his majesty's leave, displace any magistrate; and that no alderman, in case of a vacancy, shall be elected without consent of the court of aldermen, who, if they disapprove twice of the choice, may fill the vacancy. All the corporations in England, having the example of London before their eyes, saw how vain it would prove to contend with the court, and were, most of them, successively induced to surrender their charters into the king's hands. Considerable sums were exacted for restoring the charters, and all offices of power and profit were left at the disposal of the crown. It seems strange that the independent royalists, who never meant to make the crown absolute, should yet be so elated with the victory obtained over their adversaries, as to approve of a precedent which left no national privileges in security, but enabled the king, under like pretenses, and by means of like instruments, to recall anew all those charters which at present he was pleased to grant. And every friend to liberty must allow, that the nation, whose constitution was thus broken in the shock of faction, had a right, by every prudent expedient, to recover that security of which it was so unhappily bereaved. Section 32. Chapter 69, Part 2. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 33 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 33, Chapter 69, Part 3. While so great a faction adhered to the crown, it is apparent that resistance, however justifiable, could never be prudent, and all wise men saw no expedient but peaceably to submit to the present grievances. There was, however, a party of malcontents, so turbulent in their disposition that, even before this last iniquity, which laid the whole constitution at the mercy of the king, they had meditated plans of resistance, at a time when it could be as little justifiable as prudent. In the spring of 1681, a little before the Oxford Parliament, the king was seized with a fit of sickness at Windsor, which gave great alarm to the public. The Duke of Monmouth, Lord Russell, Lord Grey, instigated by the restless Shaftesbury, had agreed, in case the king's sickness should prove mortal, to rise in arms, and to oppose the succession of the duke. Charles recovered, but these dangerous projects were not laid aside. The same conspirators, together with Essex and Salisbury, were determined to continue the Oxford Parliament, after the king, as was daily expected, should dissolve it; and they engaged some leaders among the commons in the same desperate measure. They went so far as to detain several lords in the house, under pretence of signing a protest against rejecting Fitzharris's impeachment. But hearing that the commons had broken up in great consternation, they were likewise obliged at last to separate. Shaftesbury's imprisonment and trial put an end for some time to these machinations, and it was not till the new sheriffs were imposed on the city that they were revived. The leaders of the country party began then to apprehend themselves in imminent danger, and they were well pleased to find that the citizens were struck with the same terror, and were thence inclined to undertake the most perilous enterprises. Besides the city, the gentry and nobility in several counties of England were solicited to rise in arms. Monmouth engaged the Earl of Macclesfield, Lord Brandon, Sir Gilbert Gerard, and other gentlemen in Cheshire. Lord Russell fixed a correspondence with Sir William Courtenay, Sir Francis Rolls, Sir Francis Drake, who promised to raise the West; and Trenchard in particular, who had interest in the disaffected town of Taunton, assured him of considerable assistance from that neighborhood. Shaftesbury and his emissary Ferguson, an independent clergyman and restless plotter, managed the correspondence in the city, upon which the confederates chiefly relied. The whole train was ready to take fire, but was prevented by the caution of Lord Russell, who induced Monmouth to delay the enterprise. Shaftesbury, in the meantime, was so much affected with the sense of his danger, that he had left his house, and secretly lurked in the city, meditating all those desperate schemes which disappointed revenge and ambition could inspire. He exclaimed loudly against delay, and represented to his confederates, that having gone so far, and entrusted the secret into so many hands, there was no safety for them but in a bold and desperate prosecution of their purpose. The projects were therefore renewed. Meetings of the conspirators were appointed in different houses, particularly in Shephard's, an eminent wine merchant in the city. The plan of an insurrection was laid in London, Cheshire, Devonshire, and Bristol. The several places of rendezvous in the city were concerted, and all the operations fixed. The state of the guards was even viewed by Monmouth and Armstrong, and an attack on them pronounced practicable. A declaration to justify the enterprise to the public was read and agreed to, and every circumstance seemed now to render an insurrection unavoidable, when a new delay was procured by Trenchard, who declared that the rising in the west could not for some weeks be in sufficient forwardness. Shaftesbury was enraged at these perpetual cautions and delays in an enterprise which, he thought, nothing but courage and celerity could render effectual. He threatened to commence the insurrection with his friends in the city alone, and he boasted that he had 10,000 brisk boys, as he called them, who, on a motion of his finger, were ready to fly to arms. Monmouth, Russell, and the other conspirators were during some time in apprehensions, lest despair should push him into some dangerous measure, when they heard that, after a long combat between fear and rage, he had at last abandoned all hopes of success, and had retired to Holland. He lived in a private manner at Amsterdam, and for greater security desired to be admitted into the magistracy of that city. But his former violent counsels against the Dutch commonwealth were remembered, and all applications from him were rejected. He died soon after, and his end gave no sorrow to his friends, nor joy to his enemies. His furious temper, notwithstanding his capacity, had done great injury to the cause in which he was engaged. The violences and iniquities which he suggested and encouraged were greater than even faction itself could endure; and men could not forbear sometimes recollecting that the same person who had become so zealous a patriot was once a most prostitute courtier. It is remarkable that this man, whose principles and conducts were in all other respects so exceptionable, proved an excellent chancellor, and that all his decrees, while he possessed that high office, were equally remarkable for justness and for integrity. So difficult is it to find in history a character either wholly bad or perfectly good, though the prejudices of party make writers run easily into the extremes both of panegyric and of satire. After Shaftesbury's departure, the conspirators found some difficulty in renewing the correspondence with the city malcontents, who had been accustomed to depend solely on that nobleman. Their common hopes, however, as well as common fears, made them at least have recourse to each other, and a regular project of an insurrection was again formed. A council of 6 was erected, consisting of Monmouth, Russell, Essex, Howard, Algernon Sidney, and John Hambden, grandson of the great parliamentary leader. These men entered into an agreement with Argyle and the Scottish malcontents, who engaged, that, upon the payment of 10,000 for the purchase of arms in Holland, they would bring the Covenanters into the field. Insurrections likewise were anew projected in Cheshire and the West, as well as in the city; and some meetings of the leaders were held, in order to reduce these projects into form. The conspirators differed extremely in their views. Sidney was passionate for a commonwealth. Essex had embraced the same project. But Monmouth had entertained hopes of acquiring the crown for himself. Russell, as well as Hambden, was much attached to the ancient constitution, and intended only the exclusion of the duke and the redress of grievances. Lord Howard was a man of no principle, and was ready to embrace any party which his immediate interest should recommend to him. But notwithstanding this difference of characters and of views, their common hatred of the duke and the present administration united them in one party, and the dangerous experiment of an insurrection was fully resolved on. While these schemes were concerting among the leaders, there was an inferior order of conspirators who held frequent meetings, and, together with the insurrection, carried on projects quite unknown to Monmouth and the cabal of 6. Among these men were Colonel Rumsey, an old republican officer, who had distinguished himself in Portugal, and had been recommended to the king by Mareschal Schomberg; Lieutenant Colonel Walcott, likewise a republican officer; Goodenough, under sheriff of London, a zealous and noted party man; West, Tyler, Norton, Aloff, lawyers; Ferguson, Rouse, Hone, Keeling, Holloway, Bourne, Lee, Rumbald. Most of these last were merchants of tradesmen, and the only persons of this confederacy who had access to the leaders of the party were Rumsey and Ferguson. When these men met together, they indulged themselves in the most desperate and most criminal discourse. They frequently mentioned the assassination of the king and the duke, to which they had given the familiar appellation of lopping. They even went so far as to have thought of a scheme for that purpose. Rumbald, who was a maltster, possessed a farm called the Rye House, which lay on the road to Newmarket, whither the king commonly went once a year for the diversion of the races. A plan of this farm had been laid before some of the conspirators by Rumbald, who showed them how easy it would be, by overturning a cart, to stop at that place the king's coach, while they might fire upon him from the hedges, and be enabled afterwards, through by lanes and across the fields, to make their escape. But though the plausibility of this scheme gave great pleasure to the conspirators, no concerted design was as yet laid, nor any men, horses, or arms provided. The whole was little more than loose discourse, the overflowings of their zeal and rancor. The house in which the king lived at Newmarket took fire accidentally, and he was obliged to leave that place 8 days sooner than he intended. To this circumstance his safety was afterwards ascribed, when the conspiracy was detected, and the court party could not sufficiently admire the wise dispensations of Providence. It is indeed certain, that as the king had thus unexpectedly left Newmarket, he was worse attended than usual, and Rumbald informed his confederates with regret what a fine opportunity was thus unfortunately lost. Among the conspirators I have mentioned Keeling, a salter in London. This man had been engaged in a bold measure of arresting the mayor of London, at the suit of Papillon and Dubois, the outed sheriffs; and being liable to prosecution for that action, he thought it safest to purchase a pardon by revealing the conspiracy, in which he was deeply concerned. He brought to Secretary Jenkins intelligence of the assassination plot; but as he was a single evidence, the secretary, whom many false plots had probably rendered incredulous, scrupled to issue warrants for the commitment of so great a number of persons. Keeling, therefore, in order to fortify his testimony, engaged his brother in treasonable discourse with Goodenough, one of the conspirators; and Jenkins began now to give more attention to the intelligence. The conspirators had got some hint of the danger in which they were involved, and all of them concealed themselves. One person alone, of the name of Barber, an instrument maker, was seized; and as his confession concurred in many particulars with Keeling's information, the affair seemed to be put out of all question, and a more diligent search was everywhere made after the conspirators. West, the lawyer, and Colonel Rumsey, finding the perils to which they were exposed in endeavoring to escape, resolved to save their own lives at the expense of their companions; and they surrendered themselves with an intention of becoming evidence. West could do little more than confirm the testimony of Keeling with regard to the assassination plot; but Rumsey, besides giving additional confirmation of the same design, was at last, though with much difficulty, led to reveal the meetings at Shephard's. Shephard was immediately apprehended, and had not the courage to maintain fidelity to his confederates. Upon his information, orders were issued for arresting the great men engaged in the conspiracy. Monmouth absconded. Russell was sent to the Tower. Gray was arrested, but escaped from the messenger. Howard was taken while he concealed himself in a chimney; and being a man of profligate morals, as well as indigent circumstances, he scrupled not, in hopes of a pardon and a reward, to reveal the whole conspiracy. Essex, Sidney, and Hambden were immediately apprehended upon his evidence. Every day some of the conspirators were detected in their lurking places, and thrown into prison. Lieutenant Colonel Walcott was first brought to his trial. This man, who was once noted for bravery, had been so far overcome by the love of life, that he had written to Secretary Jenkins, and had offered upon promise of pardon to turn evidence. But no sooner had he taken this mean step, than he felt more generous sentiments arise in him, and he endeavored, though in vain, to conceal himself. The witnesses against him were Rumsey, West, Shephard, together with Bourne, a brewer. His own letter to the secretary was produced, and rendered the testimony of the witnesses unquestionable. Hone and Rouse were also condemned. These two men, as well as Walcot, acknowledged at their execution the justice of the sentence; and from their trial and confession, it is sufficiently apparent that the plan of an insurrection had been regularly formed, and that even the assassination had been often talked of, and not without the approbation of many of the conspirators. The condemnation of these criminals was probably intended as a preparative to the trial of Lord Russell, and served to impress the public with a thorough belief of the conspiracy, as well as a horror against it. The witnesses produced against the noble prisoner were Rumsey, Shephard, and Lord Howard. Rumsey swore, that he himself had been introduced to the cabal at Shephard's, where Russell was present, and had delivered them a message from Shaftesbury, urging them to hasten the intended insurrection, but had received for answer, that it was found necessary to delay the design, and that Shaftesbury must therefore, for some time, rest contented. This answer, he said, was delivered by Ferguson, but was assented to by the prisoner. He added, that some discourse had been entered into about taking a survey of the guards, and he thought that Monmouth, Gray, and Armstrong undertook to view them. Shephard deposed, that his house had beforehand been bespoken by Ferguson for the secret meeting of the conspirators, and that he had been careful to keep all his servants from approaching them, and had served them himself. Their discourse, he said, ran chiefly upon the means of surprising the guards, and it was agreed that Monmouth and his two friends should take a survey of them. The report which they brought next meeting was, that the guards were remiss, and that the design was practicable; but he did not affirm that any resolution was taken of executing it. The prisoner, he thought, was present at both of these meetings, but he was sure that at least he was present at one of them. A declaration, he added, had been read by Ferguson in Russell's presence. The reasons of the intended insurrection were there set forth, and all the public grievances fully displayed. Lord Howard had been one of the cabal of 6, established after Shaftesbury's flight, and 2 meetings had been held by the conspirators, one at Hampden's, another at Russell's. Howard deposed, that at the first meeting it was agreed to begin the insurrection in the country before the city. The places were fixed, the proper quantity and kind of arms agreed on, and the whole plan of operations concerted. That at the second meeting the conversation chiefly turned upon their correspondence with Argyle and the discontented Scots, and that the principal management of that affair was entrusted to Sidney, who had sent one Aaron Smith into Scotland with proper instructions. He added, that in these deliberations no question was put or votes collected, but there was no contradiction, and, as he took it, all of them, and the prisoner among the rest, gave their consent. Rumsey and Shephard were very unwilling witnesses against Lord Russell, and it appears from Gray's secret history, that, if they had pleased, they could have given a more explicit testimony against him. This reluctance, together with the difficulty in recollecting circumstances of a conversation which had passed above 8 months before, and which the persons had not at that time any intention to reveal, may beget some slight objection to their evidence. But on the whole, it was undoubtedly proved that the insurrection had been deliberated on by the prisoner, and fully resolved; the surprisal of the guards deliberated on, but not fully resolved; and that an assassination had never once been mentioned nor imagined by him. So far the matter of fact seemed certain, but still, with regard to law, there remained a difficulty, and that of an important nature. The English laws of treason, both in the manner of defining that crime and in the proof required, are the mildest and most indulgent, and consequently the most equitable that are anywhere to be found. The two chief species of treason contained in the statute of Edward III. Are the encompassing and intending of the king's death, and the actually levying of war against him. And by the law of Mary, the crime must be proved by the concurring testimony of two witnesses, to some overt act tending to these purposes. But the lawyers, partly desirous of paying court to the sovereign, partly convinced of ill consequences which might attend such narrow limitations, had introduced a greater latitude both in the proof and definition of the crime. It was not required that the two witnesses should testify to the same precise overt act. It was sufficient that they both testified some overt act of the same treason. And though this evasion may seem a subtlety, it had long prevailed in the courts of judicature, and had at last been solemnly fixed by the parliament at the trial of Lord Stafford. The lawyers had used the same freedom with the law of Edward III. They had observed that, by that statute, if a man should enter into a conspiracy for a rebellion, should even fix a correspondence with foreign powers for that purpose, should provide arms and money, yet if he were detected and no rebellion ensued, he could not be tried for treason. To prevent this inconvenience, which it had been better to remedy by a new law, they had commonly laid their indictment for intending the death of the king, and had produced the intention of rebellion as a proof of that other intention. But though this form of indictment and trial was very frequent, and many criminals had received sentence upon it, it was still considered as somewhat irregular, and was plainly confounding by a sophism two species of treason, which the statute had accurately distinguished. What made this refinement still more exceptionable was, that a law had passed soon after the Restoration, in which the consulting or the intending of a rebellion was, during Charles's lifetime, declared treason, and it was required that the prosecution should be commenced within 6 months after the crime was committed. But notwithstanding this statute, the lawyers had persevered, as they still do persevere, in the old form of indictment; and both Sir Harry Vane and Oliver Plunkett, titular primate of Ireland, had been tried by it. Such was the general horror entertained against the old republicans and the popish conspirators, that no one had murmured against this interpretation of the statute; and the lawyers thought that they might follow the precedent, even in the case of the popular and beloved Lord Russell. Russell's crime fell plainly within the statute of Charles II. But the facts sworn to by Rumsey and Shephard were beyond the 6 months required by law, and to the other facts Howard was a single witness. To make the indictment, therefore, more extensive, the intention of murdering the king was comprehended in it; and for proof of this intention, the conspiracy for raising a rebellion was assigned; and what seemed to bring the matter still nearer, the design of attacking the king's guard. End of Section 33, Chapter 69, Part 3. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 34 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 34, Chapter 69, Part 4. Russell perceived this irregularity, and desired to have the point argued by counsel. The chief justice told him, that this favor could not be granted, unless he previously confessed the facts charged upon him. The artificial confounding of the two species of treason, though a practice supported by many precedents, is the chief, but not the only hardship of which Russell had reason to complain on his trial. His defense was feeble, and he contented himself with protesting, that he never had entertained any design against the life of the king. His veracity would not allow him to deny the conspiracy for an insurrection. The jury were men of fair and reputable characters, but zealous royalists. After a short deliberation, they brought in the prisoner guilty. Applications were made to the king for a pardon. Even money, to the amount of £100,000, was offered to the Duchess of Portsmouth by the old Earl of Bedford, father to Russell. The king was inexorable. He had been extremely harassed with the violence of the country party, and he had observed that the prisoner, besides his secret designs, had always been carried to the highest extremity of opposition in parliament. Russell had even adopted a sentiment similar to what we meet with in a letter of the younger Brutus. Had his father, he said, advised the king to reject the exclusion bill, he would be the first to move for a parliamentary impeachment against him. When such determined resolution was observed, his popularity, his humanity, his justice, his very virtues, became so many crimes, and were used as arguments against sparing him. Charles, therefore, would go no further than remitting the more ignominious part of the sentence which the law requires to be pronounced against traitors. Lord Russell, said he, shall find that I am possessed of that prerogative which, in the case of Lord Stafford, he thought proper to deny me. As the fury of the country party had rendered it impossible for the king, without the imminent danger of his crown, to pardon so many Catholics, whom he firmly believed innocent and even affectionate and loyal to him, he probably thought that, since the edge of the law was now ready to fall upon that party themselves, they could not reasonably expect that he would interpose to save them. Russell's consort, a woman of virtue, daughter and heir of the good Earl of Southampton, threw herself at the king's feet, and pleaded with many tears the merits and loyalty of her father, as an atonement for those errors into which honest, however mistaken, principles had seduced her husband. These supplications were the last instance of female weakness, if they deserve the name, which she betrayed. Finding all applications vain, she collected courage, and not only fortified herself against that fatal blow, but endeavored by her example to strengthen the resolution of her unfortunate lord. With a tender and decent composure, they took leave of each other on the day of his execution. The bitterness of death is now past, said he, when he turned from her. Lord Cavendish had lived in the closest intimacy with Russell, and deserted not his friend in the present calamity. He offered to manage his escape by changing clothes with him, and remaining at all hazards in his place. Russell refused to save his own life by an expedient which might expose his friend to so many hardships. When the Duke of Monmouth by message offered to surrender himself, if Russell thought that this measure would anywise contribute to his safety, "It will be no advantage to me," he said, "to have my friends die with me." Some of his expressions discover not only composure, but good humor in this melancholy extremity. The day before his execution, he was seized with a bleeding at the nose. "I shall not now let blood to divert this distemper," said he to Dr. Burnet, who attended him. "That will be done tomorrow." A little before the sheriffs conducted him to the scaffold, he wound up his watch. "Now I have done," said he, "with time, and henceforth must think solely of eternity." The scaffold was erected in Lincoln's Inn Fields, a place distant from the Tower, and it was probably intended, by conducting Russell through so many streets, to show the mutinous city their beloved leader, once the object of all their confidence, now exposed to the utmost rigors of the law. As he was the most popular among his own party, so was he ever the least obnoxious to the opposite faction. and his melancholy fate united every heart, sensible of humanity, in a tender compassion for him. Without the least change of countenance, he laid his head on the block, and at 2 strokes it was severed from his body. In the speech he delivered to the sheriffs, he was very anxious to clear his memory from any imputation of ever intending the king's death, or any alteration in the government. He could not explicitly confess the projected insurrection without hurting his friends, who might still be called in question for it. But he did not purge himself of that design, which, in the present condition of the nation, he regarded as no crime. By many passages in his speech, he seems to the last to have lain under the influence of party zeal, a passion which, being nourished by a social temper, and clothing itself under the appearance of principle, it is almost impossible for a virtuous man who has acted in public life ever thoroughly to eradicate. He professed his entire belief in the popish plot; and he said that, though he had often heard the seizure of the guards mentioned, he had ever disapproved of that attempt. To which he added, that the massacring of so many innocent men in cool blood was so like a popish practice, that he could not but abhor it. Upon the whole, the integrity and virtuous intentions, rather than the capacity of this unfortunate nobleman, seem to have been the shining parts of his character. Algernon Sidney was next brought to his trial. This gallant person, son of Earl of Leicester, had entered deeply into the war against the late king; and though nowise tainted with enthusiasm, he had so far shared in all the councils of the independent republican party, as to have been named on the high court of justice which tried and condemned that monarch. He thought not proper, however, to take his seat among the judges. He ever opposed Cromwell's usurpation with zeal and courage; and after making all efforts against the restoration, he resolved to take no benefit of the general indemnity, but chose voluntary banishment, rather than submit to a government and family which he abhorred. As long as the republican party had any existence, he was active in every scheme, however uncompromising, which tended to promote their cause. But at length, in 1677, finding it necessary for his private affairs to return to England, he had applied for the king's pardon, and had obtained it. When the factions arising from the popish plot began to run high, Sidney, full of those ideas of liberty which he had imbibed from the great examples of antiquity, joined the popular party, and was even willing to seek a second time, through all the horrors of civil war, for his adored republic. From this imperfect sketch of the character and conduct of this singular personage, it may easily be conceived how obnoxious he was become to the court and ministry. What alone renders them blamable was, the illegal method which they took for effecting their purpose against him. On Sidney's trial, they produced a great number of witnesses, who proved the reality of a plot in general; and when the prisoner exclaimed, that all these evidences said nothing of him, he was answered, that this method of proceeding, however irregular, had been practised in the prosecutions of the popish conspirators; a topic more fit to condemn one party than to justify the other. The only witness who deposed against Sidney was Lord Howard; but as the law required 2 witnesses, a strange expedient was fallen on to supply this deficiency. In ransacking the prisoner's closet, some discourses on government were found, in which he had maintained principles, favorable indeed to liberty, but such as the best and most dutiful subjects in all ages have been known to embrace: the original contract, the source of power from a consent of the people, the lawfulness of resisting tyrants, the preference of liberty to the government of a single person. These papers were asserted to be equivalent to a second witness, and even to many witnesses. The prisoner replied, that there was no other reason for ascribing those papers to him as the author, besides a similitude of hand, a proof which was never admitted in criminal prosecutions; that allowing him to be the author, he had composed them solely for his private amusement, and had never published them to the world, or even communicated them to any single person; that when examined, they appeared by the color of the ink to have been written many years before, and were in vain produced as evidence of a present conspiracy against the government; and that where the law positively requires two witnesses, one witness attended with the most convincing circumstances could never suffice, much less when supported by a circumstance so weak and precarious. All these arguments, though urged by the prisoner with great courage and pregnancy of reason, had no influence. The violent and inhuman Jefferies was now chief justice, and by his direction a partial jury was easily prevailed on to give verdict against Sidney. His execution followed a few days after. He complained, and with reason, of the iniquity of the sentence; but he had too much greatness of mind to deny those conspiracies with Monmouth and Russell, in which he had been engaged. He rather gloried that he now suffered for that good old cause, in which, from his earliest youth, he said he had enlisted himself. The execution of Sidney is regarded as one of the greatest blemishes of the present reign. The evidence against him, it must be confessed, was not legal; and the jury who condemned him were, for that reason, very blamable. But that, after sentence passed by a court of judicature, the king should interpose and pardon a man who, though otherwise possessed of merit, was undoubtedly guilty, who had ever been a most inflexible and most inveterate enemy to the royal family, and who lately had even abused the king's clemency, might be an act of heroic generosity, but can never be regarded as a necessary and indispensable duty. Howard was also the sole evidence against Hambden, and his testimony was not supported by any material circumstance. The crown lawyers therefore found it in vain to try the prisoner for treason. They laid the indictment only for a misdemeanor, and obtained sentence against him. The fine imposed was exorbitant, no less than £40,000. Holloway, a merchant of Bristol, one of the conspirators, had fled to the West Indies, and was now brought over. He had been outlawed, but the year allowed him for surrendering himself was not expired. A trial was therefore offered him; but as he had at first confessed his being engaged in a conspiracy for an insurrection, and even allowed that he had heard some discourse of an assassination, though he had not approved of it, he thought it more expedient to throw himself on the king's mercy. He was executed, persisting in the same confession. Sir Thomas Armstrong, who had been seized in Holland and sent over by Chidley, the king's minister, was precisely in the same situation with Holloway; but the same favor, or rather justice, was refused him. The lawyers pretended that, unless he had voluntarily surrendered himself before the expiration of the time assigned, he could not claim the privilege of a trial, not considering that the seizure of his person ought in equity to be supposed the accident which prevented him. The king bore a great enmity against this gentleman, by whom he believed the Duke of Monmouth to have been seduced from his duty. He also asserted that Armstrong had once promised Cromwell to assassinate him; though it must be confessed, that the prisoner justified himself from this imputation by very strong arguments. These were the reasons of that injustice which was now done him. It was apprehended that sufficient evidence of his guilt could not be produced, and that even the partial juries which were now returned, and which allowed themselves to be entirely directed by Jefferies and other violent judges, would not give sentence against him. On the day that Russell was tried, Essex, a man eminent both for virtues and abilities, was found in the Tower with his throat cut. The coroner's inquest brought in their verdict, self-murder. Yet, because two children 10 years old, one of whom too departed from his evidence, had affirmed that they heard a great noise from his window, and that they saw a hand throw out a bloody razor, these circumstances were laid hold of, and the murder was ascribed to the king and the duke, who happened that morning to pay a visit to the Tower. Essex was subject to fits of deep melancholy, and had been seized with one immediately upon his commitment. He was accustomed to maintain the lawfulness of suicide; and his countess, upon a strict inquiry, which was committed to the care of Dr. Burnet, found no reason to confirm the suspicion. Yet could not all these circumstances, joined to many others, entirely remove the imputation. It is no wonder that faction is so productive of vices of all kinds; for, besides that it inflames all the passions, it tends much to remove those great restraints, horror and shame. When men find that no iniquity can loose them the applause of their own party, and no innocence secure them against the calumnies of the opposite. But though there is no reason to think that Essex had been murdered by any orders from court, it must be acknowledged that an unjustifiable use in Russell's trial was made of that incident. The king's counsel mentioned it in their pleadings as a strong proof of the conspiracy, and it is said to have had great weight with the jury. It was insisted on in Sidney's trial for the same purpose. Some memorable causes, tried about this time, though they have no relation to the Rye House conspiracy, show the temper of the bench and of the juries. Oates was convicted of having called the duke a popish traitor, was condemned in damages to the amount of £100,000, and was adjudged to remain in prison till he should make payment. A like sentence was passed upon Dutton Colt for a like offence. Sir Samuel Barnardiston was fined £10,000 because, in some private letters which had been intercepted, he had reflected on the government. This gentleman was obnoxious, because he had been foreman of that jury which rejected the bill against Shaftesbury. A pretence was therefore fallen upon for punishing him, though such a precedent may justly be deemed a very unusual act of severity, and sufficient to destroy all confidence in private friendship and correspondence. There is another remarkable trial, which shows the disposition of the courts of judicature, and which, though it passed in the ensuing year, it may not be improper to relate in this place. One Rosewell, a Presbyterian preacher, was accused by 3 women of having spoken treasonable words in a sermon. They swore to 2 or 3 periods, and agreed so exactly together that there was not the smallest variation in their depositions. Rosewell, on the other hand, made a very good defense. He proved that the witnesses were lewd and infamous persons. He proved that, even during Cromwell's usurpation, he had always been a royalist, that he prayed constantly for the king and his family, and that in his sermons he often inculcated the obligations of loyalty. And as to the sermon of which he was accused, several witnesses who heard it, and some who wrote it in shorthand, deposed that he had used no such expressions as those which were imputed to him. He offered his own notes as a further proof. The women could not show by any circumstance or witness that they were at his meeting; and the expressions to which they deposed were so gross, that no man in his senses could be supposed to employ them before a mixed audience. It was also urged, that it appeared next to impossible for 3 women to remember so long a period upon one single hearing, and to remember it so exactly as to agree upon this issue. He would pronounce, with his usual tone of voice, a period as long as that to which they had sworn, and then let them try to repeat it, if they could. What was more unaccountable, they had forgotten even the text of his sermon, nor did they remember any single passage but the words to which they gave evidence. After a strong defense, the solicitor general thought not proper to make any reply. Even Jeffreys went no further than some general declamations against conventicles and Presbyterians. Yet so violent were party prejudices, that the jury gave a verdict against the prisoner, which, however, appeared so palpably unjust, that it was not carried into execution. The Duke of Monmouth had absconded on the first discovery of the conspiracy, and the court could get no intelligence of him. At length, Halifax, who began to apprehend the too great prevalence of the royal party, and who thought that Monmouth's interest would prove the best counterpoise to the duke's, discovered his retreat, and prevailed on him to write 2 letters to the king, full of the tenderest and most submissive expressions. The king's fondness was revived, and he permitted Monmouth to come to court. He even endeavored to mediate a reconciliation between his son and his brother; and having promised Monmouth that his testimony should never be employed against any of his friends, he engaged him to give a full account of the plot. But, in order to put the country party to silence, he called next day an extraordinary council, and informed them that Monmouth had showed great penitence for the share which he had had in the late conspiracy, and had expressed his resolutions never more to engage in such criminal enterprises. He went so far as to give orders that a paragraph to the like purpose should be inserted in the Gazette. Monmouth kept silence till he had obtained his pardon in form; but finding that, by taking this step, he was entirely disgraced with his party, and that, even though he should not be produced in court as an evidence, his testimony, being so publicly known, might have weight with juries of any future trial, he resolved at all hazards to retrieve his honor. His emissaries therefore received orders to deny that he had ever made any such confession as that which was imputed to him; and the party exclaimed that the whole was an imposture of the court. The king, provoked at this conduct, banished Monmouth his presence, and afterwards ordered him to depart the kingdom. Section 34, Chapter 69, Part 4. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 35 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 35, Chapter 69, Part 5. The court was aware that the malcontents in England had held a correspondence with those of Scotland, and that Bailey of Jerviswood, a man of merit and learning, with 2 gentlemen of the name of Campbell, had come to London under pretence of negotiating the settlement of the Scottish Presbyterians in Carolina, but really with a view of concerting measures with the English conspirators. Bailey was sent prisoner to Edinburgh; but as no evidence appeared against him, the council required him to swear that he would answer all questions which should be propounded to him. He refused to submit to so iniquitous a condition, and a fine of £6,000 was imposed upon him. At length 2 persons, Spence and Carstairs, being put to the torture, gave evidence which involved the Earl of Taurus and some others, who, in order to save themselves, were reduced to accuse Bailey. He was brought to trial, and being in so languishing a condition from the treatment which he had met with in prison, that it was feared that he would not survive that night, he was ordered to be executed the very afternoon on which he received sentence. The severities exercised during this part of the present reign were much contrary to the usual tenor of the king's conduct; and though those who studied his character more narrowly have pronounced, that towards great offences he was rigid and inexorable, the nation were more inclined to ascribe every unjust or hard measure to the prevalence of the duke, into whose hands the kings had, from indolence, not from any opinion of his brother's superior capacity, resigned the reins of government. The crown indeed gained great advantage from the detection of the conspiracy, and lost none by the rigorous execution of the conspirators. The horror entertained against the assassination plot which was generally confounded with the project for an insurrection, rendered the whole party unpopular, and reconciled the nation to the measures of the court. The most loyal addresses came from all parts, and the doctrine of submission to the civil magistrate, and even of an unlimited passive obedience, became the reigning principle of the times. The University of Oxford passed a solemn decree, condemning some doctrines which they termed republican, but which indeed are, most of them, the only tenets on which liberty and a limited constitution can be founded. The faction of the exclusionists, lately so numerous, powerful, and zealous, were at the king's feet, and were as much fallen in their spirit as in their credit with the nation. Nothing that had the least appearance of opposition to the court could be hearkened to by the public. The king endeavored to increase his present popularity by every art; and knowing that the suspicion of popery was of all others the most dangerous, he judged it proper to marry his niece, the Lady Anne, to Prince George, brother to the king of Denmark. All the credit, however, and persuasion of Halifax could not engage him to call a parliament, or trust the nation with the election of a new representative. Though his revenues were extremely burdened, he rather chose to struggle with the present difficulties than try an experiment which, by raising afresh so many malignant humors, might prove dangerous to his repose. The duke likewise zealously opposed this proposal, and even engaged the king in measures which could have no tendency but to render any accommodation with a parliament altogether impracticable. Williams, who had been speaker during the last two parliaments, was prosecuted for warrants issued by him in obedience to orders of the house; a breach of privilege which it seemed not likely any future house of commons would leave unquestioned. Danby and the popish lords, who had so long been confined in the Tower, and who saw no prospect of a trial in parliament, applied by petition, and were admitted to bail; a measure just in itself, but deemed a great encroachment on the privileges of that assembly. The duke, contrary to law, was restored to the office of high admiral without taking the test. Had the least grain of jealousy or emulation been mixed in the king's character, had he been actuated by that concern for his people's or even for his own honor, which his high station demanded, he would have hazarded many domestic inconveniencies rather than allow France to domineer in so haughty a manner as that which at present she assumed in every negotiation. The peace of Nimeguen, imposed by the Dutch on their unwilling allies, had disjointed the whole confederacy, and all the powers engaged in it had disbanded their supernumerary troops, which they found it difficult to subsist. Lewis alone still maintained a powerful army, and by his preparations rendered himself every day more formidable. He now acted as if he were the sole sovereign in Europe, and as if all other princes were soon to become his vassals. Courts or chambers were erected in Metz and Brissac, for reuniting such territories as had ever been members of any part of his new conquest. They made inquiry into titles buried in the most remote antiquity. They cited the neighboring princes to appear before them, and issued decrees, expelling them the contested territories. The important town of Strasbourg, an ancient and a free state, was seized by Lewis. Alost was demanded of the Spaniards on a frivolous and even ridiculous pretense, and upon their refusal to yield it, Luxembourg was blockaded, and soon after taken. Genoa had been bombarded because the Genoese had stipulated to build some galleys for the Spaniards, and, in order to avoid more severe treatment, that republic was obliged to yield to the most mortifying conditions. The empire was insulted in its head and principal members, and used no other expedient for redress than impotent complaints and remonstrances. Spain was so enraged at the insolent treatment which she had met with, that, without considering her present weak condition, she declared war against her haughty enemy. She hoped that the other powers of Europe, sensible of the common danger, would fly to her assistance. The Prince of Orange, whose ruling passions were love of war and animosity against France, seconded everywhere the applications of the Spaniards. In the year 1681, he made a journey to England in order to engage the king into closer measures with the confederates. He also proposed to the states to make an augmentation of their forces; but several of the provinces, and even the town of Amsterdam, had been gained by the French, and the proposal was rejected. The prince's enemies derived the most plausible reasons of their opposition from the situation of England, and the known and avowed attachments of the English monarch. No sooner had Charles dismissed his parliament and embraced the resolution of governing by prerogative alone, than he dropped his new alliance with Spain, and returned to his former dangerous connections with Lewis. This prince had even offered to make him an arbiter of his differences with Spain; and the latter power, sensible of Charles's partiality, had refused to submit to such a disadvantageous proposal. Whether any money was now remitted to England, we do not certainly know; but we may fairly presume that the king's necessities were in some degree relieved by France. And though Charles had reason to apprehend the utmost danger from the great and still increasing naval power of that kingdom, joined to the weak condition of the English fleet, no consideration was able to rouse him from his present lethargy. It is here we are to fix the point of the highest exaltation which the power of Lewis, or that of any European prince since the age of Charlemagne, had ever attained. The monarch most capable of opposing his progress was entirely engaged in his interest; and the Turks, invited by the malcontents of Hungary, were preparing to invade the emperor, and to disable that prince from making head against the progress of the French power. Lewis may even be accused of oversight, in not making sufficient advantage of such favorable opportunities, which he was never afterwards able to recall. But that monarch, though more governed by motives of ambition than by those of justice or moderation, was still more actuated by the suggestions of vanity. He contented himself with insulting and domineering over all the princes and free states of Europe, and he thereby provoked their resentment, without subduing their power; while every one who approached his person, and behaved with submission to his authority, was treated with the highest politeness. All the neighboring potentates had successively felt the effects of his haughty, imperious disposition; and by indulging his poets, orators, and courtiers in their flatteries, and in their prognostications of universal empire, he conveyed faster, than by the prospect of his power alone, the apprehension of general conquest and subjection. The French greatness never, during his whole reign, inspired Charles with any apprehensions; and Clifford, it is said, one of his most favored ministers, went so far as to affirm, that it were better for the king to be viceroy under a great and generous monarch, than a slave to 500 of his own insolent subjects. The ambition, therefore, and uncontrolled power of Lewis were no diminution of Charles's happiness; and in other respects his condition seemed at present more eligible than it had ever been since his restoration. A mighty faction, which had shaken his throne and menaced his family, was totally subdued, and by their precipitate indiscretion had exposed themselves both to the rigors of the laws and to public hatred. He had recovered his former popularity in the nation; and what probably pleased him more than having a complaint parliament, he was enabled to govern altogether without one. But it is certain that the king, amidst all the promising circumstances, was not happy or satisfied. Whether he found himself exposed to difficulties for want of money, or dreaded a recoil of the popular humor from the present arbitrary measures, is uncertain. Perhaps the violent, imprudent temper of the duke, by pushing Charles upon dangerous attempts, gave him apprehension and uneasiness. He was overheard one day to say, in opposing some of the duke's hasty counsels, "Brother, I am too old to go again to my travels. You may, if you choose it." Whatever was the cause of the king's dissatisfaction, it seems probable that he was meditating some change of measures, and had formed a new plan of administration. He was determined, it is thought, to send the duke to Scotland, to recall Monmouth, to summon a parliament, to dismiss all his unpopular ministers, and to throw himself entirely on the good will and affections of his subjects. Amidst these truly wise and virtuous designs, he was seized with a sudden fit, which resembled an apoplexy; and though he was recovered from it by bleeding, he languished only for a few days, and then expired, in the 55th year of his age, and 25th of his reign. He was so happy in a good constitution of body, and had never been so remarkably careful of his health, that his death struck as a great surprise into his subjects as if he had been in the flower of his youth; and their great concern for him, owing to their affection for his person, as well as their dread of his successor, very naturally, when joined to the critical time of his death, begat the suspicion of poison. All circumstances, however, considered, this suspicion must be allowed to vanish, like many others of which all histories are full. During the days of the king's illness, clergymen of the Church of England attended him, but he discovered a total indifference toward their devotions and exhortations. Catholic priests were brought, and he received the sacrament from them, accompanied with the other rites of the Romish Church. 2 papers were found in his cabinet, written with his own hand, and containing arguments in favor of that communion. The duke had the imprudence immediately to publish these papers, and thereby both confirmed all the reproaches of those who had been the greatest enemies to his brother's measures, and afforded to the world a specimen of his own bigotry. If we survey the character of Charles II in the different lights which it will admit of, it will appear various, and give rise to different and even opposite sentiments. When considered as a companion, he appears the most amiable and engaging of men; and indeed, in this view, his deportment must be allowed altogether unexceptionable. His love of raillery was so tempered with good breeding, that it was never offensive. His propensity to satire was so checked with discretion, that his friends never dreaded their becoming the object of it. His wit, to use the expression of one who knew him well, and who was himself a good judge, could not be said so much to be very refined or elevated, qualities apt to beget jealousy and apprehension in company, as to be a plain, gaining, well-bred, recommending kind of wit. And though perhaps he talked more than strict rules of behavior might permit, men were so pleased with the affable communicative deportment of the monarch, that they always went away contented both with him and with themselves. This indeed is the most shining part of the king's character, and he seems to have been sensible of it, for he was fond of dropping the formality of state, and of relapsing every moment into the companion. In the duties of private life, his conduct, though not free from exception, was, in the main, laudable. He was an easy, generous lover, a civil, obliging husband, a friendly brother, an indulgent father, and a good-natured master. The voluntary friendships, however, which this prince contracted, nay, even his sense of gratitude, were feeble, and he never attached himself to any of his ministers or courtiers with a sincere affection. He believed them to have no motive in serving him but self-interest, and he was still ready, in his turn, to sacrifice them to present ease or convenience. With a detail of his private character we must set bounds to our panegyric on Charles. The other parts of his conduct may admit of some apology, but can deserve small applause. He was indeed so much fitted for private life, preferably to public, that he even possessed order, frugality, and economy in the former, was profuse, thoughtless, and negligent in the latter. When we consider him as a sovereign, his character, though not altogether destitute of virtue, was in the main dangerous to his people and dishonorable to himself. Negligent of the interest of the nation, careless of its glory, averse to its religion, jealous of its liberty, lavish of its treasure, sparing only of its blood, he exposed it by his measures, though he ever appeared but in sport, to the danger of a furious civil war, and even to the ruin and ignominy of a foreign conquest. Yet may all these enormities, if fairly and candidly examined, be imputed, in a great measure, to the indolence of his temper, a fault which, however unfortunate in a monarch, it is impossible for us to regard with great severity. It has been remarked of Charles that he never said a foolish thing nor ever did a wise one; a censure which, though too far carried, seems to have some foundation in his character and deportment. When the king was informed of this saying, he observed that the matter was easily accounted for that his discourse was his own, his actions were the ministry's. If we reflect on the appetite for power inherent in human nature, and add to it the king's education in foreign countries and among the cavaliers, a party which would naturally exaggerate the late usurpations of popular assemblies upon the rights of monarchy, it is not surprising that civil liberty should not find in him a very zealous patron. Harassed with domestic faction, weary of calumnies and complaints, oppressed with debts, straitened in his revenue, he sought, though with feeble efforts, for a form of government more simple in its structure and more easy in its management. But his attachment to France, after all the pains which we have taken by inquiry and conjecture to fathom it, contained still something, it must be confessed, mysterious and inexplicable. The hopes of rendering himself absolute by Lewis's assistance seemed so chimerical, that they could scarcely be retained with such obstinacy by a prince of Charles's penetration. And as to pecuniary subsidies, he surely spent much greater sums in one season, during the second Dutch war, than were remitted him from France during the whole course of his reign. I am apt, therefore, to imagine that Charles was in this particular guided chiefly by inclination and by prepossession in favor of the French nation. He considered that people as gay, sprightly, polite, elegant, courteous, devoted to their prince, and attached to the Catholic faith; and for these reasons he cordially loved them. The opposite character of the Dutch had rendered them the objects of his aversion; and even the uncourtly humors of the English made him very indifferent towards them. Our notions of interest are much warped by our affections; and it is not altogether without example, that a man may be guided by national prejudices, who has ever been little biased by private and personal friendship. The character of this prince has been elaborately drawn by two great masters, perfectly well acquainted with him, the Duke of Buckingham and the Marquis of Halifax, not to mention several elegant strokes given by Sir William Temple. Dr. Wellwood, likewise, and Bishop Burnet, have employed their pencil on the same subject; but the former is somewhat partial in his favor, as the latter is by far too harsh and malignant. Instead of finding an exact parallel between Charles II and the Emperor Tiberius, as asserted by that prelate, it would be more just to remark a full contrast in opposition. The emperor seems as much to have surpassed the king in abilities, as he falls short of him in virtue. Provident, wise, active, jealous, malignant, dark, sullen, unsociable, reserved, cruel, unrelenting, unforgiving, these are the lights under which the Roman tyrant has been transmitted to us; and the only circumstance in which it can justly be pretended he was similar to Charles is his love of women, a passion which is too general to form any striking resemblance, and which that detestable and detested monster shared also with unnatural appetites. End of Section 35, Chapter 69, Part 5. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON voice.com. Section 36 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 36, Chapter 70, Part 1. Chapter 70. James II. The first act of James's reign was to assemble the privy council, where, after some praises bestowed on the memory of his predecessor, he made professions of his resolution to maintain the established government, both in church and state. Though he had been reported, he said, to have imbibed arbitrary principles, he knew that the laws of England were sufficient to make him as great a monarch as he could wish, and he was determined never to depart from them. And as he had heretofore ventured his life in defence of the nation, he would still go as far as any man in maintaining all its just rights and liberties. This discourse was received with great applause, not only by the council, but by the nation. The king universally passed for a man of great sincerity and great honor, and as the current of favor ran at that time for the court, men believed that his intentions were conformable to his expressions. We have now, it was said, the word of a king, and a word never yet broken. Addresses came from all quarters, full of duty, nay, of the most servile adulation. Every one hastened to pay court to the new monarch, and James had reason to think that, notwithstanding the violent efforts made by so potent a party for his exclusion, no throne in Europe was better established than that of England. The king, however, in the first exercise of his authority, showed that either he was not sincere in his professions of attachment to the laws, or that he had entertained so lofty an idea of his own legal power, that even his utmost sincerity would tend very little to secure the liberties of the people. All the customs and the greater part of the excise had been settled by parliament on the late king during life, and consequently the grant was now expired. Nor had the successor any right to levy these branches of revenue. But James issued a proclamation, ordering the customs and excise to be paid as before, and this exertion of power he would not deign to qualify by the least act or even appearance of condescension. It was proposed to him that, in order to prevent the ill effects of any intermission in levying these duties, entries should be made, and bonds for the sums be taken from the merchants and brewers, but the payment be suspended till the parliament should give authority to receive it. This precaution was recommended as an expression of deference to that assembly, or rather to the laws. But for that very reason, probably, it was rejected by the king, who thought that the commons would thence be invited to assume more authority, and would regard the whole revenue, and consequently the whole power of the crown, as dependent on their good will and pleasure. The king likewise went openly, and with all the ensigns of his dignity, to mass, an illegal meeting; and by this imprudence he displayed at once his arbitrary disposition and the bigotry of his principles, these two great characteristics of his reign and bane of his administration. He even sent Caryl as his agent to Rome, in order to make submissions to the pope, and to pave the way for a solemn readmission of England into the bosom of the Catholic Church. The pope, Innocent XI., prudently advised the king not to be too precipitate in his measures, nor rashly attempt what repeated experience might convince him was impracticable. The Spanish ambassador, Ronquillo, deeming the tranquillity of England necessary for the support of Spain, used the freedom to make like remonstrances. He observed to the king how busy the priest appeared at court, and advised him not to assent with too great facility to their dangerous counsels. "Is it not the custom in Spain," said James, "for the king to consult with his confessor?" "Yes," replied the ambassador, "and it is for that very reason our affairs succeed so ill." James gave hopes on his accession that he would hold the balance of power more steadily than his predecessor. and that France, instead of rendering England subservient to her ambitious projects, would now meet with strong opposition from that kingdom. Besides applying himself to business with industry, he seemed jealous of national honor, and expressed great care that no more respect should be paid to the French ambassador at London than his own received at Paris. But these appearances were not sufficiently supported, and he found himself immediately under the necessity of falling into a union with that great monarch, who, by his power, as well as his zeal, seemed alone able to assist him in the projects formed for promoting the Catholic religion in England. Notwithstanding the king's prejudices, all the chief offices of the crown continued still in the hands of Protestants. Rochester was treasurer, his brother Clarendon chamberlain, Godolphin chamberlain to the queen, Sunderland secretary of state, Halifax president of the council. This nobleman had stood in opposition to James during the last years of his brother's reign, and when he attempted, on the accession, to make some apology for his late measures, the king told him that he would forget everything past, except his behavior during the bill of exclusion. On other occasions, however, James appeared not of so forgiving a temper. When the principal exclusionists came to pay their respects to the new sovereign, they either were not admitted, or were received very coldly, sometimes even with frowns. This conduct might suit the character which the king so much affected, of sincerity, but by showing that a king of England could resent the quarrels of a duke of York, he gave his people no high idea either of his lenity or magnanimity. On all occasions the king was open in declaring, that men must now look for a more active and more vigilant government, and that he would retain no ministers who did not practice an unreserved obedience to his commands. We are not indeed to look for the springs of his administration so much in his council and chief officers of state, as in his own temper, and in the character of those persons with whom he secretly consulted. The queen had great influence over him, a woman of spirit, whose conduct had been popular till she arrived at that high dignity. She was much governed by the priests, especially the Jesuits; and as these were also the king's favorites, all public measures were taken originally from the suggestions of these men, and bore evident marks of their ignorance in government, and of the violence of their religious zeal. The king, however, had another attachment, seemingly not very consistent with his devoted regard to his queen and to his priest. It was to Mrs. Sedley, whom he soon after created Countess of Dorchester, and who expected to govern him with the same authority which the Duchess of Portsmouth had possessed during the former reign. But James, who had entertained the ambition of converting his people, was told, that the regularity of his life ought to correspond to the sanctity of his intentions, and he was prevailed with to remove Mrs. Sedley from court; a resolution in which he had not the courage to persevere. Good agreement between the mistress and the confessor of princes is not commonly a difficult matter to compass; but in the present case, these two potent engines of command were found very incompatible. Mrs. Sedley, who possessed all the wit and ingenuity of her father, Sir Charles, made the priests and their counsels the perpetual objects of her raillery; and it is not to be doubted but they, on their part, redoubled their exhortations with their penitent to break off so criminal an attachment. How little inclination soever the king, as well as his queen and priest, might bear to an English parliament, it was absolutely necessary at the beginning of the reign to summon that assembly. The low condition to which the Whigs, or country party, had fallen during the last years of Charles's reign, the odium under which they labored on account of the Rye House conspiracy, these causes made that party meet with little success in the elections. The general resignation, too, of the charters had made the corporations extremely dependent; and the recommendations of the court, though little assisted at that time by pecuniary influence, were become very prevalent. The new House of Commons, therefore, consisted almost entirely of zealous Tories and churchmen, and were, of consequence, strongly biased by their affections in favor of the measures of the crown. The discourse which the king made to the parliament was more fitted to work on their fears than their affections. He repeated, indeed, and with great solemnity, the promise which he had made before the privy council, of governing according to the laws, and of preserving the established religion. But at the same time he told them, that he positively expected they would settle his revenue, and during life too, as in the time of his brother. I might use many arguments, said he, to enforce this demand: the benefit of trade, the support of the navy, the necessities of the crown, and the well-being of the government itself, which I must not suffer to be precarious. But I am confident that your own consideration and your sense of what is just and reasonable will suggest to you whatever on this occasion might be enlarged upon. There is indeed one popular argument, added he, which may be urged against compliance with my demand. Men may think that by feeding me from time to time with such supplies as they think convenient, they will better secure frequent meetings of parliament. But as this is the first time I speak to you from the throne, I must plainly tell you, that such an expedient would be very improper to employ with me, and that the best way to engage me to meet you often is always to use me well. It was easy to interpret this language of the king's. He plainly intimated that he had resources in his prerogative for supporting the government independent of their supplies, and that so long as they complied with his demands, he would have recourse to them, but that any ill usage on their part would set him free from those measures of government which he seemed to regard more as voluntary than as necessary. It must be confessed that no parliament in England was ever placed in a more critical situation, nor where more forcible arguments could be urged, either for their opposition to the court or their compliance with it. It was said, on the one hand, that jealousy of royal power was the very basis of the English constitution, and the principle to which the nation was beholden for all that liberty which they enjoy above the subjects of other monarchies; that this jealousy, though at different periods it may be more or less intense, can never safely be laid asleep, even under the best and wisest princes; that the character of the present sovereign afforded cause for the highest vigilance, by reason of the arbitrary principles which he had imbibed, and still more by reason of his religious zeal, which it is impossible for him ever to gratify without assuming more authority than the constitution allows him; that power is to be watched in its very first encroachments, nor is anything ever gained by timidity and submission; that every concession adds new force to usurpation, and at the same time, by discovering the dastardly dispositions of the people, inspires it with new courage and enterprise; that as arms were entrusted altogether in the hands of the prince, no check remained upon him but the dependent condition of his revenue, a security, therefore, which it would be the most egregious folly to abandon; that all the other barriers which of late years have been erected against arbitrary power would be found, without this capital article, to be rather pernicious and destructive; that new limitations in the constitution stimulated the monarch's inclination to surmount the laws, and required frequent meetings of parliament in order to repair all the breaches which either time or violence may have made upon that complicated fabric; that recent experience during the reign of the late king, a prince who wanted neither prudence nor moderation, had sufficiently proved the solidity of all these maxims; that his parliament, having rashly fixed his revenue for life, and at the same time repealed the triennial bill, found that they themselves were no longer of importance, and that liberty, not protected by national assemblies, was exposed to every outrage and violation; and that the more openly the king made an unreasonable demand, the more obstinately ought it to be refused, since it is evident that his purpose in making it cannot possibly be justifiable. On the other hand, it was urged, that the rule of watching the very first encroachments of power could only have place where the opposition to it could be regular, peaceful, and legal; that though the refusal of the king's present demand might seem of this nature, Yet in reality it involved consequences which led much further than at first sight might be apprehended. That the king in his speech had intimated that he had resources in his prerogative, which, in case of opposition from parliament, he thought himself fully entitled to employ. That if the parliament openly discovered an intention of reducing him to dependence, matters must presently be brought to a crisis at a time the most favorable to his cause, which his most sanguine wishes could ever have promised him. That if we cast our eyes abroad to the state of affairs on the continent, and to the situation of Scotland and Ireland, or, what is of more importance, if we consider the disposition of men's minds at home, every circumstance would be found adverse to the cause of liberty. That the country party, during the late reign, by their violent and in many respects unjustifiable measures in parliament, by their desperate attempts out of parliament, had exposed their principles to general hatred, and had excited extreme jealousy in all the royalist and zealous churchmen, who now formed the bulk of the nation. That it would not be acceptable to that party to see this king worse treated than his brother in point of revenue, or any attempts made to keep the crown in dependence. That they thought parliaments as liable to abuse as courts, and desired not to see things in a situation where the king could not, if he found it necessary, either prorogue or dissolve those assemblies. That if the present parliament, by making great concessions, could gain the king's confidence and engage him to observe the promises now given them, everything would by gentle methods succeed to their wishes. That if, on the contrary, after such instances of compliance, he formed any designs on the liberty and religion of the nation, he would, in the eyes of all mankind, render himself altogether inexcusable, and the whole people would join in opposition to him. That resistance could scarcely be attempted twice, and there was therefore the greater necessity for waiting till time and incidents had fully prepared the nation for it. That the king's prejudices in favor of popery, though in the main pernicious, were yet so far fortunate that they rendered the connection inseparable between the national religion and national liberty; and that if any illegal attempts were afterwards made, the church, which was at present the chief support of the crown, would surely catch the alarm, and would soon dispose the people to an effectual resistance. These last reasons, enforced by the prejudices of party, prevailed in parliament; and the commons, besides giving thanks for the king's speech, voted unanimously that they would settle on his present majesty during life all the revenue enjoyed by the late king at the time of his demise. That they might not detract from this generosity by any symptoms of distrust, they also voted unanimously that the house entirely relied on his majesty's royal word and repeated declarations to support the religion of the Church of England. But they added, that that religion was dearer to them than their lives. The speaker, in presenting the revenue bill, took care to inform the king of their vote with regard to religion, but could not, by so signal a proof of confidence, extort from him one word in favor of that religion, on which, he told his majesty, they set so high a value. Notwithstanding the grounds of suspicion which this silence afforded, the house continued in the same liberal disposition. The king having demanded a further supply for the navy and other purposes, they revived those duties on wines and vinegar which had once been enjoyed by the late king, and they added some impositions on tobacco and sugar. This grant amounted on the whole to about £600,000 a year. The House of Lords were in a humor no less compliant. They even went some lengths towards breaking in pieces all the remains of the popish plot, that once formidable engine of bigotry and faction. End of Section 36, Chapter 70, Part 1. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 37 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 37, Chapter 70, Part 2. A little before the meeting of Parliament, Oates had been tried for perjury on two indictments. One for deposing that he was present at a consult of Jesuits in London the 24th of April, 1679. Another for deposing that Father Ireland was in London between the 8th and 12th of August, and in the beginning of September in the same year. Never criminal was convicted on fuller and more undoubted evidence. 22 persons, who had been students at St. Omer's, most of them men of credit and family, gave evidence that Oates had entered into that seminary about Christmas in the year 1678, and had never been absent but one night till the month of July following. 47 witnesses, persons also of untainted character, deposed that Father Ireland, on the 3rd of August, 1679, had gone to Staffordshire, where he resided till the middle of September. And what some years before would have been regarded as a very material circumstance, 9 of these witnesses were Protestants of the Church of England. Oates's sentence was, to be fined 1,000 marks on each indictment, to be whipped on 2 different days from Aldgate to Newgate, and from Newgate to Tyburn, to be imprisoned during life, and to be pilloried 5 times every year. The impudence of the man supported itself under the conviction, and his courage under the punishment. He made solemn appeals to heaven and protestations of the veracity of his testimony. Though the whipping was so cruel, that it was evidently the intention of the court to put him to death by that punishment, he was enabled, by the care of his friends, to recover, and he lived to King William's reign, when a pension of £400 a year was settled on him. A considerable number still adhered to him in his distresses, and regarded him as the martyr of the Protestant cause. The populace were affected with the sight of a punishment more severe than is commonly inflicted in England, and the sentence of perpetual imprisonment was deemed illegal. The conviction of Oates's perjury was taken notice of by the House of Peers, besides freeing the popish lords, Powis, Arundel, Bellasis, and Tyrone, together with Danby, from the former impeachment by the Commons. They went so far as to vote a reversal of Stafford's attainder, on account of the falsehood of that evidence on which he had been condemned. This bill fixed so deep a reproach on the former proceedings of the exclusionist, that it met with great opposition among the lords, and it was at last, after one reading, dropped by the Commons. Though the reparation of injustice be the second honor which a nation can attain, the present emergence seemed very improper for granting so full a justification to the Catholics, and throwing so foul a stain on the Protestants. The course of parliamentary proceedings was interrupted by the news of Monmouth's arrival in the West with 3 ships from Holland. No sooner was this intelligence conveyed to the parliament, than they voted that they would adhere to his majesty with their lives and fortunes. They passed a bill of attainder against Monmouth, and they granted a supply of £400,000 for suppressing his rebellion. Having thus strengthened the hands of the king, they adjourned themselves. Monmouth, when ordered to depart the kingdom during the late reign, had retired to Holland, and as it was well known that he still enjoyed the favor of his indulgent father, all marks of honor and distinction were bestowed upon him by the Prince of Orange. After the accession of James, the prince thought it necessary to dismiss Monmouth and all his followers, and that illustrious fugitive retired to Brussels. Finding himself still pursued by the king's severity, he was pushed, contrary to his judgment as well as inclination, to make a rash and premature attempt upon England. He saw that James had lately mounted the throne, not only without opposition, but seemingly with the good will and affection of his subjects. A parliament was sitting, which discovered the greatest disposition to comply with the king, and whose adherents, he knew, would give a sanction and authority to all public measures. The grievances of this reign were hitherto of small importance, and the people were not as yet in a disposition to remark them with great severity. All these considerations occurred to Monmouth, but such was the impatience of his followers, and such the precipitate humor of Argyle, who set out for Scotland a little before him, that no reasons could be attended to, and this unhappy man was driven upon his fate. The imprudence, however, of this enterprise did not at first appear. Though on his landing at Lyme, in Dorsetshire, he had scarcely 100 followers, so popular was his name, that in 4 days he had assembled above 2,000 horse and foot. They were, indeed, almost all of them the lowest of the people, and the declaration which he published was chiefly calculated to suit the prejudices of the vulgar, or the most bigoted of the Whig party. He called the king Duke of York, and denominated him a traitor, a tyrant, an assassin, and a popish usurper. He imputed to him the fire of London, the murder of Godfrey and of Essex, nay, the poisoning of the late king; and he invited all the people to join in opposition to his tyranny. The Duke of Albemarle, son to him who had restored the royal family, assembled the militia of Devonshire to the number of 4,000 men, and took post at Axminster in order to oppose the rebels. But observing that his troops bore a great affection to Monmouth, he thought proper to retire. Monmouth, though he had formerly given many proofs of personal courage, had not the vigor of mind requisite for an undertaking of this nature. From an ill-grounded diffidence of his men, he neglected to attack Albemarle, an easy enterprise, by which he might both have acquired credit and have supplied himself with arms. Lord Grey, who commanded his horse, discovered himself to be a notorious coward. Yet such was the softness of Monmouth's nature, that Grey was still continued in his command. Fletcher of Salton, a Scotchman, a man of signal probity and fine genius, had been engaged by his republican principles in this enterprise, and commanded the cavalry together with Grey; but being insulted by one who had newly joined the army, and whose horse he had in a hurry made use of, he was prompted by passion, to which he was much subject, to discharge a pistol at the man, and he killed him on the spot. This incident obliged him immediately to leave the camp, and the loss of so gallant an officer was a great prejudice to Monmouth's enterprise. The next station of the rebels was Taunton, a disaffected town, which gladly and even fondly received them, and reinforced them with considerable numbers. 20 young maids of some rank presented Monmouth with a pair of colors of their handiwork, together with a copy of the Bible. Monmouth was here persuaded to take upon him the title of king, and assert the legitimacy of his birth, a claim which he advanced in his first declaration, but whose discussion he was determined, he then said, during some time to postpone. His numbers had now increased to 6,000, and he was obliged every day, for want of arms, to dismiss a great many who crowded to his standard. He entered Bridgewater, Wells, Frome, and was proclaimed in all these places. But forgetting that such desperate enterprises can only be rendered successful by the most adventurous courage, he allowed the expectations of the people to languish, without attempting any considerable undertaking. While Monmouth, by his imprudent and misplaced caution, was thus wasting time in the West, the king employed himself in making preparations to oppose him. 6 regiments of British troops were called over from Holland. The army was considerably augmented, and regular forces, to the number of 3,000 men, were dispatched under the command of Feversham and Churchill, in order to check the progress of the rebels. Monmouth, observing that no considerable men joined him, finding that an insurrection which was projected in the city had not taken place, and hearing that Argyle, his confederate, was already defeated and taken, sunk into such despondency that he had once resolved to withdraw himself, and leave his unhappy followers to their fate. His followers expressed more courage than their leader, and seemed determined to adhere to him in every fortune. The negligent disposition made by Feversham, invited Monmouth to attack the king's army at Sedgemoor, near Bridgewater; and his men in this action showed what a native courage and a principle of duty, even when unassisted by discipline, is able to perform. They threw the veteran forces into disorder, drove them from their ground, continued to fight till their ammunition failed them, and would at last have obtained a victory, had not the misconduct of Monmouth and the cowardice of Grey prevented it. After a combat of 3 hours, the rebels gave way, and were followed with great slaughter. About 1,500 fell in the battle and pursuit; and thus was concluded in a few weeks this enterprise rashly undertaken and feebly conducted. Monmouth fled from the field of battle above 20 miles till his horse sunk under him. He then changed clothes with a peasant in order to conceal himself. The peasant was discovered by the pursuers, who now redoubled the diligence of their search. At last the unhappy Monmouth was found lying in the bottom of a ditch and covered with fern, his body depressed with fatigue and hunger, his mind by the memory of past misfortunes, by the prospect of future disasters. Human nature is unequal to such calamitous situations; much more the temper of a man softened by early prosperity, and accustomed to value himself solely on military bravery. He burst into tears when seized by his enemies, and he seemed still to indulge the fond hope and desire of life. Though he might have known, from the greatness of his own offences and the severity of James's temper, that no mercy could be expected, he wrote him the most submissive letters, and conjured him to spare the issue of a brother who had ever been so strongly attached to his interest. James, finding such symptoms of depression and despondency in the unhappy prisoner, admitted him to his presence, in hopes of extorting a discovery of his accomplices. But Monmouth would not purchase life, however loved, at the price of so much infamy. Finding all efforts vain, he assumed courage from despair, and prepared himself for death with a spirit better suited to his rank and character. This favorite of the people was attended to the scaffold with a plentiful effusion of tears. He warned the executioner not to fall into the error which he had committed in beheading Russell, where it had been necessary to repeat the blow. This precaution served only to dismay the executioner. He struck a feeble blow on Monmouth, who raised his head from the block and looked him in the face, as if reproaching him for his failure. He gently laid down his head a second time, and the executioner struck him again and again to no purpose. He then threw aside the axe, and cried out that he was incapable of finishing the bloody office. The sheriff obliged him to renew the attempt, and at 2 blows more the head was severed from the body. Thus perished in the 36th year of his age a nobleman who, in less turbulent times, was well qualified to be an ornament of the court, even to be serviceable to his country. The favor of his prince, the caresses of faction, and the allurements of popularity, seduced him into enterprises which exceeded his capacity. The goodwill of the people still followed him in every fortune. Even after his execution, their fond credulity flattered them with hopes of seeing him once more at their head. They believed that the person executed was not Monmouth, but one who, having the fortune to resemble him nearly, was willing to give this proof of his extreme attachment, and to suffer death in his stead. This victory, obtained by the king in the commencement of his reign, would naturally, had it been managed with prudence, have tended much to increase his power and authority. But by reason of the cruelty with which it was prosecuted, and of the temerity with which it afterwards inspired him, it was a principal cause of his sudden ruin and downfall. Such arbitrary principles had the court instilled into all its servants, that Feversham, immediately after the victory, hanged above 20 prisoners, and was proceeding in his executions, when the bishop of Bath and Wells warned him that these unhappy men were now by law entitled to a trial, and that their execution would be deemed a real murder. This remonstrance, however, did not stop the savage nature of Colonel Kirke, a soldier of fortune who had long served at Tangiers, and had contracted, from his intercourse with the Moors, an inhumanity less known in European and in free countries. At his first entry into Bridgewater, he hanged 19 prisoners without the least inquiry into the merits of their cause. As if to make sport with death, he ordered a certain number to be executed, while he and his company should drink the king's health, or the queen's, or that of Chief Justice Jeffreys. Observing their feet to quiver in the agonies of death, he cried that he would give them music to their dancing, and he immediately commanded the drums to beat and the trumpets to sound. By way of experiment, he ordered one man to be hung up 3 times, questioning him at each interval whether he repented of his crime, but the man obstinately asserting, that, notwithstanding the past, he still would willingly engage in the same cause, Kirke ordered him to be hung in chains. One story commonly told of him is memorable for the treachery as well as barbarity which attended it. A young maid pleaded for the life of her brother, and flung herself at Kirke's feet, armed with all the charms which beauty and innocence, bathed in tears, could bestow upon her. The tyrant was inflamed with desire, not softened into love or clemency. He promised to grant her request, provided that she, in her turn, would be equally compliant to him. The maid yielded to the conditions, but after she had passed the night with him, the wanton savage next morning showed her from the window her brother, the darling object for whom she had sacrificed her virtue, hanging on a gibbet, which he had secretly ordered to be there erected for the execution. Rage and despair and indignation took possession of her mind, and deprived her forever of her senses. All the inhabitants of that country, innocent as well as guilty, were exposed to the ravages of this barbarian. The soldiery were let loose to live at free quarters, and his own regiment, instructed by his example and encouraged by his exhortations, distinguished themselves in a particular manner by their outrages. By way of pleasantry, he used to call them his lambs, an appellation which was long remembered with horror in the west of England. The violent Jeffreys succeeded after some interval, and showed the people that the rigors of law might equal, if not exceed, the ravages of military tyranny. This man, who wantoned in cruelty, had already given a specimen of his character in many trials where he presided, and he now set out with a savage joy, as to a full harvest of death and destruction. He began at Dorchester, and 30 rebels being arraigned, he exhorted them, but in vain, to save him, by their free confession, the trouble of trying them. And when 29 were found guilty, he ordered them, as an additional punishment of their disobedience, to be led to immediate execution. Most of the other prisoners, terrified with this example, pleaded guilty, and no less than 292 received sentence at Dorchester. Of these, 80 were executed. Exeter was the next stage of his cruelty. 243 were there tried, of whom a great number were condemned and executed. He also opened his commission at Taunton and Wells, and everywhere carried consternation along with him. The juries were so struck with his menaces, that they gave their verdict with precipitation, and many innocent persons, it is said, were involved with the guilty. And on the whole, besides those who were butchered by the military commanders, 251 are computed to have fallen by the hand of justice. The whole country was strewed with the heads and limbs of traitors. Every village almost beheld the dead carcass of a wretched inhabitant, and all the rigors of justice, unabated by any appearance of clemency, were fully displayed to the people by the inhuman Jeffreys. Of all the executions during this dismal period, the most remarkable were those of Mrs. Gaunt and Lady Lisle, who had been accused of harboring traitors. Mrs. Gaunt was an Anabaptist, noted for her beneficence, which she extended to persons of all profession and persuasions. One of the rebels, knowing her humane disposition, had recourse to her in his distress, and was concealed by her. Hearing of the proclamation, which offered an indemnity and rewards to such as discovered criminals, he betrayed his benefactress, and bore evidence against her. He received a pardon as a recompense for his treachery. She was burned alive for her charity. End of Section 37, Chapter 70, Part 2. Recording by Jim Dennison. JIMDENISON. Voice.com. Section 38 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 38, Chapter 70, Part 3. Lady Lisle was widow of one of the regicides, who had enjoyed great favor and authority under Cromwell, and who, having fled, after the Restoration, to Lausanne, Switzerland, was there assassinated by 3 Irish ruffians, who hoped to make their fortune by this piece of service. His widow was now prosecuted for harboring 2 rebels the day after the battle of Sedgemoor, and Jefferies pushed on the trial with an unrelenting violence. In vain did the aged prisoner plead that these criminals had been put into no proclamation, had been convicted by no verdict, nor could any man be denominated a traitor till the sentence of some legal court was passed upon him; that it appeared, not by any proof, that she was so much acquainted with the guilt of the persons, or had heard of their joining the rebellion of Monmouth; that though she might be obnoxious on account of her family, it was well known that her heart was ever loyal; and that no person in England had shed more tears for that tragical event, in which her husband had unfortunately borne too great a share; and that the same principles which she herself had ever embraced, she had carefully instilled into her son, and had at that very time sent him to fight against those rebels whom she was now accused of harboring. Though these arguments did not move Jefferies, they had influence on the jury. Twice they seemed inclined to bring in a favorable verdict. They were as often sent back with menaces and reproaches, and at last were constrained to give sentence against the prisoner. Notwithstanding all the applications for pardon, the cruel sentence was executed. The king said, that he had given Jefferies a promise not to pardon her, an excuse which could serve only to aggravate the blame against himself. It might have been hoped that, by all these bloody executions, a rebellion so precipitate, so ill supported, and of such short duration, would have been sufficiently expiated; but nothing could satiate the spirit of rigor which possessed the administration. Even those multitudes who received pardon were obliged to atone for their guilt by fines which reduced them to beggary; or where their former poverty made them incapable of paying, they were condemned to cruel whippings or severe imprisonments. Nor could the innocent escape the hands, no less rapacious than cruel, of the chief justice. Prideaux, a gentleman of Devonshire, being thrown into prison, and dreading the severe and arbitrary spirit which at the time met with no control, was obliged to buy his liberty of Jefferies at the price of £15,000, though he could never so much as learn the crime of which he was accused. Goodenough, the seditious under sheriff of London, who had been engaged in the most bloody and desperate part of the Rye House conspiracy, was taken prisoner after the battle of Sedgemoor, and resolved to save his own life by an accusation of Cornish, the sheriff, whom he knew to be extremely obnoxious to the court. Colonel Rumsey joined him in the accusation, and the prosecution was so hastened, that the prisoner was tried, condemned, and executed in the space of a week. The perjury of the witnesses appeared immediately after, and the king seemed to regret the execution of Cornish. He granted his estate to his family, and condemned the witnesses to perpetual imprisonment. The injustice of this sentence against Cornish was not wanted to disgust the nation with the court. The continued rigor of the other executions had already impressed a universal hatred against the ministers of justice, attended with compassion for the unhappy sufferers, who, as they had been seduced into this crime by mistaken principles, bore their punishment with the spirit and zeal of martyrs. The people might have been willing on this occasion to distinguish between the king and his ministers, but care was taken to prove that the latter had done nothing but what was agreeable to their master. Jefferies, on his return, was immediately, for those eminent services, created a peer, and was soon after vested with the dignity of chancellor. It is pretended, however, with some appearance of authority, that the king was displeased with these cruelties, and put a stop to them by orders, as soon as proper information of them was conveyed to him. We must now take a view of the state of affairs in Scotland, where the fate of Argyle had been decided before that of Monmouth. Immediately after the king's accession, a parliament had been summoned at Edinburgh, and all affairs were there conducted by the Duke of Queensberry, the commissioner, and the Earl of Perth, chancellor. The former had resolved to make an entire surrender of the liberties of his country, but was determined still to adhere to its religion. The latter entertained no scruple of paying court even by the sacrifice of both. But no courtier, even the most prostitute, could go further than the parliament itself towards a resignation of their liberties. In a vote, which they called an offer of duty, after adopting the fabulous history of 111 Scottish monarchs, they acknowledged that all these princes, by the primary and fundamental law of the state, had been vested with a solid and absolute authority. They declared their abhorrence of all principles and positions derogatory to the king's sacred, supreme, sovereign, absolute power, of which none, they said, whether single persons or collective bodies, can participate, but in dependence on him, and by commission from him. They promised that the whole nation, between 16 and 60, shall be in readiness for his majesty's service, where and as oft as it shall be his royal pleasure to require them. And they annexed the whole excise, both of inland and foreign commodities, forever to the crown. All the other acts of this assembly savored of the same spirit. They declared it treason for any person to refuse the test, if tendered by the council. To defend the obligation of the covenant subjected a person to the same penalty. To be present at any conventicle was made punishable with death and confiscation of movables. Even such as refused to give testimony, either in cases of treason or nonconformity, were declared equally punishable as if guilty of those very crimes, an excellent prelude to all the rigors of an inquisition. It must be confessed, that nothing could equal the abject servility of the Scottish nation during this period, but the arbitrary severity of the administration. It was in vain that Argyle summoned a people so lost to all sense of liberty, so degraded by repeated indignities, to rise in vindication of their violated laws and privileges. Even those who declared for him were, for the greater part, his own vassals, men who, if possible, were still more sunk in slavery than the rest of the nation. He arrived after a prosperous voyage in Argyleshire, attended by some fugitives from Holland. Among the rest, by Sir Patrick Hume, a man of mild dispositions, who had been driven to this extremity by a continued train of oppression. The privy council was beforehand apprised of Argyle's intentions. The whole militia of the kingdom, to the number of 22,000 men, were already in arms, and a third part of them, with the regular forces, were on their march to oppose him. All the considerable gentry of his clan were thrown into prison, and 2 ships of war were on the coast to watch his motions. Under all these discouragements, he yet made a shift, partly from terror, partly from affection, to collect and arm a body of about 2,500 men, but soon found himself surrounded on all sides with insuperable difficulties. His arms and ammunition were seized, his provisions cut off. The Marquis of Athol pressed him on one side, Lord Charles Murray on another, The Duke of Gordon hung upon his rear. The Earl of Dunbarton met him in front. His followers daily fell off from him, but Argyle, resolute to persevere, broke at last with the shattered remains of his troops into a disaffected part of the Low Countries, which he had endeavored to allure to him by declarations for the covenant. No one showed either courage or inclination to join him; and his small and still decreasing army, after wandering about for a little time, was at last defeated and dissipated without an enemy. Argyle himself was seized and carried to Edinburgh, where, after enduring many indignities with a gallant spirit, he was publicly executed. He suffered on the former unjust sentence which had been passed upon him. The rest of his followers either escaped or were punished by transportation. Rumbold and Alof, two Englishmen who had attended Argyle on this expedition, were executed. The king was so elated with this continued tide of prosperity, that he began to undervalue even an English parliament, at all times formidable to his family; and from his speech to that assembly, which he had assembled early in the winter, he seems to have thought himself exempted from all rules of prudence or necessity of dissimulation. He plainly told the two houses, that the militia which had formerly been so much magnified, was now found, by experience in this last rebellion, to be altogether useless; and he required a new supply, in order to maintain those additional forces which he had levied. He also took notice, that he had employed a great many Catholic officers, and that he had in their favor dispensed with the law requiring the test to be taken by every one that possessed any public office. And to cut short all opposition, he declared that, having reaped the benefit of their service during such times of danger, he was determined neither to expose them afterwards to disgrace, nor himself, in case of another rebellion, to the want of their assistance. Such violent aversion did this parliament bear to opposition, so great dread had been instilled in the consequences attending any breach with the king, that it is probable, had he used his dispensing power without declaring it, no inquiries would have been made, and time might have reconciled the nation to this dangerous exercise of prerogative. But to invade at once their constitution, to threaten their religion, to establish a standing army, and even to require them by their concurrence to contribute towards all these measures, exceeded the bounds of their patience; and they began, for the first time, to display some small remains of English spirit and generosity. When the king's speech was taken into consideration by the commons, many severe reflections were thrown out against the present measures, and the house was with seeming difficulty engaged to promise, in a general vote, that they would grant some supply. But instead of finishing that business, which could alone render them acceptable to the king, they proceeded to examine the dispensing power, and they voted an address to the king against it. Before this address was presented, they resumed the consideration of the supply; and as £1,200,000 were demanded by the court, and 200,000 proposed by the country party, a middle course was chosen, and 700,000, after some dispute, were at last voted. The address against the dispensing power was expressed in the most respectful and submissive terms; yet was it very ill received by the king, and his answer contained a flat denial, uttered with great warmth and vehemence. The commons were so daunted with this reply, that they kept silence a long time; and when Coke, member for Derby, rose up and said, "I hope we are all Englishmen, and not to be frightened with a few hard words," so little spirit appeared in that assembly, often so refractory and mutinous, that they sent him to the Tower for bluntly expressing a free and generous sentiment. They adjourned without fixing a day for the consideration of his majesty's answer; and on their next meeting they submissively proceeded to the consideration of the supply, and even went so far as to establish funds for paying the sum voted in 9 years and a half. The king, therefore, had in effect, almost without contest or violence, obtained a complete victory over the commons; and that assembly, instead of guarding their liberties, now exposed to manifest peril, conferred an additional revenue on the crown, and by rendering the king in some degree independent, contributed to increase those dangers with which they had so much reason to be alarmed. The next opposition came from the House of Peers, which has not commonly taken the lead on these occasions, and even from the bench of bishops, where the court usually expects the greatest complaisance and submission. The upper house had been brought, in the first few days of the session, to give general thanks for the king's speech, by which compliment they were understood, according to the practice of that time, to have acquiesced in every part of it. Yet notwithstanding that step, Compton, bishop of London, in his own name and that of his brethren, moved that a day should be appointed for taking the speech into consideration. He was seconded by Halifax, Nottingham, and Mordaunt. Jefferies, the chancellor, opposed the motion, and seemed inclined to use in that house the same arrogance to which on the bench he had so long been accustomed. But he was soon taught to know his place, and he proved by his behavior that insolence, when checked, naturally sinks into meanness and cowardice. The Bishop of London's motion prevailed. The king might reasonably have presumed that, even if the peers should so far resume courage as to make an application against his dispensing power, the same steady answer which he had given to the commons would make them relapse into the same timidity, and he might by that means have obtained a considerable supply, without making any concessions in return. But so imperious was his temper, so lofty the idea which he had entertained of his own authority, and so violent the scheme suggested by his own bigotry and that of his priest, that without any delay, without waiting for any further provocation, he immediately proceeded to a prorogation. He continued the parliament during a year and a half by 4 more prorogations, but having in vain tried, by separate applications, to break the obstinacy of the leading members, he at last dissolved that assembly. And as it was plainly impossible for him to find among his Protestant subjects a set of men more devoted to royal authority, it was universally concluded that he intended thenceforth to govern entirely without parliaments. Never king mounted the throne of England with greater advantages than James, nay, possessed greater facility, if that were any advantage, of rendering himself and his posterity absolute. But all these fortunate circumstances tended only, by his own misconduct, to bring more sudden ruin upon him. The nation seemed disposed of themselves to resign their liberties, had he not at the same time made an attempt upon their religion; and he might even have succeeded in surmounting at once their liberties and religion, had he conducted his schemes with common prudence and discretion. Openly to declare to the parliament, so early in his reign, his intention to dispense with the test, struck a universal alarm throughout the nation, infused terror into the church, which had hitherto been the chief support of monarchy, and even disgusted the army, by whose means alone he could now purpose to govern. The former horror against popery was revived by polemical books and sermons, and in every dispute the victory seemed to be gained by the Protestant divines, who were heard with more favorable ears, and who managed the controversy with more learning and eloquence. But another incident happened at this time which tended mightily to excite the animosity of the nation against the Catholic communion. Louis XIV., having long harassed and molested the Protestants, at last revoked entirely the Edict of Nantes, which had been enacted by Henry IV. For securing them the free exercise of their religion, which had been declared irrevocable, and which, during the experience of near a century, had been attended with no sensible inconvenience. All the iniquities inseparable from persecution were exercised against those unhappy religionists, who became obstinate in proportion to the oppressions which they suffered, and either covered under a feigned conversion a more violent abhorrence of the Catholic communion, or sought among foreign nations for that liberty of which they were bereaved in their native country. Above 500,000 of the most useful and industrious subjects deserted France, and exported, together with immense sums of money, those arts and manufactures which had chiefly tended to enrich that kingdom. They propagated everywhere the most tragical accounts of the tyranny exercised against them, and revived among the Protestants all that resentment against the bloody and persecuting spirit of popery, to which so many incidents in all ages had given too much foundation. Near 50,000 refugees passed over into England, and all men were disposed, from their representations, to entertain the utmost horror against the projects which they apprehended to be formed by the king for the abolition of the Protestant religion. When a prince of so much humanity and of such signal prudence as Lewis could be engaged, by the bigotry of his religion alone, without any provocation, to embrace such sanguinary and impolitic measures, what might be dreaded, they asked, from James, who was so much inferior in these virtues, and who had already been irritated by such obstinate and violent opposition? In vain did the king affect to throw the highest blame on the persecutions in France. In vain did he afford the most real protection and assistance to the distressed Huguenots. All these symptoms of toleration were regarded as insidious, opposite to the avowed principles of his sect, and belied by the severe administration which he himself had exercised against the nonconformists in Scotland. End of Section 38, Chapter 70, Part 3. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 39 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 39, Chapter 70, Part 4. The smallest approach towards the introduction of popery must, in the present disposition of the people, have afforded reason of jealousy, much more so wide a step as that of dispensing with the test, the sole security which the nation, being disappointed of the exclusion bill, found provided against those dreaded innovations. Yet was the king resolute to persevere in his purpose, and having failed in bringing over the parliament, he made an attempt, with more success, for establishing his dispensing power by a verdict of the judges. Sir Edward Hales, a new proselyte, had accepted a commission of colonel, and directions were given his coachman to prosecute him for the penalty of £500, which the law, establishing the test, had granted to informers. By this feigned action the king hoped, both from the authority of the decision and the reason of the thing, to put an end to all questions with regard to his dispensing power. It could not be expected that the lawyers appointed to plead against Hales would exert great force on that occasion. But the cause was regarded with such anxiety by the public, that it has been thoroughly canvassed in several elaborate discourses, and could men divest themselves of prejudice, there want not sufficient materials on which to form a true judgment. The claim and exercise of the dispensing power is allowed to be very ancient in England, and though it seems at first to have been copied from papal usurpations, it may plainly be traced up as high as the reign of Henry III. In the feudal governments, men were more anxious to secure their private property than to share in the public administration; and provided no innovations were attempted on their rights and possessions, the care of executing the laws, and ensuring general safety, was, without jealousy, entrusted to the sovereign. Penal statutes were commonly intended to arm the prince with more authority for that purpose; and being in the main calculated for promoting his influence as first magistrate, there seemed no danger in allowing him to dispense with their execution in such particular cases as might require an exception or indulgence. That practice had so much prevailed, that the parliament itself had more than once acknowledged this prerogative of the crown, particularly during the reign of Henry V., when they enacted the law against aliens, and also when they passed the statute of provisors. But though the general tenor of the penal statutes was such as gave the king a superior interest in their execution beyond any of his subjects, it could not but sometimes happen in a mixed government, that the parliament would desire to enact laws by which the regal power, in some particulars, even where private property was not immediately concerned, might be regulated and restrained. In the 23rd of Henry VI., a law of this kind was enacted, prohibiting any man from serving in a county as sheriff above a year; and a clause was inserted, by which the king was disabled from granting a dispensation. Plain reason might have taught, that this law, at least, should be exempted from the king's prerogative; but as the dispensing power still prevailed in other cases, it was soon able, aided by the servility of the courts of judicature, even to overpower this statute, which the legislature had evidently intended to secure against violation. In the reign of Henry VII., the case was brought to a trial before all the judges in the exchequer chamber; and it was decreed that, notwithstanding the strict clause above mentioned, the king might dispense with the statute. He could first, it was alleged, dispense with the prohibitory clause, and then with the statute itself. This opinion of the judges, though seemingly absurd, had ever since passed for undoubted law. The practice of continuing the sheriffs had prevailed, and most of the property in England had been fixed by decisions which juries, returned by such sheriffs, had given in the courts of judicature. Many other dispensations of a like nature may be produced, not only such as took place by intervals, but such as were uniformly continued. Thus the law was dispensed with, which prohibited any man from going a judge of assize into his own county; that which rendered all Welshmen incapable of bearing offices in Wales; and that which required every one who received a pardon for felony to find sureties for his good behavior. In the second of James I., a new consultation of all the judges had been held upon a like question. This prerogative of the crown was again unanimously affirmed; and it became an established principle in English jurisprudence, that though the king could not allow of what was morally unlawful, he could permit what was only prohibited by positive statute. Even the jealous House of Commons, who extorted the petition of right from Charles I., made no scruple, by the mouth of Glanville, their manager, to allow of the dispensing power in its full extent; and in the famous trial of ship money, Holborn, the popular lawyer, had freely, and in the most explicit terms, made the same concession. Sir Edward Coke, the great oracle of English law, had not only concurred with all other lawyers in favor of this prerogative, but seems even to believe it so inherent in the crown, that an act of parliament itself could not abolish it; and he particularly observes, that no law can impose such a disability of enjoying offices as the king may not dispense with, because the king, from the law of nature, has a right to the service of all his subjects. This particular reason, as well as all the general principles, is applicable to the question of the test; nor can the dangerous consequence of granting dispensations in that case be ever allowed to be pleaded before a court of judicature. Every prerogative of the crown, it may be said, admits of abuse. Should the king pardon all criminals, law must be totally dissolved. Should he declare and continue perpetual war against all nations, inevitable ruin must ensue. Yet these powers are entrusted to the sovereign. Though this reasoning seems founded on such principles as are usually admitted by lawyers, The people had entertained such violent prepossessions against the use which James here made of his prerogative, that he was obliged, before he brought on Hale's cause, to displace 4 of the judges, Jones, Montague, Charlton, and Neville; and even Sir Edward Herbert, the chief justice, though a man of acknowledged virtue, yet, because he here supported the pretensions of the crown, was exposed to great and general reproach. Men deemed a dispensing to be in effect the same with a repealing power, and they could not conceive that less authority was necessary to repeal than to enact any statute. If one penal law was dispensed with, any other might undergo the same fate. And by what principle could even the laws which define property be afterwards secured from violation? The Test Act had ever been conceived the great barrier of the established religion under a popish successor. As such it had been insisted on by the parliament, as such granted by the king, as such, during the debates with regard to the exclusion, recommended by the chancellor. By what magic, by what chicane of law, is it now annihilated and rendered of no validity? These questions were everywhere asked, and men, straitened by precedents and decisions of great authority, were reduced either to question the antiquity of this prerogative itself, or to assert that even the practice of near 5 centuries could not bestow on it sufficient authority. It was not considered that the present difficulty or seeming absurdity had proceeded from late innovations introduced into the government. Ever since the beginning of this century, the parliament had, with a laudable zeal, been acquiring powers and establishing principles favorable to law and liberty. The authority of the crown had been limited in many important particulars, and penal statutes were often calculated to secure the constitution against the attempts of ministers, as well as to preserve general peace and repress crimes and immoralities. A prerogative, however, derived from very ancient and almost uniform practice, the dispensing power, still remained, or was supposed to remain, with the crown, sufficient in an instant to overturn this whole fabric, and to throw down all fences of the constitution. If this prerogative, which carries on the face of it such strong symptoms of an absolute authority in the prince, had yet in ancient times subsisted with some degree of liberty in the subject, this fact only proves that scarcely any human government, much less one erected in rude and barbarous times, is entirely consistent and uniform in all its parts. But to expect that the dispensing power could, in any degree, be rendered compatible with those accurate and regular limitations which had of late been established, and which the people were determined to maintain, was a vain hope. And though men knew not upon what principles they could deny that prerogative, they saw that, if they would preserve their laws and constitution, there was an absolute necessity for denying, at least for abolishing it. The revolution alone, which soon succeeded, happily put an end to all these disputes. By means of it, a more uniform edifice was at last erected. The monstrous inconsistence, so visible between the ancient Gothic parts of the fabric and the recent plans of liberty, was fully corrected; and to their mutual felicity, king and people were finally taught to know their proper boundaries. Whatever topics lawyers might find to defend James's dispensing power, the nation thought it dangerous, if not fatal, to liberty; and his resolution of exercising it may on that account be esteemed no less alarming than if the power had been founded on the most recent and most flagrant usurpation. It was not likely that an authority which had been assumed through so many obstacles would in his hands lie long idle and unemployed. 4 Catholic lords were brought into the privy council: Powis, Arundel, Bellasis, and Dover. Halifax, finding that, notwithstanding his past merits, he possessed no real credit or authority, became refractory in his opposition, and his office of privy seal was given to Arundel. The king was open, as well as zealous, in the desire of making converts; and men saw plainly that the only way to acquire his affection and confidence was by a sacrifice of their religion. Sunderland, some time after, scrupled not to gain favor at this price. Rochester, the treasurer, though the king's brother-in-law, yet, because he refused to give this instance of complaisance, was turned out of his office. The treasury was put in commission, and Bellasis was placed at the head of it. All the courtiers were disgusted, even such as had little regard to religion. The dishonor as well as distrust attending renegades made most men resolve at all hazards to adhere to their ancient faith. In Scotland, James's zeal for proselytism was more successful. The earls of Murray, Perth, and Melfort were brought over to the court religion; and the two latter noblemen made use of a very courtly reason for their conversion. They pretended that the papers found in the late king's cabinet had opened their eyes, and had convinced them of the preference due to the Catholic religion. Queensberry, who showed not the same complaisance, fell into total disgrace, notwithstanding his former services, and the important sacrifices which he had made to the measures of the court. These merits could not even ensure him of safety against the vengeance to which he stood exposed. His rival, Perth, who had been ready to sink under his superior interest, now acquired the ascendant, and all the complaints exhibited against him were totally obliterated. His faith, according to a saying of Halifax, had made him whole. But it was in Ireland chiefly that the mask was wholly taken off, and that the king thought himself at liberty to proceed to the full extent of his zeal and his violence. The Duke of Ormond was recalled; and though the primate and Lord Granard, two Protestants, still possessed the authority of justices, the whole power was lodged in the hands of Talbot, the general, soon after created Earl of Tyrconnel, a man who, from the blindness of his prejudices and fury of his temper, was transported with the most immeasurable ardor for the Catholic cause. After the suppression of Monmouth's rebellion, orders were given by Tyrconnel to disarm all the Protestants, on pretence of securing the public peace, and keeping their arms in a few magazines for the use of the militia. Next, the army was new modeled, and a great number of officers were dismissed, because it was pretended that they or their fathers had served under Cromwell and the Republic. The injustice was not confined to them. Near 300 officers more were afterwards broken, though many of them had purchased their commissions. About 4,000 or 5,000 private soldiers, because they were Protestants, were dismissed, and being stripped even of their regimentals, were turned out to starve in the streets. While these violences were carrying on, Clarendon, who had been named Lord Lieutenant, came over; but he soon found that, as he had refused to give the king the desired pledge of fidelity by changing his religion, he possessed no credit or authority. He was even a kind of prisoner in the hands of Tyrconnel; and as he gave all opposition in his power to the precipitate measures of the Catholics, he was soon after recalled, and Tyrconnel substituted in his place. The unhappy Protestants now saw all the civil authority, as well as the military force, transferred into the hands of their inveterate enemies, inflamed with hereditary hatred, and stimulated by every motive which the passion either for power, property, or religion could inspire. Even the barbarous banditti were let loose to prey on them in their present defenseless condition. A renewal of the ancient massacres was apprehended, and great multitudes, struck with the best grounded terror, deserted the kingdom, and infused into the English nation a dread of those violences to which, after some time, they might justly, from the prevalence of the Catholics, think themselves exposed. All judicious persons of the Catholic communion were disgusted with these violent measures, and could easily foresee the consequences. But James was entirely governed by the rash counsels of the queen and of his confessor, Father Peters, a Jesuit, whom he soon after created a privy counsellor. He thought too that, as he was now in the decline of life, it was necessary for him, by hasty steps, to carry his designs into execution, lest the succession of the Princess of Orange should overturn all his projects. In vain did Arundel, Powis, and Bellasis remonstrate and suggest more moderate and cautious measures. These men had seen and felt, during the prosecution of the popish plot, the extreme antipathy which the nation bore to their religion; and though some subsequent incidents had seemingly allayed that spirit, they knew that the settled habits of the people were still the same, and that the smallest incident was sufficient to renew the former animosity. A very moderate indulgence, therefore, to the Catholic religion would have satisfied them; and all attempts to acquire power, much more to produce a change of the national faith, they deemed dangerous and destructive. On the first broaching of the popish plot, the clergy of the Church of England had concurred in the prosecution of it, with the same violence and credulity as the rest of the nation. But dreading afterwards the prevalence of republican and Presbyterian principles, they had been engaged to support the measures of the court; and to their assistance chiefly James had owed his succession to the crown. Finding that all these services were forgotten, and that the Catholic religion was the king's sole favorite, the church had commenced an opposition to court measures, and popery was now acknowledged the more immediate danger. In order to prevent inflammatory sermons on this popular subject, James revived some directions to preachers, which had been promulgated by the late king, in the beginning of his reign, when no design against the national religion was yet formed, or at least apprehended. But in the present delicate and interesting situation of the church, there was little reason to expect that orders, founded on no legal authority, would be rigidly obeyed by preachers, who saw no security to themselves but in preserving the confidence and regard of the people. Instead of avoiding controversy, according to the king's injunctions, the preachers everywhere declaimed against popery; and among the rest, Dr. Sharp, a clergyman of London, particularly distinguished himself, and affected to throw great contempt on those who had been induced to change their religion by such pitiful arguments as the Romish missionaries could suggest. This topic, being supposed to reflect on the king, gave great offence at court; and positive orders were issued to the Bishop of London, his diocesan, immediately to suspend Sharp, till his majesty's pleasure should be further known. The prelate replied, that he could not possibly obey these commands, but that he was not empowered, in such a summary manner, to inflict any punishment even upon the greatest delinquent. But neither this obvious reason, nor the most dutiful submissions both of the prelate and of Sharp himself, could appease the court. The king was determined to proceed with violence in the prosecution of this affair. The bishop himself he resolved to punish for disobedience to his commands; and the expedient which he employed for that purpose was of a nature at once the most illegal and most alarming. Among all the engines of authority formerly employed by the crown, none had been more dangerous or even destructive to liberty than the court of high commission, which, together with the star chamber, had been abolished in the reign of Charles I. by act of parliament, in which a clause was also inserted prohibiting the erection, in all future times, of that court or any of a like nature. But this law was deemed by James no obstacle, and an ecclesiastical commission was anew issued, by which 7 commissioners were vested with full and unlimited authority over the Church of England. End of Section 39, Chapter 70, Part 4. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 40 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 40, Chapter 70, Part 5. On them were bestowed the same inquisitorial powers possessed by the former Court of High Commission, that they might proceed upon bare suspicion. And the better to set the law at defiance, it was expressly inserted in their patent itself, that they were to exercise their jurisdiction, notwithstanding any law or statute to the contrary. The king's design to subdue the church was now sufficiently known, and had he been able to establish the authority of this new erected court, his success was infallible. A more sensible blow could not be given to both national liberty and religion, and happily the contest could not be tried in a cause more iniquitous and unpopular than that against Sharp and the Bishop of London. The prelate was cited before the commissioners. After denying the legality of the court, and claiming the privilege of all Christian bishops to be tried by the metropolitan and his suffragans, he pleaded in his own defense, that as he was obliged, if he had suspended Sharp, to act in the capacity of a judge, he could not, consistent either with law or equity, pronounce sentence without a previous citation and trial; that he had by petition represented this difficulty to his majesty, and not receiving any answer, he had reason to think that his petition had given entire satisfaction; that in order to show further his deference, he had advised Sharp to abstain from preaching, till he had satisfied his conduct to the king; an advice which, coming from a superior, was equivalent to a command, and he had accordingly met with the proper obedience; that he had thus, in his apprehension, conformed himself to his majesty's pleasure; but if he should still be found wanting to his duty in any particular, he was now willing to crave pardon and to make reparation. All this submission, both in Sharp and the prelate, had no effect. It was determined to have an example. Orders were accordingly sent to the commissioners to proceed, and by a majority of votes, the bishop, as well as the doctor, was suspended. Almost the whole of this short reign consists of attempts, always imprudent, often illegal, sometimes both, against whatever was most loved and revered by the nation. Even such schemes of the king's as might be laudable in themselves were so disgraced by his intentions, that they serve only to aggravate the charge against him. James was become a great patron of toleration, and an enemy to all those persecuting laws which, from the influence of the church, had been enacted both against the dissenters and Catholics. Not content with granting dispensations to particular persons, he assumed a power of issuing a declaration of general indulgence, and of suspending at once all the penal statutes by which a conformity was required to the established religion. This was a strain of authority, it must be confessed, quite inconsistent with law and a limited constitution; yet was it supported by many strong precedents in the history of England. Even after the principles of liberty were become more prevalent, and began to be well understood, the late king had, oftener than once, and without giving much umbrage, exerted this dangerous power. He had, in 1662, suspended the execution of a law which regulated carriages. During the 2 Dutch wars, he had twice suspended the act of navigation; and the commons, in 1666, being resolved, contrary to the king's judgment, to enact that iniquitous law against the importation of Irish cattle, found it necessary, in order to obviate the exercise of this prerogative, which they desired not at that time entirely to deny or abrogate, to call that importation a nuisance. Though the former authority of the sovereign was great in civil affairs, it was still greater in ecclesiastical, and the whole despotic power of the popes was often believed, in virtue of the supremacy, to have devolved to the crown. The last parliament of Charles I., by abolishing the power of the king and convocation to frame canons without consent of parliament, had somewhat diminished the supposed extent of the supremacy; but still very considerable remains of it, at least very important claims, were preserved, and were occasionally made use of by the sovereign. In 1662, Charles, pleading both the rights of his supremacy and his suspending power, had granted a general indulgence or toleration; and in 1672 he renewed the same edict, though the remonstrances of his parliament obliged him, on both occasions, to retract; and in the last instance the triumph of law over prerogative was deemed very great and memorable. In general, we may remark, that, where the exercise of the suspending power was agreeable and useful, the power itself was little questioned. Where the exercise was thought liable to exceptions, men not only opposed it, but proceeded to deny altogether the legality of the prerogative on which it was founded. James, more imprudent and arbitrary than his predecessor, issued his proclamation, suspending all the penal laws in ecclesiastical affairs, and granting a general liberty of conscience to all his subjects. He was not deterred by the reflection, both that this scheme of indulgence was already blasted by two fruitless attempts, and that in such a government as that of England, it was not sufficient that a prerogative be approved of by some lawyers and antiquaries. If it was condemned by the general voice of the nation, and yet was still exerted, the victory over national liberty was no less signal than if obtained by the most flagrant injustice and usurpation. These two considerations, indeed, would rather serve to recommend this project to James, who deemed himself superior in vigor and activity to his brother, and who probably thought that his people enjoyed no liberties but by his royal concession and indulgence. In order to procure a better reception for his edict of toleration, the king, finding himself opposed by the church, began to pay court to the dissenters; and he imagined that, by playing one party against another, he could easily obtain the victory over both; a refined policy which it much exceeded his capacity to conduct. His intentions were so obvious, that it was impossible for him ever to gain the sincere confidence and regard of the nonconformists. They knew that the genius of their religion was diametrically opposite to that of the Catholics, the sole object of the king's affection. They were sensible, that both the violence of his temper and the maxims of his religion were repugnant to the principles of toleration. They had seen that, on his accession, as well as during his brother's reign, he had courted the church at their expense; and it was not till his dangerous schemes were rejected by the prelates, that he had recourse to the nonconformists. All his favors, therefore, must, to every man of judgment among the sectaries, have appeared insidious; yet such was the pleasure reaped from present ease, such the animosity of the dissenters against the church, who had so long subjected them to the rigors of persecution, that they everywhere expressed the most entire duty to the king, and compliance with his measures, and could not forbear rejoicing extremely in the present depression of their adversaries. But had the dissenters been ever so much inclined to shut their eyes with regards to the king's intentions, the manner of conducting his scheme in Scotland was sufficient to discover the secret. The king first applied to the Scottish parliament, and desired an indulgence for the Catholics alone, without comprehending the Presbyterians. But that assembly, though more disposed than even the parliament of England to sacrifice their civil liberties, resolved likewise to adhere pertinaciously to their religion, and they rejected, for the first time, the king's application. James therefore found himself obliged to exert his prerogative, and he now thought it prudent to interest a party among his subjects, besides the Catholics, in supporting this act of authority. To the surprise of the harassed and persecuted Presbyterians, they heard the principles of toleration everywhere extolled, and found that full permission was granted to attend conventicles; an offense which, even during this reign, had been declared no less than a capital enormity. The king's declaration, however, of indulgence, contained clauses sufficient to depress their joy. As if popery were already predominant, he declared that he would never use force or invincible necessity against any man on account of his persuasion of the Protestant religion; a promise surely of toleration given to the Protestants with great precaution, and admitting a considerable latitude for persecution and violence. It is likewise remarkable, that the king declared in express terms, that he had thought fit, by his sovereign authority, prerogative royal, and absolute power, which all his subjects were to obey, without reserve, to grant this royal toleration. The dangerous designs of other princes are to be calculated by a comparison of their several actions, or by a discovery of their more secret counsels. But so blinded was James with zeal, so transported by his imperious temper, that even his proclamations and public edicts contain expressions which, without further inquiry, may suffice to his condemnation. The English well knew that the king, by the constitution of their government, thought himself entitled, as indeed he was, to as ample authority in his southern as in his northern kingdom, and therefore, though the declaration of indulgence published for England was more cautiously expressed, they could not but be alarmed by the arbitrary treatment to which their neighbors were exposed. It is even remarkable, that the English declaration contained clauses of a strange import. The king there promised, that he would maintain his loving subjects in all their properties and possessions, as well as of church and abbey lands, as of any other. Men thought that, if the full establishment of popery were not at hand, this promise was quite superfluous, and they concluded, that the king was so replete with joy on the prospect of that glorious event, that he could not, even for a moment, refrain from expressing it. But what afforded the most alarming prospect was the continuance and even increase of the violent and precipitate conduct of affairs in Ireland. Tyrconnel was now vested with full authority, and carried over with him as chancellor one Fitton, a man who was taken from a jail, and who had been convicted of forgery and other crimes, but who compensated for all his enormities by a headlong zeal for the Catholic religion. He was even heard to say from the bench, that the Protestants were all rogues, and that there was not one among 40,000 that was not a traitor, a rebel, and a villain. The whole strain of the administration was suitable to such sentiments. The Catholics were put in possession of the council table, of the courts of judicature, and of the bench of justices. In order to make them masters of the parliament, the same violence was exercised that had been practised in England. The charters of Dublin and of all the corporations were annulled, and new charters were granted, subjecting the corporations to the will of the sovereign. The Protestant freemen were expelled, Catholics introduced, and the latter sect, as they always were the majority in number, were now invested with the whole power of the kingdom. The act of settlement was the only obstacle to their enjoying the whole property, and Tyrconnel had formed a scheme for calling a parliament, in order to reverse that act, and empower the king to bestow all the lands of Ireland on his Catholic subjects. But in this scheme he met with opposition from the moderate Catholics in the king's council. Lord Bellasis went even so far as to affirm with an oath, that that fellow in Ireland was fool and madman enough to ruin 10 kingdoms. The decay of trade, from the desertion of the Protestants, was represented; the sinking of the revenue; the alarm communicated to England; and by these considerations the king's resolutions were for some time suspended. Though it was easy to foresee, from the usual tenor of his conduct, which side would at last preponderate. But the king was not content with discovering in his own kingdoms the imprudence of his conduct. He was resolved that all Europe should be witness to it. He publicly sent the Earl of Castlemaine, ambassador extraordinary, to Rome, in order to express his obeisance to the pope, and to make advances for reconciling his kingdoms in form to the Catholic communion. Never man who came on so important an errand met with so many neglects and even affronts as Castlemaine. The pontiff, instead of being pleased with this forward step, concluded, that a scheme conducted with so much indiscretion could never possibly be successful; and as he was engaged in a violent quarrel with the French monarch, a quarrel which interested him more nearly than the conversion of England, He bore little regard to James, whom he believed too closely connected with his capital enemy. The only proof of complaisance which James received from the pontiff was his sending a nuncio to England in return for the embassy. By act of parliament, any communication with the pope was made treason; yet so little regard did the king pay to the laws, that he gave the nuncio a public and solemn reception at Windsor. The Duke of Somerset, one of the bedchamber, because he refused to assist at this ceremony, was dismissed from his employment. The nuncio resided openly in London during the rest of this reign. 4 Catholic bishops were publicly consecrated in the king's chapel, and sent out, under the title of vicars apostolical, to exercise the episcopal function in their respective dioceses. Their pastoral letters, directed to the lay Catholics of England, were printed and dispersed by the express allowance and permission of the king. The regular clergy of that communion appeared in court in the habits of their order, and some of them were so indiscreet as to boast that, in a little time, they hoped to walk in procession through the capital. While the king shocked in the most open manner all the principles and prejudices of his Protestant subjects, he could not sometimes but be sensible that he stood in need of their assistance for the execution of his designs. He had himself, by virtue of his prerogative, suspended the penal laws, and dispensed with the test; but he would gladly have obtained the sanction of parliament to these acts of power, and he knew that, without this authority, his edicts alone would never afford a durable security to the Catholics. He had employed, therefore, with the members of parliament many private conferences, which were then called closetings; and he used every expedient of reasons, menaces, and promises to break their obstinacy in this particular. Finding all his efforts fruitless, he had dissolved the parliament, and was determined to call a new one, from which he expected more complaisance and submission. By the practice of annulling the charters, the king was become master of all the corporations, and could at pleasure change everywhere the whole magistracy. The church party, therefore, by whom the crown had been hitherto so remarkably supported, and to whom the king visibly owed his safety from all the efforts of his enemies, was deprived of authority, and the dissenters, those very enemies, were first in London, and afterwards in every other corporation, substituted in their place. Not content with this violent and dangerous innovation, the king appointed certain regulators to examine the qualifications of electors, and directions were given them to exclude all such as adhered to the test and penal statutes. Queries to this purpose were openly proposed in all places, in order to try the sentiments of men, and enable the king to judge of the proceedings of the future parliament. The power of the crown was at this time so great, and the revenue managed by James's frugality so considerable and independent, that, if he had embraced any national party, he had been insured of success, and might have carried his authority to what length he pleased. But the Catholics, to whom he had entirely devoted himself, were scarcely the 100th part of the people. Even the Protestant nonconformists, whom he so much courted, were little more than the 20th; and, what was worse, reposed no confidence in the unnatural alliance contracted with the Catholics, and in the principles of toleration, which, contrary to their usual practice in all ages, seemed at present to be adopted by that sect. The king, therefore, finding little hopes of success, delayed the summoning of a parliament, and proceeded still in the exercise of his illegal and arbitrary authority. The whole power in Ireland had been committed to Catholics. In Scotland, all the ministers whom the king chiefly trusted were converts to that religion. Every great office in England, civil and military, was gradually transferred from the Protestants. Rochester and Clarendon, the king's brothers-in-law, though they had ever been faithful to his interest, could not by all their services atone for their adherence to the national religion, and had been dismissed from their employments. The violent Jefferies himself, though he had sacrificed justice and humanity to the court, yet, because he refused also to give up his religion, was declining in favor and interest. Nothing now remained but to open the door in the church and universities to the intrusion of the Catholics. It was not long before the king made this rash effort, and by constraining the prelacy and established church to seek protection in the principles of liberty, he at last left himself entirely without friends and adherents. End of Section 40, Chapter 70, Part 5. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 41 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. By David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 41, Chapter 70, Part 6. Father Francis, a Benedictine, was recommended by the king's mandate to the University of Cambridge for the degree of Master of Arts; and as it was usual for the university to confer that degree on persons eminent for learning, without regard to their religion, and as they had even admitted lately the secretary to the ambassador of Morocco, the king on that account thought himself the better entitled to compliance. But the university considered, that there was a great difference between a compliment bestowed on foreigners, and degrees which gave a title to vote in all the elections and statutes of the university, and of which, if conferred on the Catholics, would infallibly in time render that sect entirely superior. They therefore refused to obey the king's mandate, and were cited to appear before the court of ecclesiastical commission. The vice-chancellor was suspended by that court; but as the university chose a man of spirit to succeed him, the king thought proper for the present to drop his pretensions. The attempt upon the University of Oxford was prosecuted with more inflexible obstinacy, and was attended with more important consequences. This university had lately, in their famous decree, made a solemn profession of passive obedience, and the court probably expected that they would show their sincerity when their turn came to practice that doctrine, which, though if carried to the utmost extent it be contrary both to reason and to nature, is apt to meet with the more effectual opposition from the latter principle. The president of Magdalen College, one of the richest foundations in Europe, dying about this time, a mandate was sent in favor of Farmer, a new convert, but one who, besides his being a Catholic, had not in other respects the qualifications required by the statutes for enjoying that office. The fellows of the college made submissive applications to the king for recalling his mandate; but before they received an answer, the day came on which, by their statutes, they were obliged to proceed to an election. They chose Dr. Hume, a man of virtue, as well as the firmness and vigor requisite for maintaining his own rights and those of the university. In order to punish the college for this contumacy, as it was called, an inferior ecclesiastical commission was sent down, and the new president and the fellows were cited before it. So little regard had been paid to any consideration besides religion, that Farmer, on inquiry, was found guilty of the lowest and most scandalous vices, insomuch that even the ecclesiastical commissioners were ashamed to insist on his election. A new mandate, therefore, was issued in favor of Parker, lately created Bishop of Oxford, a man of a prostitute character, but who, like Farmer, atoned for all his vices by his avowed willingness to embrace the Catholic religion. The college represented, that all presidents had ever been appointed by election, and there were few instances of the king's interposing by his recommendation in favor of any candidate; that having already made a regular election of a president, they could not deprive him of his office, and during his lifetime substitute any other in his place; that even if there were a vacancy, Parker, by the statutes of their founder, could not be chosen; that they had all of them bound themselves by oath to observe these statutes, and never on any account to accept of a dispensation; and that the college had at all times so much distinguished itself by its loyalty, that nothing but the most invincible necessity could now oblige them to oppose his majesty's inclinations. All these reasons availed them nothing. The president and all the fellows, except two who complied, were expelled the college, and Parker was put in possession of the office. This act of violence, of all those which were committed during the reign of James, is perhaps the most illegal and arbitrary. When the dispensing power was the most strenuously insisted on by court lawyers, it had still been allowed, that the statutes which regard private property could not legally be infringed by that prerogative. Yet in this instance it appeared, that even these were not now secure from invasion. The privileges of a college are attacked. Men are illegally dispossessed of their property, for adhering to their duty, to their oaths, and to their religion. The foundations of the church are attempted to be poisoned. Nor would it be long, it was concluded, ere all ecclesiastical, as well as civil preferments, would be bestowed on such as, negligent of honor, virtue, and sincerity, basely sacrifice their faith to the reigning superstition. Such were the general sentiments; and as the universities have an intimate connection with the ecclesiastical establishments, and mightily interest all those who have there received their education, this arbitrary proceeding begat a universal discontent against the king's administration. The next measure of the court was an insult still more open on the ecclesiastics, and rendered the breach between the king and that powerful body fatal as well as incurable. It is strange that James, when he felt, from the sentiments of his own heart, what a mighty influence religious zeal had over him, should yet be so infatuated as never once to suspect that it might possibly have a proportionable authority over his subjects. Could he have profited by repeated experience, he had seen instances enough of their strong aversion to that communion, which, from a violent imperious temper, he was determined, by every possible expedient, to introduce into his kingdoms. The king published a second declaration of indulgence, almost in the same terms with the former; and he subjoined an order, that, immediately after divine service, it should be read by the clergy in all the churches. As they were known universally to disapprove of the use made of the suspending power, this clause, they thought, could be meant only as an insult upon them; and they were sensible that by their compliance they should expose themselves both to public contempt, on account of their tame behavior, and to public hatred, by their indirectly patronizing so obnoxious a prerogative. They were determined, therefore, almost universally, to preserve the regard of the people. Their only protection, while the laws were become of so little validity, and while the court was so deeply engaged in opposite interest. In order to encourage them in this resolution, 6 prelates, namely, Lloyd, bishop of St. Asaph, Ken of Bath and Wells, Turner of Ely, Lake of Chichester, White of Peterborough, and Trelawney of Bristol, met privately with the primate, and concerted the form of a petition to the king. They there represent in few words that, though possessed of the highest sense of loyalty, a virtue of which the Church of England had given such eminent testimonies, and though desirous of affording ease in a legal way to all Protestant dissenters, yet, because the declaration of indulgence was founded on a prerogative formally declared illegal by parliament, they could not, in prudence, honor, or conscience, so far make themselves parties, as the distribution of it all over the kingdom would be interpreted to amount to. They therefore besought the king, that he would not insist upon their reading that declaration. The king was incapable not only of yielding to the greatest opposition, but of allowing the slightest and most respectful contradiction to pass uncensured. He immediately embraced a resolution, and his resolutions, when once embraced, were inflexible, of punishing the bishops, for a petition so popular in its matter, and so prudent and cautious in its expression. As the petition was delivered him in private, He summoned them before the council, and questioned them whether they would acknowledge it. The bishops saw his intention, and seemed long desirous to decline answering. But being pushed by the chancellor, they at last avowed the petition. On the refusal to give bail, an order was immediately drawn for their commitment to the Tower, and the crown lawyers received directions to prosecute them for the seditious libel which, it was pretended, they had composed and uttered. The people were already aware of the danger to which the prelates were exposed, and were raised to the highest pitch of anxiety and attention with regard to the issue of this extraordinary affair. But when they beheld these fathers of the church brought from court under the custody of a guard, when they saw them embark in vessels on the river, and conveyed towards the Tower, all their affection for liberty, all their zeal for religion, blazed up at once, and they flew to behold this affecting spectacle. The whole shore was covered with crowds of prostrate spectators, who at once implored the blessing of those holy pastors, and addressed their petitions towards heaven for protection during this extreme danger to which their country and their religion stood exposed. Even the soldiers, seized with the contagion of the same spirit, flung themselves on their knees before the distressed prelates, and craved the benediction of those criminals whom they were appointed to guard. Some persons ran into the water, that they might participate more nearly in those blessings which the prelates were distributing on all around them. The bishops themselves, during this triumphant suffering, augmented the general favor by the most lowly, submissive deportment, and they still exhorted the people to fear God, honor the king, and maintain their loyalty; expressions more animating than the most inflammatory speeches. And no sooner had they entered the precincts of the Tower, than they hurried to chapel, in order to return thanks for those afflictions which heaven, in defence of its holy cause, had thought them worthy to endure. Their passage, when conducted to their trial, was, if possible, attended by greater crowds of anxious spectators. All men saw the dangerous crisis to which affairs were reduced, and were sensible that the king could not have put the issue on a cause more unfavorable for himself than that in which he had so imprudently engaged. 29 temporal peers, for the other prelates kept aloof, attended the prisoners to Westminster Hall; and such crowds of gentry followed the procession that scarcely was any room left for the populace to enter. The lawyers for the bishops were Sir Robert Sawyer, Sir Francis Pemberton, Pollexfen, Treby, and Somers. No cause, even during the prosecution of the popish plot, was ever heard with so much zeal and attention. The popular torrent, which of itself ran fierce and strong, was now further irritated by the opposition of government. The counsel for the bishops pleaded, that the law allowed subjects, if they thought themselves aggrieved in any particular, to apply by petition to the king, provided they kept within certain bounds, which the same law prescribed to them, and which, in the present petition, the prelates had strictly observed; that an active obedience in cases which were contrary to conscience was never pretended to be due to government, and law was allowed to be the great measure of the compliance and submission of subjects; that when any person found commands to be imposed upon him which he could not obey, it was more respectful in him to offer his reasons for refusal, than to remain in a sullen and refractory silence; that it was no breach of duty in subjects, even though not called upon, to discover their sense of public measures, in which every one had so intimate a concern; that the bishops in the present case were called upon, and must either express their approbation by compliance, or their disapprobation by petition; that it could be no sedition to deny the prerogative of suspending the laws, because there really was no such prerogative, nor ever could be, in a legal and limited government; that even if this prerogative were real, it had yet been frequently controverted before the whole nation, both in Westminster Hall and in both houses of parliament; and no one had ever dreamed of punishing the denial of it as criminal; that the prelates, instead of making an appeal to the people, had applied in private to his majesty, and had even delivered their petition so secretly that, except by the confession extorted from them before the council, it was found impossible to prove them the authors; and that though the petition was afterwards printed and dispersed, it was not so much as attempted to be proved that they had the least knowledge of the publication. These arguments were convincing in themselves, and were heard with a favorable disposition by the audience. Even some of the judges, though their seats were held during pleasure, declared themselves in favor of the prisoners. The jury, however, from what cause is unknown, took several hours to deliberate, and kept, during so long a time, the people in the most anxious expectation. But when the wished for verdict, "Not guilty," was at last pronounced, the intelligence was echoed through the hall, was conveyed to the crowds without, was carried into the city, and was propagated with infinite joy throughout the kingdom. Ever since Monmouth's rebellion, the king had every summer encamped his army on Hounslow's Heath, that he might both improve their discipline, and by so unusual a spectacle overawe the mutinous people. A popish chapel was openly erected in the midst of the camp, and great pains were taken, though in vain, to bring over the soldiers to that communion. The few converts whom the priest had made were treated with such contempt and ignominy as deterred every one from following the example. Even the Irish officers, whom the king introduced into the army, served rather, from the aversion borne them, to weaken his interest among them. It happened that the very day on which the trial of the bishops was finished, James had reviewed the troops, and had retired into the tent of Lord Feversham, the general, when he was surprised to hear a great uproar in the camp, attended with the most extravagant symptoms of tumultuary joy. He suddenly inquired the cause, and was told by Feversham, it was nothing but the rejoicing of the soldiers for the acquittal of the bishops. "Do you call that nothing?" replied he; "but so much the worse for them." The king was still determined to rush forward in the same course in which he was already, by his precipitate career, so fatally advanced. Though he knew that every order of men, except a handful of Catholics, were enraged at his past measures, and still more terrified with the future prospect; though he saw that the same discontents had reached the army, his sole resource during the general disaffection, yet was he incapable of changing his measures, or even of remitting his violence in the prosecution of them. He struck out two of the judges, Powell and Holloway, who had appeared to favor the bishops. He issued orders to prosecute all those clergymen who had not read his declaration; that is, the whole Church of England, 200 excepted. He sent a mandate to the new fellows whom he had obtruded on Magdalen College, to elect for president, in the room of Parker, lately deceased, one Gifford, a doctor of the Sorbonne, and titular bishop of Madura; and he is even said to have nominated the same person to the see of Oxford. So great an infatuation is perhaps an object of compassion rather than of anger, and is really surprising in a man who, in other respects, was not wholly deficient in sense and accomplishments. A few days before the acquittal of the bishops, an event happened which, in the king's sentiments, much overbalanced all the mortifications received on that occasion. The queen was delivered of a son, who was baptized by the name of James. This blessing was impatiently longed for, not only by the king and queen, but by all the zealous Catholics both abroad and at home. They saw that the king was past middle age, and that on his death the succession must devolve to the prince and princess of Orange, two zealous Protestants, who would soon replace everything on ancient foundations. Vows, therefore, were offered at every shrine for a male successor. Pilgrimages were undertaken, particularly one to Loretto, by the Duchess of Modena, and success was chiefly attributed to that pious journey. But in proportion as this event was agreeable to the Catholics, it increased the disgust of the Protestants, by depriving them of that pleasing, though somewhat distant prospect, in which at present they flattered themselves. Calumny even went so far as to ascribe to the king the design of imposing on the world a supposititious child, who might be educated in his principles, and, after his death, support the Catholic religion in his dominions. The nation almost universally believed him capable, from bigotry, of committing any crime, as they had seen that, from like motives, he was guilty of every imprudence; and the affections of nature, they thought, would be easily sacrificed to the superior motive of propagating a Catholic and orthodox faith. The present occasion was not the first when that calumny had been invented. In the year 1682, the queen, then Duchess of York, had been pregnant, and rumors were spread that an imposture would at that time be obtruded upon the nation. But happily the infant proved a female, and thereby spared the party all the trouble of supporting their improbable fiction. Section 70, Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 42 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 42, Chapter 71, Part 1. Chapter 71. James II, 1688. While every motive, civil and religious, concurred to alienate from the king every rank and denomination of men, it might be expected that his throne would, without delay, fall to pieces by its own weight. But such is the influence of established government, so averse are men from beginning hazardous enterprises, that, had not an attack been made from abroad, affairs might long have remained in their present delicate situation, and James might at last have prevailed in his rash and ill-concerted projects. The Prince of Orange, ever since his marriage with the Lady Mary, had maintained a very prudent conduct, agreeably to that sound understanding with which he was so eminently endowed. He made it a maxim to concern himself little in English affairs, and never by any measure to disgust of any of the factions, or give umbrage to the prince who filled the throne. His natural inclination, as well as his interest, led him to employ himself with assiduous industry in the transactions on the continent, and to oppose the grandeur of the French monarch, against whom he had long, both for personal and political considerations, conceived a violent animosity. By this conduct he gratified the prejudices of the whole English nation; but as he crossed the inclinations of Charles, who sought peace by compliance with France, he had much declined in the favor and affections of that monarch. James, on his accession, found it so much his interest to live on good terms with the heir apparent, that he showed the prince some demonstrations of friendship; and the prince, on his part, was not wanting in every instance of duty and regard towards the king. On Monmouth's invasion, he immediately dispatched over 6 regiments of British troops, which were in the Dutch service; and he offered to take the command of the king's forces against the rebels. How little, however, he might approve of James's administration, he always kept a total silence on the subject, and gave no countenance to those discontents which were propagated with such industry throughout the nation. It was from the application of James himself that the prince first openly took any part in English affairs. Notwithstanding the lofty ideas which the king had entertained of his prerogative, he found that the edicts emitted from it still wanted much of the authority of laws, and that the continuance of them might in the issue become dangerous both to himself and to the Catholics, whom he desired to favor. An act of parliament alone could ensure the indulgence or toleration which he had labored to establish; and he hoped that, if the prince would declare in favor of that scheme, the members who had hitherto resisted all his own applications would at last be prevailed with to adopt it. The consent, therefore, of the prince to the repeal of the penal statutes and of the test was strongly solicited by the king; and in order to engage him to agree to that measure, hopes were given, that England would second him in all those enterprises which his active and extensive genius had with such success planned on the continent. He was at this time the centre of all the negotiations of Christendom. The emperor and the king of Spain, as the prince well knew, were enraged by the repeated injuries which they had suffered from the ambition of Lewis, and still more by the frequent insults which his pride had made them undergo. He was apprised of the influence of these monarchs over the Catholic princes of the empire. He had himself acquired great authority with the Protestant; and he formed a project of uniting Europe in one general league against the encroachments of France, which seemed so nearly to threaten the independence of all its neighbors. No characters are more incompatible than those of a conqueror and a persecutor; and Lewis soon found, that besides his weakening France by the banishment of so many useful subjects, the refugees had inflamed all the Protestant rations against him, and had raised him enemies, who, in defence of their religion as well as liberty, were obstinately resolved to oppose his progress. The city of Amsterdam and other towns in Holland, which had before fallen into a dependence on France, being terrified with the accounts which they every moment received of the furious persecutions against the Hugonots, had now dropped all domestic faction, and had entered into an entire confidence with the Prince of Orange. The Protestant princes of the empire formed a separate league at Magdeburg for the defence of their religion. The English were anew enraged at the blind bigotry of their sovereign, and were disposed to embrace the most desperate resolutions against him. From a view of the state of Europe during this period, it appears that Lewis, besides sullying an illustrious reign, had wantonly, by this persecution, raised invincible barriers to his arms, which otherwise it had been difficult, if not impossible, to resist. The Prince of Orange knew how to avail himself of all these advantages. By his intrigues and influence, there was formed at Augsburg a league, in which the whole empire united for its defence against the French monarch. Spain and Holland became parties in the alliance. The accession of Savoy was afterwards obtained. Sweden and Denmark seemed to favor the same cause. But though these numerous states composed the greater part of Europe, the league was still deemed imperfect and unequal to its end, so long as England maintained that neutrality in which she had hitherto persevered. James, though more prone to bigotry, was more sensible to his own and to national honor than his brother; and had he not been restrained by the former motive, he would have maintained with more spirit the interest and independence of his kingdoms. When a prospect, therefore, appeared of effecting his religious schemes by opposing the progress of France, he was not averse to that measure; and he gave his son-in-law room to hope that, by concurring with his views in England, he might prevail with him to second those projects which the prince was so ambitious of promoting. A more tempting offer could not be made to a person of his enterprising character; but the objections to that measure, upon deliberation, appeared to him unsurmountable. The king, he observed, had incurred the hatred of his own subjects. Great apprehensions were entertained of his designs. The only resource which the nation saw was in the future succession of the prince and princess. Should he concur in those dreaded measures, he should draw on himself all the odium under which the king labored. The nation might even refuse to bear the expenses of alliances, which would in that case become so suspicious; and he might himself incur danger of losing a succession which was awaiting him, and which the egregious indiscretion of the king seemed even to give him hopes of reaping before it should devolve to him by the course of nature. The prince, therefore, would go no further than to promise his consent to the repeal of the penal statutes, by which the nonconformists as well as Catholics were exposed to punishment, The test he deemed a security absolutely necessary for the established religion. The king did not remain satisfied with a single trial. There was one Stuart, a Scotch lawyer, who had been banished for pretended treasonable practices, but who had afterwards obtained a pardon and had been recalled. By the king's directions, Stuart wrote several letters to Pensionary Fagel, with whom he had contracted an acquaintance in Holland; and besides urging all the motives for an unlimited toleration, he desired that his reasons should, in the king's name, be communicated to the prince and princess of Orange. Fagel, during a long time, made no reply; but finding that his silence was construed into an assent, he at last expressed his own sentiments and those of their highnesses. He said, that it was their fixed opinion, that no man, merely because he differed from the established faith, should ever, while he remained a peaceable subject, be exposed to any punishment, or even vexation; that the prince and princess gave heartily their consent for repealing legally all the penal statutes, as well as those which had been enacted against the Catholics as against the Protestant nonconformists, and would concur with the king in any measure for that purpose; that the test was not to be considered as a penalty inflicted on the professors of any religion, but as a security provided for the established worship; that it was no punishment on men to be excluded from public offices, and to live peaceably on their own revenues or industry; that even in the United Provinces, which were so often cited as models of toleration, though all sects were admitted, yet civil offices were enjoyed by the professors of the established religion alone; that military commands, indeed, were sometimes bestowed on Catholics, but as they were conferred with great precaution, and still lay under the control of the magistrate, they could give no just reason for umbrage; and that their highnesses, however desirous of gratifying the king and of endeavoring by every means to render his reign peaceable and happy, could not agree to any measure which would expose their religion to such imminent danger. When this letter was published, as it soon was, it inspired great courage into the Protestants of all denominations, and served to keep them united in their opposition to the encroachments of the Catholics. On the other hand, the king, who was not content with a simple toleration for his own religion, but was resolved that it should enjoy great credit, if not an absolute superiority, was extremely disgusted, and took every occasion to express his displeasure, as well against the prince of Orange as the United Provinces. He gave the Algerine pirates, who preyed on the Dutch, a reception in his harbors, and liberty to dispose of their prizes. He revived some complaints of the East India Company with regard to the affair of Bantam. He required the 6 British regiments in the Dutch service to be sent over. He began to put his navy in a formidable condition; and from all his movements, the Hollanders entertained apprehensions that he sought only an occasion and pretence for making war upon them. The prince, in his turn, resolved to push affairs with more vigor, and to preserve all the English Protestants in his interest, as well as maintain them firm in their present union against the Catholics. He knew that men of education in England were, many of them, retained in their religion more by honor than by principle; and that, though every one was ashamed to be the first proselyte, yet if the example were once set by some eminent persons, interest would every day make considerable conversions to a communion which was so zealously encouraged by the sovereign. Dykvelt, therefore, was sent over as envoy to England; and the prince gave him instructions, besides publicly remonstrating on the conduct of affairs both at home and abroad, to apply in his name, after a proper manner, to every sect and denomination. To the church party he sent assurances of favor and regard, and protested that his education in Holland had nowise prejudiced him against episcopal government. The nonconformists were exhorted not to be deceived by the fallacious caresses of a popish court, but to wait patiently till, in the fullness of time, laws enacted by Protestants should give them that toleration which, with so much reason, they had long demanded. Dykvelt executed his commission with such dexterity, that all orders of men cast their eyes towards Holland, and expected thence a deliverance from those dangers with which their religion and liberty were so nearly threatened. Many of the most considerable persons, both in church and state, made secret applications to Dykvelt, and through him to the Prince of Orange. Admiral Herbert, too, though a man of great expense, and seemingly of little religion, had thrown up his employments and had retired to the Hague, where he assured the prince the disaffection of the seamen, by whom that admiral was extremely beloved. Admiral Russell, cousin german to the unfortunate lord of that name, passed frequently between England and Holland, and kept the communication open with all the great men of the Protestant party. Henry Sidney, brother to Algernon, and uncle to the earl of Sunderland, came over under pretence of drinking the waters at Spa, and conveyed still stronger assurances of a universal combination against the measures of the king. Lord Dunblane, son of the earl of Danby, being master of a frigate, made several voyages to Holland, and carried from many of the nobility tenders of duty, and even considerable sums of money, to the Prince of Orange. There remained, however, some reasons which retained all parties in awe, and kept them from breaking out into immediate hostility. The prince, on the one hand, was afraid of hazarding, by violent measures, an inheritance which the laws insured to the princess; and the English Protestants, on the other hand, from the prospect of her succession, still entertained hopes of obtaining at last a peaceable and safe redress of all their grievances. But when a son was born to the king, both the prince and the English nation were reduced to despair, and saw no resource but in a confederacy for their mutual interest. And thus the event which James had so long made the object of his most ardent prayers, and from which he expected the firm establishment of his throne, proved the immediate cause of his ruin and downfall. Julestein, who had been sent over to congratulate the king on the birth of his son, brought back to the prince invitations from most of the great men in England to assist them by his arms in the recovery of their laws and liberties. The bishop of London, the earls of Danby, Nottingham, Devonshire, Dorset, the duke of Norfolk, the lords Lovelace, Delamere, Paulet, Eland, Mr. Hambden, Powell, Leicester, besides many eminent citizens of London, all these persons, though of opposite parties, concurred in their applications to the prince. The Whigs, suitably to their ancient principles of liberty, which had led them to attempt the exclusion bill, easily agreed to oppose a king whose conduct had justified whatever his worst enemies had prognosticated concerning his succession. The Tories and the church party, finding their past services forgotten, their rights invaded, their religion threatened, agreed to drop for the present all overstrained doctrines of submission, and attend to the great and powerful dictates of nature. The nonconformists, dreading the caresses of known and inveterate enemies, deemed the offers of toleration more secure from a prince educated in those principles and accustomed to that practice. And thus all faction was for a time laid asleep in England, and rival parties, forgetting their animosity, had secretly concurred in a design of resisting their unhappy and misguided sovereign. The earl of Shrewsbury, who had acquired great popularity by deserting at this time the Catholic religion, in which he had been educated, left his regiment, mortgaged his estate for 40,000 pounds, and made a tender of his sword and purse to the Prince of Orange. Lord Wharton, notwithstanding his age and infirmities, had taken a journey for the same purpose. Lord Mordaunt was at the Hague, and pushed on the enterprise with that ardent and courageous spirit for which he was so eminent. Even Sunderland, the king's favorite minister, is believed to have entered into a correspondence with the prince, and at the expense of his own honor and his master's interest, to have secretly favored a cause which, he foresaw, was likely soon to predominate. The prince was easily engaged to yield to the applications of the English, and to embrace the defence of a nation which, during its present fears and distresses, regarded him as its sole protector. The great object of his ambition was to be placed at the head of a confederate army, and by his valor to avenge the injuries which he himself, his country, and his allies had sustained from the haughty Lewis. But while England remained under the present government, he despaired of ever forming a league which would be able, with any probability of success, to make opposition against that powerful monarch. The ties of affinity could not be supposed to have great influence over a person of the prince's rank and temper, much more as he knew that they were at first unwillingly contracted by the king, and had never since been cultivated by any essential favors or good offices. Or should any reproach remain upon him for violating the duties of private life, the glory of delivering oppressed nations would, he hoped, be able, in the eyes of reasonable men, to make ample compensation. He could not well expect on the commencement of his enterprise that it would lead him to mount the throne of England; but he undoubtedly foresaw that its success would establish his authority in that kingdom; and so egregious was James's temerity, that there was no advantage so great or obvious, which that prince's indiscretion might not afford his enemies. The Prince of Orange, throughout his whole life, was peculiarly happy in the situations in which he was placed. He saved his own country from ruin; he restored the liberties of these kingdoms; he supported the general independency of Europe. And thus, though his virtue, it is confessed, be not the purest which we meet with in history, it would be difficult to find any person whose actions and conduct have contributed more eminently to the general interest of society and of mankind. The time when the prince entered on his enterprise was well chosen, as the people were then in the highest ferment on account of the insult which the imprisonment and trial of the bishops had put upon the church, and indeed upon all the Protestants of the nation. His method of conducting his preparations was no less wise and politic. Under other pretenses, he had beforehand made considerable augmentations to the Dutch navy, and the ships were at that time lying in harbor. Some additional troops were also levied, and sums of money raised for other purposes were diverted by the prince to the use of this expedition. The states had given him their entire confidence, and partly from terror of the power of France, partly from disgust at some restraints laid on their commerce in that kingdom, were sensible how necessary success in this enterprise was become to their domestic happiness and security. Many of the neighboring princes regarded him as their guardian and protector, and were guided by him in all their counsels. He held conferences with Castanaga, governor of the Spanish Netherlands, with the electors of Brandenburg and Saxony, with the landgrave of Hesse-Cassel, and with the whole house of Lunenburg. It was agreed that these princes should replace the troops employed against England, and should protect the United Provinces during the absence of the Prince of Orange. Their forces were already on the march for that purpose. A considerable encampment of the Dutch army was formed at Nimeguen. Every place was in movement; and though the roots of this conspiracy reached from one end of Europe to the other, so secret were the prince's counsels, and so fortunate was the situation of affairs, that he could still cover his preparations under other pretenses, and little suspicion was entertained of his real intentions. Section 42. Chapter 71. Part 1. Recording by Jim Dennison. JIMDENISON voice.com. Section 43 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 43, Chapter 71, Part 2. The King of France, menaced by the League of Augsburg, had resolved to strike the first blow against the allies; and having sought a quarrel with the emperor and the elector of Palatine, he had invaded Germany with a great army, and had laid siege to Philipsburg. The elector of Cologne, who was also bishop of Liege and Munster, and whose territories almost entirely surrounded the United Provinces, had died about this time; and the candidates for that rich succession were Prince Clement of Bavaria, supported by the house of Austria, and the cardinal of Furstenberg, a prelate dependent on France. The pope, who favored the allies, was able to throw the balance between the parties, and Prince Clement was chosen; a circumstance which contributed extremely to the security of the states. But as the cardinal kept possession of many of the fortresses, and had applied to France for succor, the neighboring territories were full of troops; and by this means the preparations of the Dutch and their allies seemed intended merely for their own defence against the different enterprises of Lewis. All the artifices, however, of the prince could not entirely conceal his real intentions from the sagacity of the French court. D'Avaux, Lewis's envoy to the Hague, had been able, by a comparison of circumstances, to trace the purposes of the preparations in Holland, and he instantly informed his master of the discovery. Lewis conveyed the intelligence to James, and accompanied the information with an important offer. He was willing to join a squadron of French ships to the English fleet, and to send over any number of troops which James should judge requisite for his security. When this proposal was rejected, he again offered to raise the siege of Philipsburg, to march his army into the Netherlands, and by the terror of his arms to detain the Dutch forces in their own country. This proposal met with no better reception. James was not as yet entirely convinced that his son-in-law intended an invasion upon England. Fully persuaded himself of the sacredness of his own authority, he fancied that a like belief had made deep impression on his subjects; and notwithstanding the strong symptoms of discontent which broke out everywhere, such a universal combination in rebellion appeared to him nowise credible. His army, in which he trusted, and which he had considerably augmented, would easily be able, he thought, to repel foreign force, and to suppress any sedition among the populace. A small number of French troops, joined to these, might tend only to breed discontent, and afford them a pretence for mutinying against foreigners, so much feared and hated by the nation. A great body of auxiliaries might indeed secure him both against an invasion from Holland and against the rebellion of his own subjects, but would be able afterwards to reduce him to dependence, and render his authority entirely precarious. Even the French invasion of the Low Countries might be attended with dangerous consequences, and would suffice, in these jealous times, to revive the old suspicion of a combination against Holland and against the Protestant religion, a suspicion which had already produced such discontents in England. These were the views suggested by Sunderland, and it must be confessed that the reasons on which they were founded were sufficiently plausible, as indeed the situation to which the king had reduced himself was, to the last degree, delicate and perplexing. Still Lewis was unwilling to abandon a friend and ally, whose interest he regarded as closely connected with his own. By the suggestion of Skelton, the king's minister at Paris, orders were sent to D'Avaux to remonstrate with the states, in Lewis's name, against those preparations which they were making to invade England. The strict amity, said the French minister, which subsists between the two monarchs, will make Lewis regard every attempt against his ally as an act of hostility against himself. This remonstrance had a bad effect, and put the states in a flame. What is this alliance, they asked, between France and England, which has been so carefully concealed from us? Is it of the same nature with the former, meant for our destruction and for the extirpation of the Protestant religion? If so, it is high time for us to provide for our own defense, and to anticipate those projects which are forming against us. Even James was displeased with the officious step taken by Lewis for his service. He was not reduced, he said, to the condition of the Cardinal of Furstenberg, and obliged to seek the protection of France. He recalled Skelton, and threw him into the Tower for his rash conduct. He solemnly disavowed D'Avaux's memorial, and protested that no alliance subsisted between him and Lewis, but what was public and known to all the world. The states, however, still affected to appear incredulous on that head; and the English, prepossessed against their sovereign, firmly believed that he had concerted a project with Lewis for their entire subjection. Portsmouth, it was said, was to be put into the hands of that ambitious monarch. England was to be filled with French and Irish troops; and every man who refused to embrace the Romish superstition was by these bigoted princes devoted to certain destruction. These suggestions were everywhere spread abroad, and tended to augment the discontents of which both the fleet and army, as well as the people, betrayed every day the most evident symptoms. The fleet had begun to mutiny, because Strickland, the admiral, a Roman Catholic, introduced the mass aboard his ship, and dismissed the Protestant chaplain. It was with some difficulty the seamen could be appeased; and they still persisted in declaring that they would not fight against the Dutch, whom they called friends and brethren, but would willingly give battle to the French, whom they regarded as national enemies. The king had intended to augment his army with Irish recruits, and he resolved to try the experiment on the regiment of the Duke of Berwick, his natural son. But Beaumont, the lieutenant colonel, refused to admit them; and to this opposition 5 captains steadily adhered. They were all cashiered; and had not the discontents of the army on this occasion become very apparent, it was resolved to have punished those officers for mutiny. The king made a trial of the dispositions of his army in a manner still more undisguised. Finding opposition from all the civil and ecclesiastical orders of the kingdom, he resolved to appeal to the military, who, if unanimous, were able alone to serve all his purposes, and to enforce universal obedience. His intention was to engage all the regiments, one after another, to give their consent to the repeal of the test and penal statutes; and accordingly the major of Litchfield's drew out the battalion before the king, and told them, that they were required either to enter into his majesty's views in these particulars, or to lay down their arms. James was surprised to find that, 2 captains and a few popish soldiers excepted, the whole battalion immediately embraced the latter part of the alternative. For some time he remained speechless; but having recovered from his astonishment, he commanded them to take up their arms, adding with a sullen, discontented air, that for the future he would not do them the honor to apply for their approbation. While the king was dismayed with these symptoms of general disaffection, he received a letter from the Marquis of Albeville, his minister at the Hague, which informed him with certainty that he was soon to look for a powerful invasion from Holland, and that Pensionary Fagel had at length acknowledged that the scope of all the Dutch naval preparations was to transport forces into England. Though James could reasonably expect no other intelligence, he was astonished at the news. He grew pale, and the letter dropped from his hand. His eyes were now opened, and he found himself on the brink of a frightful precipice, which his delusions had hitherto concealed from him. His ministers and counsellors, equally astonished, saw no resource but in a sudden and precipitate retraction of all those fatal measures by which he had created to himself so many enemies, foreign and domestic. He paid court to the Dutch, and offered to enter into any alliance with them for common security. He replaced in all the counties the deputy lieutenants and justices who had been deprived of their commissions for their adherence to the test and the penal laws. He restored the charters of London and of all the corporations. He annulled the court of ecclesiastical commission. He took off the bishop of London's suspension. He reinstated the expelled president and fellows of Magdalen College, and he was even reduced to caress those bishops whom he had so lately prosecuted and insulted. All these measures were regarded as symptoms of fear, not of repentance. The bishops, instead of promising succor or suggesting comfort, recapitulated to him all the instances of his maladministration, and advised him thenceforwards to follow more salutary counsel. It was resolved to have punished those officers for mutiny. And as intelligence arrived of a great disaster which had befallen the Dutch fleet, it is commonly believed that the king recalled for some time the concessions which he had made to Magdalen College, a bad sign of his sincerity in other concessions. Nay, so prevalent were his unfortunate prepossessions, that amidst all his present distresses, he could not forbear, at the baptism of the young prince, appointing the pope to be one of the godfathers. The report that a supposititious child was to be imposed on the nation had been widely spread and greedily received, before the birth of the Prince of Wales. But the king, who, without seeming to take notice of the matter, might easily have squashed that ridiculous rumor, had, from an ill-timed haughtiness, totally neglected it. He disdained, he said, to satisfy those who could deem him capable of so base and villainous an action. Finding that the calumny gained ground, and had made deep impression on his subjects, he was now obliged to submit to the mortifying task of ascertaining the reality of the birth. Though no particular attention had been beforehand given to ensure proof, the evidence both of the queen's pregnancy and delivery was rendered indisputable, and so much the more, as no argument or proof of any importance, nothing but popular rumor and surmise, could be thrown into the opposite scale. Meanwhile, the Prince of Orange's declaration was dispersed over the kingdom, and met with universal approbation. All the grievances of the nation were there enumerated: the dispensing and suspending power, the court of ecclesiastical commission, the filling of all offices with Catholics, and the raising of a Jesuit to be privy councillor, the open encouragement given to popery by building everywhere churches, colleges, and seminaries for that sect, the displacing of judges, if they refused to give sentence according to orders received from court, the annulling of the charters of all the corporations, and the subjecting of elections to arbitrary will and pleasure, the treating of petitions, even the most modest, and from persons of the highest rank, as criminal and seditious, the committing of the whole authority of Ireland, civil and military, into the hands of Papists, the assuming of an absolute power over the religion and laws of Scotland, and openly exacting in that kingdom an obedience without reserve, and the violent presumptions against the legitimacy of the Prince of Wales. In order to redress all these grievances, the prince said, that he intended to come over to England with an armed force, which might protect him from the king's evil counsellors, and that his sole aim was to have a legal and free parliament assembled, who might provide for the safety and liberty of the nation, as well as examine the proofs of the Prince of Wales's legitimacy. No one, he added, could entertain such hard thoughts of him as to imagine that he had formed any other design than to procure the full and lasting settlement of religion, liberty, and property. The force which he meant to bring with him was totally disproportioned to any views of conquest, and it were absurd to suspect that so many persons of high rank, both in church and state, would have given him so many solemn invitations for such a pernicious purpose. Though the English ministers, terrified with his enterprise, had pretended to redress some of the grievances complained of, there still remained the foundation of all grievances, that upon which they could in an instant be again erected, an arbitrary and despotic power in the crown. And for this usurpation there was no possible remedy, but by a full declaration of all the rights of the subject in a free parliament. So well concerted were the prince's measures, that in 3 days above 400 transports were hired. The army quickly fell down the rivers and canals from Nimeguen. The artillery, arms, stores, and horses were embarked, and the prince set sail from Helvoet Sluis, with a fleet of near 500 vessels, and an army above 14,000 men. He first encountered a storm which drove him back; but his loss being soon repaired, the fleet put to sea under the command of Admiral Herbert, and made sail with a fair wind towards the west of England. The same wind detained the king's fleet in their station near Harwich, and enabled the Dutch to pass the Straits of Dover without opposition. Both shores were covered with multitudes of people, who, besides admiring the grandeur of the spectacle, were held in anxious suspense by the prospect of an enterprise, the most important which, during some ages, had been undertaken in Europe. The prince had a prosperous voyage, and landed his army safely in Torbay on the 5th of November, the anniversary of the gunpowder treason. The Dutch army marched first to Exeter, and the prince's declaration was there published. That whole county was so terrified with the executions which had ensued upon Monmouth's rebellion, that no one for several days joined the prince. The bishop of Exeter, in a fright, fled to London, and carried to court intelligence of the invasion. As a reward for his zeal, he received the archbishopric of York, which had long been kept vacant, with an intention, as was universally believed, of bestowing it on some Catholic. The first person who joined the prince was Major Burrington, and he was quickly followed by the gentry of the counties of Devon and Somerset. Sir Edward Seymour made proposals for an association, which every one signed. By degrees, the Earl of Babington, Mr. Russell, son of the Earl of Bedford, Mr. Wharton, Godfrey, Howe, came to Exeter. All England was in commotion. Lord Delamere took arms in Cheshire. The Earl of Danby seized York. The Earl of Bath, governor of Plymouth, declared for the prince. The Earl of Devonshire made a like declaration in Derby. The nobility and gentry of Nottinghamshire embraced the same cause; and every day there appeared some effect of that universal combination into which the nation had entered against the measures of the king. Even those who took not the field against him were able to embarrass and confound his counsels. A petition for a free parliament was signed by 24 bishops and peers of the greatest distinction, and was presented to the king. No one thought of opposing or resisting the invader. But the most dangerous symptom was the disaffection which, from the general spirit of the nation, not from any particular reason, had crept into the army. The officers seemed ill disposed to prefer the interest of their country and of their religion to those principles of honor and fidelity which are commonly esteemed the most sacred ties by men of that profession. Lord Colchester, son of the Earl of Rivers, was the first officer that deserted to the prince, and he was attended by a few of his troops. Lord Lovelace made a like effort, but was intercepted by the militia under the Duke of Beaufort, and taken prisoner. Lord Cornbury, son of the Earl of Clarendon, was more successful. He attempted to carry over 3 regiments of cavalry, and he actually brought a considerable part of them to the prince's quarters. Several officers of distinction informed Feversham, the general, that they could not in conscience fight against the Prince of Orange. Lord Churchill, who had been raised from the rank of a page, had been invested with a high command in the army, had been created a peer, and had owed his whole fortune to the king's favor. Yet even he could resolve, during the present extremity, to desert his unhappy master, who had ever reposed entire confidence in him. He carried with him the Duke of Grafton, natural son of the late king, Colonel Berkeley, and some troops of dragoons. This conduct was a signal sacrifice to public virtue of every duty in private life, and required ever after the most upright, disinterested, and public-spirited behavior to render it justifiable. The king had arrived at Salisbury, the headquarters of his army, when he received this fatal intelligence. That prince, though a severe enemy, had ever appeared a warm, steady, and sincere friend; and he was extremely shocked with this, as with many other instances of ingratitude to which he was now exposed. There remained none in whom he could confide. As the whole army had discovered symptoms of discontent, he concluded it full of treachery, and being deserted by those whom he had most favored and obliged, he no longer expected that others would hazard their lives in his service. During this distraction and perplexity, he embraced a sudden resolution of drawing off his army and retiring towards London, a measure which could only serve to betray his fears, and provoke further treachery. But Churchill had prepared a still more mortal blow for his distressed benefactor. His lady and he had an entire ascendant over the family of Prince George of Denmark, and the time now appeared seasonable for overwhelming the unhappy king, who was already staggering with the violent shocks which he had received. Andover was the first stage of James's retreat towards London, and there Prince George, together with the young Duke of Ormond, Sir George Hewitt, and some other persons of distinction, deserted him in the night time, and retired to the prince's camp. No sooner had this news reached London, than the Princess Anne, pretending fear of the king's displeasure, withdrew herself in company with the Bishop of London and Lady Churchill. She fled to Nottingham, where the Earl of Dorset received her with great respect, and the gentry of the county quickly formed a troop for her protection. The late king, in order to gratify the nation, had entrusted the education of his nieces entirely to Protestants; and as these princesses were deemed the chief resource of the established religion after their father's defection, great care had been taken to instill into them, from their earliest infancy, the strongest prejudices against popery. During the violence, too, of such popular currents as now prevailed in England, all private considerations are commonly lost in the general passion, and the more principle any person possesses, the more apt he is, on such occasions, to neglect and abandon his domestic duties. Though these causes may account for the behavior of the princess, they had nowise prepared the king to expect so astonishing an event. He burst into tears when the first intelligence of it was conveyed to him. Undoubtedly, he foresaw in this incident the total expiration of his royal authority; but the nearer and more intimate concern of a parent laid hold of his heart, when he found himself abandoned in his uttermost distress by a child, and a virtuous child, whom he had ever regarded with the most tender affection. "God help me," cried he, in the extremity of his agony, "my own children have forsaken me." It is indeed singular that a prince, whose chief blame consisted of imprudencies and misguided principles, should be exposed, from religious antipathy, to such treatment as even Nero, Domitian, or the most enormous tyrants that have disgraced the records of history, never met with from their friends and family. End of Section 43, Chapter 71, Part 2. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 44 of Volume 1F of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 44, Chapter 71, Part 3. So violent were the prejudices which at this time prevailed, that this unhappy father, who had been deserted by his favorite child, was believed, upon her disappearing, to have put her to death. And it was fortunate that the truth was timely discovered; otherwise the populace, even the king's guards themselves, might have been engaged in revenge to commence a massacre of the priests and Catholics. The king's fortune now exposed him to the contempt of his enemies, and his behavior was not such as could gain him the esteem of his friends and adherents. Unable to resist the torrent, He preserved not presence of mind in yielding to it, but seemed in this emergence as much depressed with adversity as he had before been vainly elated by prosperity. He called a council of all the peers and prelates who were in London, and followed their advice in issuing writs for a new parliament, and in sending Halifax, Nottingham, and Godolphin as commissioners to treat with the Prince of Orange. But these were the last acts of royal authority which he exerted. He even hearkened to imprudent counsel, by which he was prompted to desert the throne, and to gratify his enemies beyond what their fondest hopes could have promised them. The queen, observing the fury of the people, and knowing how much she was the object of general hatred, was struck with the deepest terror, and began to apprehend a parliamentary impeachment, from which, she was told, the queens of England were not exempted. The popish courtiers, and above all the priests, were aware that they should be the first sacrifice, and that their perpetual banishment was the smallest penalty which they must expect from national resentment. They were, therefore, desirous of carrying the king along with them, whose presence, they knew, would still be some resource and protection to them in foreign countries, and whose restoration, if it ever happened, would again reinstate them in power and authority. The general defection of the Protestants made the king regard the Catholics as his only subjects on whose counsel he could rely, and the fatal catastrophe of his father afforded them a plausible reason for making him apprehend a like fate. The great difference of circumstances was not, during men's present distractions, sufficiently weighed. Even after the people were inflamed by a long civil war, the execution of Charles I could not be deemed a national deed. It was perpetuated by a fanatical army, pushed on by a daring and enthusiastic leader; and the whole kingdom had ever entertained, and did still entertain, a violent abhorrence against that enormity. The situation of public affairs, therefore, no more resembled what it was 40 years before, than the Prince of Orange, either in birth, character, fortune, or connections, could be supposed a parallel to Cromwell. The emissaries of France, and among the rest of Barillon, the French ambassador, were busy about the king, and they had entertained a very false notion, which they instilled into him, that nothing would more certainly retard the public settlement, and beget universal confusion, than his deserting the kingdom. The Prince of Orange had with good reason embraced a contrary opinion, and he deemed it extremely difficult to find expedients for securing the nation, so long as the king kept possession of the crown. Actuated, therefore, by this public motive, and no less, we may well presume, by private ambition, he was determined to use every expedient which might intimidate the king, and make him quit that throne which he himself was alone enabled to fill. He declined a personal conference with James's commissioners, and sent the earls of Clarendon and Oxford to treat with them. The terms which he proposed implied almost a present participation of the sovereignty, and he stopped not a moment the march of his armies towards London. The news which the king received from all quarters served to continue the panic into which he was fallen, and which his enemies expected to improve to their advantage. Colonel Copple, deputy governor of Hull, made himself master of that important fortress, and threw into prison Lord Langdale, the governor, a Catholic, together with Lord Montgomery, a nobleman of the same religion. The town of Newcastle received Lord Lumley, and declared for the Prince of Orange and a free parliament. The Duke of Norfolk, Lord Lieutenant of the county of that name, engaged it in the same measure. The prince's declaration was read at Oxford by the Duke of Ormond, and was received with great applause by that loyal university, who also made an offer of their plate to the prince. Every day some person of quality or distinction, and among the rest the Duke of Somerset, went over to the enemy. A violent declaration was dispersed in the prince's name, but without his participation, in which every one was commanded to seize and punish all Papists, who, contrary to law, pretended either to carry arms or exercise any act of authority. It may not be unworthy of notice, that a merry ballad, called Lillibullero, being at this time published in derision of the Papists and the Irish, it was greedily received by the people, and was sung by all ranks of men, even by the king's army, who were strongly seized with the national spirit. This incident both discovered and served to increase the general discontent of the kingdom. The contagion of mutiny and disobedience had also reached Scotland, whence the regular forces, contrary to the advice of Balcarras, the treasurer, were withdrawn, in order to reinforce the English army. The Marquis of Athole, together with Viscount Tarbat and others, finding the opportunity favorable, began to form intrigues against Perth, the chancellor; and the Presbyterians and other malcontents flocked from all quarters to Edinburgh. The chancellor, apprehensive of the consequences, found it expedient to abscond; and the populace, as if that event were a signal for their insurrection, immediately rose in arms, and rifled the popish chapel in the king's palace. All the Catholics, even all the zealous royalists, were obliged to conceal themselves; and the privy council, instead of their former submissive strains of address to the king, and violent edicts against their fellow subjects, now made applications to the Prince of Orange, as the restorer of law and liberty. The king, every moment alarmed more and more by these proofs of a general disaffection, not daring to repose trust in any but those who were exposed to more danger than himself, agitated by disdain towards ingratitude, by indignation against disloyalty, impelled by his own fears and those of others, precipitately embraced the resolution of escaping into France; and he sent off beforehand the queen and the infant prince, under the conduct of Count Lauzun, an old favorite of the French monarch. He himself disappeared in the night time, attended only by Sir Edward Hales, and made the best of his way to a ship which waited for him near the mouth of the river. As if this measure had not been the most grateful to his enemies of any that he could adopt, he had carefully concealed his intention from all the world; and nothing could equal the surprise which seized the city, the court, and the kingdom, upon the discovery of this strange event. Men beheld, all of a sudden, the reins of government thrown up by the hand which held them, and saw none who had any right, or even pretension, to take possession of them. The more effectually to involve everything in confusion, the king appointed not any one who should, in his absence, exercise any part of the administration. He threw the great seal into the river; and he recalled all those writs which had been issued for the election of the new parliament. It is often supposed, that the sole motive which impelled him to this sudden desertion was his reluctance to meet a free parliament, and his resolution not to submit to those terms which his subjects would deem requisite for the security of their liberties and their religion. But it must be considered, that his subjects had first deserted him, and entirely lost his confidence; that he might reasonably be supposed to entertain fears for his liberty, if not for his life; and that the conditions would not probably be moderate, which the nation, sensible of his inflexible temper, enraged with the violation of their laws and the danger of their religion, and foreseeing his resentment on account of their past resistance, would, in his present circumstances, exact from him. By this temporary dissolution of government, the populace were masters; and there was no disorder which, during their present ferment, might not be dreaded from them. They rose in a tumult, and destroyed all the mass houses. They even attacked and rifled the houses of the Florentine envoy and Spanish ambassador, where many of the Catholics had lodged their most valuable effects. Jefferies, the chancellor, who had disguised himself in order to fly the kingdom, was discovered by them, and so abused, that he died a little after. Even the army, which should have suppressed those tumults, would, it was apprehended, serve rather to increase the general disorder. Feversham had no sooner heard of the king's flight, than he disbanded the troops in the neighborhood, and, without either disarming or paying them, let them loose to prey upon the country. In this extremity, the bishops and peers who were in town, being the only remaining authority of the state, for the privy council, composed of the king's creatures, was totally disregarded, thought proper to assemble, and to interpose for the preservation of the community. They chose the Marquis of Halifax speaker. They gave directions to the mayor and aldermen for keeping the peace of the city. They issued orders, which were readily obeyed, to the fleet, to the army, and all the garrisons; and they made applications to the Prince of Orange, whose enterprise they highly applauded, and whose success they joyfully congratulated. The prince, on his part, was not wanting to the tide of success which flowed in upon him, nor backward in assuming that authority which the present exigency had put into his hands. Besides the general popularity attending his cause, a new incident made his approach to London still more grateful. In the present trepidation of the people, a rumor arose, either from chance or design, that the disbanded Irish had taken arms, and had commenced a universal massacre of the Protestants. This ridiculous belief was spread all over the kingdom in one day, and begat every where the deepest consternation. The alarum bells were rung, the beacons fired. Men fancied that they saw at a distance the smoke of the burning cities, and heard the groans of those who were slaughtered in their neighborhood. It is surprising that the Catholics did not all perish in the rage which naturally succeeds to such popular panics. While every one, from principle, interest, or animosity, turned his back on the unhappy king, who had abandoned his own cause, the unwelcome news arrived, that he had been seized by the populace at Feversham, as he was making his escape in disguise; that he had been much abused, till he was known; but that the gentry had then interposed and protected him, though they still refused to consent to his escape. This intelligence threw all parties into confusion. The prince sent Zulestein with orders that the king should approach no nearer than Rochester, but the message came too late. He was already arrived in London, where the populace, moved by compassion for his unhappy fate, and actuated by their own levity, had received him with shouts and acclamations. During the king's abode at Whitehall, little attention was paid to him by the nobility or any persons of distinction. They had all of them been previously disgusted on account of his blind partiality to the Catholics; and they knew that they were now become criminal in his eyes by their late public applications to the Prince of Orange. He himself showed not any symptom of spirit, nor discovered any intention of resuming the reins of government which he had once thrown aside. His authority was now plainly expired; and as he had exercised his power, while possessed of it, with very precipitate and haughty counsels, he relinquished it by a despair equally precipitate and pusillanimous. Nothing remained for the now ruling powers but to deliberate how they should dispose of his person. Besides that the prince may justly be supposed to have possessed more generosity than to think of offering violence to an unhappy monarch, so nearly related to him, he knew that nothing would so effectually promote his own views as the king's retiring into France, a country at all times obnoxious to the English. It was determined, therefore, to push him into that measure, which of himself he seemed sufficiently inclined to embrace. The king, having sent Lord Feversham on a civil message to the prince, desiring a conference for an accommodation in order to the public settlement, that nobleman was put in arrest, under pretence of his coming without a passport. The Dutch guards were ordered to take possession of Whitehall, where James then resided, and to displace the English; and Halifax, Shrewsbury, and Delamere brought a message from the prince, which they delivered to the king in bed after midnight, ordering him to leave his palace next morning, and to depart for Ham, a seat of the Duchess of Lauderdale's. He desired permission, which was easily granted, of retiring to Rochester, a town near the seacoast. It was perceived that the artifice had taken effect, and that the king, terrified with this harsh treatment, had renewed his former resolution of leaving the kingdom. He lingered, however, some days at Rochester under the protection of a Dutch guard, and seemed desirous of an invitation still to keep possession of the throne. He was undoubtedly sensible, that as he had at first trusted too much to his people's loyalty, and, in confidence of their submission, had offered the greatest violence to their principles and prejudices, so had he at last, on finding his disappointment, gone too far in the other extreme, and had hastily supposed them destitute of all sense of duty or allegiance. But observing that the church, the nobility, the city, the country, all concurred in neglecting him and leaving him to his own counsels, he submitted to his melancholy fate; and being urged by earnest letters from the queen, he privately embarked on board a frigate which waited for him, and he arrived safely at Ambleteuse in Picardy, whence he hastened to St. Germain's. Lewis received him with the highest generosity, sympathy, and regard; a conduct which, more than his most signal victories, contributes to the honor of that great monarch. Thus ended the reign of a prince, whom, if we consider his personal character rather than his public conduct, we may safely pronounce more unfortunate than criminal. He had many of those qualities which form a good citizen, even some of those which, had they not been swallowed up in bigotry and arbitrary principles, served to compose a good sovereign. In domestic life, his conduct was irreproachable, and is entitled to our approbation. Severe, but open in his enmities, steady in his counsels, diligent in his schemes, brave in his enterprises, faithful, sincere, and honorable in his dealings with all men. Such was the character with which the Duke of York mounted the throne of England. In that high station, his frugality of public money was remarkable, his industry exemplary, his application to naval affairs successful, his encouragement of trade judicious, his jealousy of national honor laudable. What then was wanting to make him an excellent sovereign? A due regard and affection to the religion and constitution of his country. Had he been possessed of this essential quality, even his middling talents, aided by so many virtues, would have rendered his reign honorable and happy. When it was wanting, every excellency which he possessed became dangerous and pernicious to his kingdoms. The sincerity of this prince, a virtue on which he highly valued himself, has been much questioned in those reiterated promises which he had made of preserving the liberties and religion of the nation. It must be confessed, that his reign was almost one continued invasion of both. Yet it is known that, to his last breath, he persisted in asserting, that he never meant to subvert the laws, or procure more than a toleration and an equality of privileges to his Catholic subjects. This question can only affect the personal character of the king, not our judgment of his public conduct. Though by a stretch of candor we should admit of his sincerity in these professions, the people were equally justifiable in their resistance of him. So lofty was the idea which he had entertained of his legal authority, that it left his subjects little or no right to liberty, but what was dependent on his sovereign will and pleasure. And such was his zeal for proselytism, that, whatever he might at first have intended, he plainly stopped not at toleration and equality. He confined all power, encouragement, and favor to the Catholics. Converts from interest would soon have multiplied upon him. If not the greater, at least the better part of the people, he would have flattered himself, was brought over to his religion, and he would in a little time have thought it just, as well as pious, to bestow on them all the public establishments. Rigors and persecutions against heretics would speedily have followed, and thus liberty and the Protestant religion would in the issue have been totally subverted; though we should not suppose that James, in the commencement of his reign, had formally fixed a plan for that purpose. And on the whole, allowing this king to have possessed good qualities and good intentions, his conduct serves only, on that very account, as a stronger proof how dangerous it is to allow any prince, infected with the Catholic superstition, to wear the crown of these kingdoms. After this manner, the courage and abilities of the Prince of Orange, seconded by surprising fortune, had effected the deliverance of this island; and with very little effusion of blood, for only one officer of the Dutch army and a few private soldiers fell in an accidental skirmish, had dethroned a great prince supported by a formidable fleet and a numerous army. Still the more difficult task remained, and what perhaps the prince regarded as not the least important, the obtaining for himself that crown which had fallen from the head of his father-in-law. Some lawyers, entangled in the subtleties and forms of their profession, could think of no expedient but that the prince should claim the crown by right of conquest, should immediately assume the title of sovereign, and should call a parliament, which, being thus legally summoned by a king in possession, could ratify whatever had been transacted before they assembled. But this measure, being destructive of the principles of liberty, the only principles on which his future throne could be established, was prudently rejected by the prince, who, finding himself possessed of the good will of the nation, resolved to leave them entirely to their own guidance and direction. The peers and bishops, to the number of near 90, made an address, desiring him to summon a convention by circular letters, to assume, in the meantime, the management of public affairs, and to concert measures for the security of Ireland. At the same time, they refused reading a letter which the king had left, in order to apologize for his late desertion by the violence which had been put upon him. This step was a sufficient indication of their intentions with regard to that unhappy monarch. End of Section 44, Chapter 71, Part 3. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 45 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 45, Chapter 71, Part 4. The prince seemed still unwilling to act upon an authority which might be deemed so imperfect. He was desirous of obtaining a more express declaration of the public consent. A judicious expedient was fallen on for that purpose. All the members who had sitten in the House of Commons during any parliament of Charles II., the only parliaments whose election was regarded as free, were invited to meet, and to them were added the mayor, aldermen, and 50 of the common council. This was regarded as the most proper representative of the people that could be summoned during the present emergence. They unanimously voted the same address with the lords; and the prince, being thus supported by all the legal authority which could possibly be obtained in this critical juncture, wrote circular letters to the counties and corporations of England, and his orders were universally complied with. A profound tranquillity prevailed throughout the kingdom, and the prince's administration was submitted to, as if he had succeeded in the most regular manner to the vacant throne. The fleet received his orders. The army, without murmur or opposition, allowed him to new model them. and the city supplied him with a loan of £200,000. The conduct of the prince with regard to Scotland was founded on the same prudent and moderate maxims. Finding that there were many Scotsmen of rank at that time in London, he summoned them together, laid before them his intentions, and asked their advice in the present emergency. This assembly, consisting of 30 noblemen and about 80 gentlemen, chose Duke Hamilton president, a man who, being of a temporizing character, was determined to pay court to the present authority. His eldest son, the Earl of Arran, professed an adherence to King James, a usual policy in Scotland, where the father and son, during civil commotions, were often observed to take opposite sides, in order to secure in all events the family from attainder. Arran proposed to invite back the king upon conditions; but as he was vehemently opposed in this motion by Sir Patrick Hume, and seconded by nobody, the assembly made an offer to the prince of the present administration, which he willingly accepted. To anticipate a little in our narration, a convention, by circular letters from the prince, was summoned at Edinburgh on the 22d of March, where it was soon visible that the interest of the malcontents would entirely prevail. The more zealous royalists, regarding this assembly as illegal, had forborne to appear at elections, and the other party were returned for most places. The revolution was not in Scotland, as in England, effected by a coalition of Whig and Tory. The former party alone had overpowered the government, and were too much enraged by the past injuries which they had suffered, to admit of any composition with their former masters. As soon as the purpose of the convention was discovered, the Earl of Balcarras and Viscount Dundee, leaders of the Tories, withdrew from Edinburgh; and the convention, having passed a bold and decisive vote, that King James, by his maladministration and his abuse of power, had forfeited all title to the crown, they made a tender of the royal dignity to the Prince and Princess of Orange. The English convention was assembled; and it immediately appeared that the House of Commons, both from the prevailing humor of the people and from the influence of present authority, were mostly chosen from among the Whig party. After thanks were unanimously given by both houses to the Prince of Orange for the deliverance which he had brought them, a less decisive vote than that of the Scottish convention was in a few days passed by a great majority of the commons, and sent up to the peers for their concurrence. It was contained in these words: that King James II, having endeavored to subvert the constitution of the kingdom by breaking the original contract between king and people, and having, by the advice of Jesuits and other wicked persons, violated the fundamental laws, and withdrawn himself out of the kingdom, has abdicated the government, and that the throne is thereby vacant. This vote, when carried to the upper house, met with great opposition, of which it is here necessary for us to explain the causes. The Tories and the High Church party, finding themselves at once menaced with a subversion of the laws and of their religion, had zealously promoted the national revolt, and had on this occasion departed from those principles of non-resistance, of which, while the king favored them, they had formerly made such loud professions. Their present apprehensions had prevailed over their political tenets; and the unfortunate James, who had too much trusted to those general declarations, which never will be reduced to practice, found in the issue that both parties were secretly united against him. But no sooner was the danger past, and the general fear somewhat allayed, than party prejudices resumed, in some degree, their former authority, and the Tories were abashed at that victory which their antagonists, during the late transactions, had obtained over them. They were inclined, therefore, to steer a middle course; and though generally determined to oppose the king's return, they resolved not to consent to dethroning him, or altering the line of succession. A regent with kingly power was the expedient which they proposed; and a late instance in Portugal seemed to give some authority and precedent to that plan of government. In favor of this scheme, the Tories urged that, by the uniform tenor of the English laws, the title to the crown was ever regarded as sacred, and could on no account, and by no maladministration, be forfeited by the sovereign; that to dethrone a king and to elect his successor was a practice quite unknown to the constitution, and had a tendency to render kingly power entirely dependent and precarious; that where the sovereign, from his tender years, from lunacy, or from other natural infirmity, was incapacitated to hold the reins of government, both the laws and former practice agreed in appointing a regent, who, during the interval, was invested with the whole power of the administration; that the inveterate and dangerous prejudices of King James had rendered him as unfit to sway the English sceptre as if he had fallen into lunacy, and it was therefore natural for the people to have recourse to the same remedy; that the election of one king was a precedent for the election of another, and the government by that means would either degenerate into a republic, or, what was worse, into a turbulent and seditious monarchy; that the case was still more dangerous, if there remained a prince who claimed the crown by right of succession, and disputed, on so plausible a ground, the title of the present sovereign; that though the doctrine of non-resistance might not in every possible circumstance be absolutely true, yet was the belief of it very expedient; and to establish a government which should have the contrary principle for its basis, was to lay a foundation for perpetual revolutions and convulsions; that the appointment of a regent was indeed exposed to many inconveniencies; but so long as the line of succession was preserved entire, there was still a prospect of putting an end, some time or other, to the public disorders; and that scarcely an instance occurred in history, especially in the English history, where a disputed title had not, in the issue, been attended with much greater ills than all those which the people had sought to shun by departing from the linear successor. The leaders of the Whig party, on the other hand, asserted that if there were any ill in the president, that ill would result as much from establishing a regent as from dethroning one king and appointing his successor; nor would the one expedient, if wantonly and rashly embraced by the people, be less the source of public convulsions than the other; that the laws gave no express permission to depose the sovereign, neither did they authorize resisting his authority, or separating the power from the title; that a regent was unknown, except where the king, by reason of his tender age or his infirmities, was incapable of a will; and in that case his will was supposed to be involved in that of the regent; that it would be the height of absurdity to try a man for acting upon a commission received from a prince whom we ourselves acknowledge to be the lawful sovereign; and no jury would decide so contrary both to law and common sense, as to condemn such a pretended criminal; that even the prospect of being delivered from this monstrous inconvenience was, in the present situation of affairs, more distant than that of putting an end to a disputed succession; that allowing the young prince to be the legitimate heir, he had been carried abroad; he would be educated in principles destructive of the constitution and established religion; and he would probably leave a son liable to the same insuperable objection; that if the whole line were cut off by law, the people would in time forget or neglect their claim, an advantage which could not be hoped for while the administration was conducted in their name, and while they were still acknowledged to possess the legal title; and that a nation thus perpetually governed by regents or protectors approached much nearer to a republic than one subject to monarchs whose hereditary regular succession, as well as present authority, was fixed and appointed by the people. This question was agitated with great zeal by the opposite parties in the House of Peers. The chief speakers among the Tories were Clarendon, Rochester, and Nottingham; among the Whigs, Halifax and Danby. The question was carried for a king by 2 voices only, 51 against 49. All the prelates, except 2, the bishops of London and Bristol, voted for a regent. The primate, a disinterested but pusillanimous man, kept at a distance both from the prince's court and from parliament. The House of Peers proceeded next to examine piecemeal the votes sent up to them by the commons. They debated whether there was an original contract between king and people, and the affirmative was carried by 53 against 46, a proof that the Tories were already losing ground. The next question was, whether King James had broken that original contract, and after a slight opposition, the affirmative prevailed. The Lords proceeded to take into consideration the word abdicated, and it was carried that deserted was more proper. The concluding question was, whether King James having broken the original contract and deserted the government, the throne was thereby vacant. This question was debated with more heat and contention than any of the former, and upon a division the Tories prevailed by 11 voices, and it was carried to omit the last article with regard to the vacancy of the throne. The vote was sent back to the commons with these amendments. The Earl of Danby had entertained the project of bestowing the crown solely upon the Princess of Orange, and of admitting her as hereditary legal successor to King James, passing by the infant prince as illegitimate or supposititious. His change of party in the last question gave the Tories so considerable a majority in the number of voices. The commons still insisted on their own vote, and sent up reasons why the Lords should depart from their amendments. The Lords were not convinced, and it was necessary to have a free conference in order to settle this controversy. Never surely was national debate more important, or managed by more able speakers. Yet is one surprised to find the topics insisted on by both sides so frivolous, more resembling the verbal disputes of the schools than the solid reasonings of statesmen and legislators. In public transactions of such consequence, the true motives which produce any measure are seldom avowed. The Whigs, now the ruling party, having united with the Tories in order to bring about the revolution, had so much deference for their new allies as not to insist that the crown should be declared forfeited on account of the king's maladministration. Such a declaration, they thought, would imply too express a censure of the old Tory principles, and too open a preference of their own. They agreed, therefore, to confound together the king's abusing his power, and his withdrawing from the kingdom; and they called the whole an abdication, as if he had given a virtual, though not a verbal, consent to dethroning himself. The Tories took advantage of this obvious impropriety, which had been occasioned merely by the complaisance or prudence of the Whigs; and they insisted upon the word desertion as more significant and intelligible. It was retorted on them, that, however that expression might be justly applied to the king's withdrawing himself, it could not with any propriety be extended to his violation of the fundamental laws. And thus both parties, while they warped their principles from regard to their antagonist, and from prudential considerations, lost the praise of consistence and uniformity. The managers for the Lords next insisted, that even allowing the king's abuse of power to be equivalent to an abdication, or, in other words, to a civil death, it could operate no otherwise than his voluntary resignation, or his natural death, and could only make way for the next successor. It was a maxim of English law that the throne was never vacant, but instantly upon the demise of one king was filled with his legal heir, who was entitled to all the authority of his predecessor. And however young or unfit for government the successor, however unfortunate in his situation, though he were even a captive in the hands of public enemies, yet no just reason, they thought, could be assigned why, without any default of his own, he should lose a crown, to which by birth he was fully entitled. The managers for the commons might have opposed this reasoning by many specious and even solid arguments. They might have said, that the great security for allegiance being merely opinion, any scheme of settlement should be adopted in which it was most probable the people would acquiesce and persevere; that though, upon the natural death of a king whose administration had been agreeable to the laws, many and great inconveniences would be endured, rather than exclude his lineal successor, yet the case was not the same when the people had been obliged, by their revolt, to dethrone a prince whose illegal measures had, in every circumstance, violated the constitution; that in these extraordinary revolutions the government reverted in some degree to its first principles, and the community acquired a right of providing for the public interest by expedients which, on other occasions, might be deemed violent and irregular; that the recent use of one extraordinary remedy reconciled their minds to such licenses, than if the government had run the people to the practice of another, and more familiarized on in its usual tenor; and that King James, having carried abroad his son, as well as withdrawn himself, had given such just provocation to the kingdom, had voluntarily involved it in such difficulties, that the interests of his family were justly sacrificed to the public settlement and tranquillity. Though these topics seemed reasonable, they were entirely forborne by the Whig managers, both because they implied an acknowledgment of the infant prince's legitimacy, which it was agreed to keep in obscurity, and because they contained too express a condemnation of Tory principles. They were content to maintain the vote of the commons by shifts and evasions; and both sides parted at last without coming to any agreement. But it was impossible for the public to remain long in the present situation. The perseverance, therefore, of the lower house obliged the lords to comply; and by the desertion of some peers to the Whig party, the vote of the commons, without any alteration, passed by a majority of 15 in the upper house, and received the sanction of every part of the legislature which then subsisted. It happens unluckily for those who maintain an original contract between magistrate and people, that great revolutions of government and new settlements of civil constitutions are commonly conducted with such violence, tumult, and disorder, that the public voice can scarcely ever be heard; and the opinions of the citizens are at that time less attended to than even in the common course of administration. The present transactions in England, it must be confessed, are a singular exception to this observation. The new elections had been carried on with great tranquillity and freedom. The prince had ordered the troops to depart from all the towns where the voters assembled. A tumultuary petition to the two houses having been promoted, he took care, though the petition was calculated for his advantage, effectually to suppress it. He entered into no intrigues, either with the electors or the members. He kept himself in a total silence, as if he had been nowise concerned in these transactions; and so far from forming cabals with the leaders of parties, he disdained even to bestow caresses on those whose assistance might be useful to him. This conduct was highly meritorious, and discovered great moderation and magnanimity, even though the prince unfortunately through the whole course of his life and on every occasion was noted for an address so cold, dry, and distant, that it was very difficult for him on account of any interest to soften or familiarize it. At length the prince deigned to break silence, and to express, though in a private manner, his sentiments on the present situation of affairs. He called together Halifax, Shrewsbury, Danby, and a few more, and he told them that, having been invited over to restore their liberty, he had engaged in this enterprise, and had at last happily effected his purpose; that it belonged to the parliament, now chosen and assembled with freedom, to concert measures for the public settlement; and he pretended not to interpose in their determinations. That he heard of several schemes proposed for establishing the government. Some insisted on a regent, others were desirous of bestowing the crown on the princess. It was their concern alone to choose the plan of administration most agreeable or advantageous to them. That if they judged it proper to settle a regent, he had no objection. He only thought it incumbent on him to inform them, that he was determined not to be the regent, nor ever to engage in a scheme which he knew would be exposed to such insuperable difficulties. That no man could have a juster and deeper sense of the princess's merit than he was impressed with, but he would rather remain a private person than enjoy a crown which must depend on the will or life of another, and that they must therefore make account, if they were inclined to either of these two plans of settlement, that it would be totally out of his power to assist them in carrying it into execution. His affairs abroad were too important to be abandoned for so precarious a dignity, or even to allow him so much leisure as would be requisite to introduce order into their disjointed government. Section 45, Chapter 71, Part 4. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 46 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. By David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 46, Chapter 71, Part 5. These views of the prince were seconded by the princess herself, who, as she was possessed many virtues, was a most obsequious wife to a husband who, in the judgment of the generality of her sex, would have appeared so little attractive and amiable. All considerations were neglected, when they came in competition with what she deemed her duty to the prince. When Danby and others of her partisans wrote her an account of their schemes and proceedings, she expressed great displeasure, and even transmitted their letters to her husband, as a sacrifice to conjugal fidelity. The Princess Anne also concurred in the same plan for the public settlement, and being promised an ample revenue, was content to be postponed in the succession to the crown; and as the title of her infant brother was, in the present establishment, entirely neglected, she might, on the whole, deem herself, in point of interest, a gainer by this revolution. The chief parties, therefore, being agreed, the convention passed a bill in which they settled the crown on the Prince and Princess of Orange, the sole administration to remain in the prince, the Princess of Denmark to succeed after the death of the Prince and Princess of Orange, her posterity after those of the princess, but before those of the prince by any other wife. The convention annexed to this settlement of the crown a declaration of rights, where all the points which had of late years been disputed between the king and people were finally determined, and the powers of royal prerogative were more narrowly circumscribed and more exactly defined than in any former period of the English government. Thus we have seen through the course of 4 reigns a continual struggle maintained between the crown and the people. Privilege and prerogative were ever at variance; and both parties, besides the present object of dispute, had many latent claims, which, on a favorable occasion, they produced against their adversaries. Governments too steady and uniform as they are seldom free, so are they, in the judgment of some attended with another sensible inconvenience, they abate the active powers of men, depress courage, invention, and genius, and produce a universal lethargy in the people. Though this opinion may be just, the fluctuation and contest, it must be allowed, of the English government were, during these reigns, much too violent both for the repose and safety of the people. Foreign affairs at this time were either entirely neglected or managed to pernicious purposes; and in the domestic administration there was felt a continued fever, either secret or manifest, sometimes the most furious convulsions and disorders. The Revolution forms a new epoch in the constitution, and was probably attended with consequences more advantageous to the people than barely freeing them from an exceptionable administration. By deciding many important questions in favor of liberty, and still more by that great precedent of deposing one king and establishing a new family, it gave such an ascendant to popular principles as has put the nature of the English constitution beyond all controversy; and it may be justly affirmed, without any danger of exaggeration, that we in this island have ever since enjoyed, if not the best system of government, at least the most entire system of liberty that ever was known amongst mankind. To decry with such violence as is affected by some the whole line of Stuart, to maintain that their administration was one continued encroachment on the incontestable rights of the people, is not giving due honor to that great event, which not only put a period to their hereditary succession, but made a new settlement of the whole constitution. The inconveniences suffered by the people under the first two reigns of that family, for in the main they were fortunate, proceeded in great measure from the unavoidable situation of affairs; and scarcely anything could have prevented those events but such vigor of genius in the sovereign, attended with such good fortune as might have enabled him entirely to overpower the liberties of his people. While the parliaments in those reigns were taking advantage of the necessities of the prince, and attempting every session to abolish or circumscribe or define some prerogative of the crown, and innovate in the usual tenor of government, what could be expected, but that the prince would exert himself in defending against such inveterate enemies an authority which, during the most regular course of the former English government, had been exercised without dispute or controversy? And though Charles II. in 1672 may with reason be deemed the aggressor, nor is it possible to justify his conduct, yet were there some motives surely, which could engage a prince so soft and indolent, and at the same time so judicious, to attempt such hazardous enterprises. He felt that public affairs had reached a situation at which they could not possibly remain without some further innovation. Frequent parliaments were become almost absolutely necessary to the conducting of public business; yet these assemblies were still, in the judgment of the royalists, much inferior in dignity to the sovereign, whom they seemed better calculated to counsel than control. The crown still possessed considerable power of opposing parliaments, and had not as yet acquired the means of influencing them. Hence a continual jealousy between these parts of the legislature; hence the inclination mutually to take advantage of each other's necessities; hence the impossibility, under which the king lay, of finding ministers who could at once be serviceable and faithful to him. If he followed his own choice in appointing his servants, without regard to their parliamentary interest, a refractory session was instantly to be expected. If he chose them from among the leaders of popular assemblies, they either lost their influence with the people by adhering to the crown, or they betrayed the crown in order to preserve their influence. Neither Hambden, whom Charles I. was willing to gain at any price, nor Shaftesbury, whom Charles II., after the popish plot, attempted to engage in his counsels, would renounce their popularity for the precarious and, as they esteemed it, deceitful favor of the prince. The root of their authority they still thought to lie in the parliament; and as the power of that assembly was not yet uncontrollable, they still resolved to augment it, though at the expense of the royal prerogatives. It is no wonder that these events have long, by the representations of faction, been extremely clouded and obscured. No man has yet arisen who has paid an entire regard to truth, and has dared to expose her, without covering or disguise, to the eyes of the prejudiced public. Even that party amongst us which boasts of the highest regard to liberty has not possessed sufficient liberty of thought in this particular, nor has been able to decide impartially of their own merit, compared with that of their antagonist. More noble perhaps in their ends, and highly beneficial to mankind, they must also be allowed to have often been less justifiable in the means, and in many of their enterprises to have paid more regard to political than to moral considerations. Obliged to court the favor of the populace, they found it necessary to comply with their rage and folly, and have even on many occasions, by propagating calumnies, and by promoting violence, served to infatuate as well as corrupt that people to whom they made a tender of liberty and justice. Charles I. was a tyrant, a papist, and a contriver of the English massacre. The Church of England was relapsing fast into idolatry. Puritanism was the only true religion, and the covenant the favorite object of heavenly regard. Through these delusions the party proceeded, and, what may seem wonderful, still to the increase of law and liberty, till they reached the imposture of the popish plot, a fiction which exceeds the ordinary bounds of vulgar credulity. However singular these events may appear, there is really nothing altogether new in any period of modern history; and it is remarkable, that tribunitial arts, though sometimes useful in a free constitution, have usually been such as men of probity and honor could not bring themselves either to practice or approve. The other faction, which, since the Revolution, has been obliged to cultivate popularity, sometimes found it necessary to employ like artifices. The Whig party, for a course of nearly 70 years, has, almost without interruption, enjoyed the whole authority of government; and no honors or offices could be obtained but by their countenance and protection. But this event, which in some particulars has been advantageous to the state, has proved destructive to the truth of history, and has established many gross falsehoods, which it is unaccountable how any civilized nation could have embraced with regard to its domestic occurrences. Compositions the most despicable, both for style and matter, have been extolled and propagated and read, as if they had equaled the most celebrated remains of antiquity; and forgetting that a regard to liberty, though a laudable passion, ought commonly to be subordinate to a reverence for established government, the prevailing faction has celebrated only the partisans of the former, who pursued as their object the perfection of civil society, and has extolled them at the expense of their antagonists, who maintained those maxims that are essential to its very existence. But extremes of all kinds are to be avoided; and though no one will ever please either faction by moderate opinions, it is there we are most likely to meet with truth and certainty. We shall subjoin to this general view of the English government some account of the state of the finances, arms trade, manners, arts, between the Restoration and Revolution. The revenue of Charles II., as settled by the Long Parliament, was put upon a very bad footing. It was too small, if they intended to make him independent in the common course of his administration. It was too large and settled during too long a period, if they resolved to keep him in entire dependence. The great debts of the republic, which were thrown upon that prince, the necessity of supplying the naval and military stores, which were entirely exhausted, that of repairing and furnishing his palaces, all these causes involved the king in great difficulties immediately after his restoration, and the parliament was not sufficiently liberal in supplying him. Perhaps, too, he had contracted some debts abroad, and his bounty to the distressed cavaliers, though it did not correspond either to their services or expectations, could not fail, in some degree, to exhaust his treasury. The extraordinary sums granted the king during the first years did not suffice for those extraordinary expenses; and the excise and customs, the only constant revenue, amounted not to £900,000 a year, and fell much short of the ordinary burdens of government. The addition of hearth money in 1662, and of other two branches in 1669 and 1670, brought up the revenue to £1,358,000, as we learn from Lord Danby's account. But the same authority informs us, that the yearly expense of government was at that time £1,387,770. We learn from that lord's memoirs, that the receipts of the exchequer, during 6 years, from 1673 to 1679, were about £8,200,000, or £1,366,000 a year. See likewise page 169, mentioning contingencies, which are always considerable, even under the most prudent administration. Those branches of revenue granted in 1669 and 1670 expired in 1680, and were never renewed by parliament. They were computed to be above £200,000 a year. It must be allowed, because asserted by all contemporary authors of both parties, and even confessed by himself, that King Charles was somewhat profuse and negligent. But it is likewise certain, that a very rigid frugality was requisite to support the government under such difficulties. It is a familiar rule in all business, that every man should be paid in proportion to the trust reposed in him, and to the power which he enjoys. And the nation soon found reason, from Charles's dangerous connections with France, to repent their departure from that prudential maxim. Indeed, could the parliaments in the reign of Charles I. have been induced to relinquish so far their old habits, as to grant that prince the same revenue which was voted to his successor, or had those in the reign of Charles II. conferred on him as large a revenue as was enjoyed by his brother, all the disorders in both reigns might easily have been prevented, and probably all reasonable concessions to liberty might peaceably have been obtained from both monarchs. But these assemblies, unacquainted with public business, and often actuated by faction and fanaticism, could never be made sensible, but too late and by fatal experience, of the incessant change of times and situations. The French ambassador informs his court, that Charles was very well satisfied with his share of power, could the parliament have been induced to make him tolerable easy in his revenue. If we estimate the ordinary revenue of Charles II. at £1,200,000 a year during his whole reign, the computation will rather exceed than fall below the true value. The convention parliament, after all the sums which they had granted the king towards the payment of old debts, threw, the last day of their meeting, a debt upon him amounting to £1,743,263. All the extraordinary sums which were afterwards voted him by parliament amounted to £11,443,407, which, divided by 24, the number of years which that king reigned, make £476,808 a year. During that time he had 2 violent wars to sustain with the Dutch, and in 1678 he made expensive preparations for a war with France. In the first Dutch war, both France and Denmark were allies to the United Provinces, and the naval armaments in England were very great, so that it is impossible he could have secreted any part, at least any considerable part, of the sums which were then voted him by parliament. To these sums we must add about £1,200,000, which had been detained from the bankers on shutting up the exchequer in 1672. The king paid 6 per cent for this money during the rest of his reign. It is remarkable that, notwithstanding this violent breach of faith, the king, 2 years after, borrowed money at 8 per cent, the same rate of interest which he had paid before that event; a proof that public credit, instead of being so delicate a nature as we are apt to imagine, is, in reality, so hardy and robust, that it is very difficult to destroy it. The revenue of James was raised by the parliament to about 1,850,000 pounds, and his income as Duke of York being added, made the whole amount to 2 millions a year, a sum well proportioned to the public necessities, but enjoyed by him in too independent a manner. The national debt at the Revolution amounted to 1,054,925 pounds. The militia fell much to decay during these two reigns, partly by the policy of the kings, who had entertained a diffidence of their subjects, partly by that ill-judged law which limited the king's power of mustering and arraying them. In the beginning, however, of Charles's reign, the militia was still deemed formidable. De Witt, having proposed to the French king an invasion of England during the first Dutch war, that monarch replied, that such an attempt would be entirely fruitless, and would tend only to unite the English. In a few days, said he, after our landing, there will be 50,000 men at least upon us. Charles, in the beginning of his reign, had in pay near 5,000 men, of guards and garrisons. At the end of his reign, he augmented this number to near 8,000. James, on Monmouth's rebellion, had on foot about 15,000 men, and when the Prince of Orange invaded him, there were no fewer than 30,000 regular troops in England. The English navy, during the greater part of Charles's reign, made a considerable figure, for number of ships, valor of the men, and conduct of the commanders. Even in 1678, the fleet consisted of 83 ships, besides 30 which were at that time on the stocks. On the king's restoration, he found only 63 vessels of all sizes. During the latter part of Charles's reign, the navy fell somewhat to decay, by reason of the narrowness of the king's revenue. But James, soon after his accession, restored it to its former power and glory, and before he left the throne carried it much further. The administration of the admiralty under Pepys is still regarded as a model for order and economy. The fleet at the Revolution consisted of 173 vessels of all sizes, and required 42,000 seamen to man it. That king, when Duke of York, had been the first inventor of sea signals. The military genius during these two reigns had not totally decayed among the young nobility. Dorset, Mulgrave, Rochester, not to mention Ossory, served on board the fleet, and were present in the most furious engagements against the Dutch. The commerce and riches of England did never during any period increase so fast as from the Restoration to the Revolution. The two Dutch wars, by disturbing the trade of that republic, promoted the navigation of this island, and after Charles had made a separate peace with the states, his subjects enjoyed unmolested the trade of Europe. The only disturbance which they met with was from a few French privateers, who infested the Channel, and Charles interposed not in behalf of his subjects with sufficient spirit and vigor. The recovery or conquest of New York and the Jerseys was a considerable accession to the strength and security of the English colonies, and together with the settlement of Pennsylvania and Carolina, which was effected during that reign, extended the English empire in America. The persecutions of the dissenters, or, more properly speaking, the restraints imposed upon them, contributed to augment and people these colonies. Dr. Davenant affirms that the shipping of England more than doubled during these 28 years. Several new manufactures were established, in iron brass, silk, hats, glass, paper, etc. One brewer, leaving the Low Countries when they were threatened with a French conquest, brought the art of dyeing woolen cloth into England, and by that improvement saved the nation great sums of money. The increase of coinage during these two reigns was 10,261,000 pounds. A board of trade was erected in 1670, and the Earl of Sandwich was made president. Charles revived and supported the charter of the East India Company, a measure whose utility is by some thought doubtful. He granted a charter to the Hudson's Bay Company, a measure probably hurtful. We learn from Sir Josiah Child, that in 1688 there were on the change more men worth £10,000 than there were in 1650 worth 1,000; that £500 with a daughter was, in the latter period, deemed a larger portion than 2,000 in the former; that gentlewomen, in those earlier times, thought themselves well clothed in a serge gown, which a chambermaid would in 1688 be ashamed to be seen in; and that, besides the great increase of rich clothes, plate, jewels, and household furniture, coaches were in that time augmented 100-fold. Section 46, Chapter 71, Part 5. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. Section 47 of Volume 1F of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Dennison. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1F, Section 47, Chapter 71, Part 6. The Duke of Buckingham introduced from Venice the manufacture of glass and crystal into England. Prince Rupert was also an encourager of useful arts and manufactures. He himself was the inventor of etching. The first law for erecting turnpikes was passed in 1662. The places of the turnpikes were Wadesmill, Caxton, and Stilton. But the general and great improvement of highways took not place till the reign of George II. In 1663 was passed the first law for allowing the exportation of foreign coin and bullion. In 1667 was concluded the first American treaty between England and Spain. This treaty was made more general and complete in 1670. The two states then renounced all right of trading with each other's colonies, and the title of England was acknowledged to all the territories in America of which she was then possessed. The French king, about the beginning of Charles's reign, laid some impositions on English commodities; and the English, partly displeased with this innovation, partly moved by their animosity against France, retaliated by laying such restraints on the commerce with that kingdom as amounted almost to a prohibition. They formed calculations, by which they persuaded themselves that they were losers 1.5 millions or nearly 2 millions a year by the French trade; but no good effects were found to result from these restraints, and in King James's reign they were taken off by parliament. Lord Clarendon tells us that in 1665, when money in consequence of a treaty was to be remitted to the Bishop of Munster, it was found that the whole trade of England could not supply above £1,000 a month to Frankfort and Cologne, nor above £20,000 a month to Hamburg. These sums appear surprisingly small. At the same time that the boroughs of England were deprived of their privileges, a like attempt was made on the colonies. King James recalled the charters by which their liberties were secured, and he sent over governors invested with absolute power. The arbitrary principles of that monarch appear in every part of his administration. The people, during these two reigns, were in a great measure cured of that wild fanaticism by which they had formerly been so much agitated. Whatever new vices they might acquire, it may be questioned whether by this change they were, in the main, much losers in point of morals. By the example of Charles II and the Cavaliers, licentiousness and debauchery became prevalent in the nation. The pleasures of the table were much pursued. Love was treated more as an appetite than a passion. The one sex began to abate of the national character of chastity, without being able to inspire the other with sentiment or delicacy. The abuses in the former age, arising from overstrained pretensions to piety, had much propagated the spirit of irreligion, and many of the ingenious men of this period lie under the imputation of deism. Besides wits and scholars by profession, Shaftesbury, Halifax, Buckingham, Mulgrave, Sunderland, Essex, Rochester, Sidney, Temple, are supposed to have adopted these principles. The same factions which formerly distracted the nation were revived, and exerted themselves in the most ungenerous and unmanly enterprises against each other. King Charles, being in his whole deportment a model of easy and gentlemanlike behavior, improved the politeness of the nation, as much as faction, which of all things is most destructive to that virtue, could possibly permit. His courtiers were long distinguishable in England by their obliging and agreeable manners. Till the Revolution, the liberty of the press was very imperfectly enjoyed in England, and during a very short period. The Star Chamber, while that court subsisted, put effectual restraints upon printing. On the suppression of that tribunal in 1641, the Long Parliament, after their rupture with the king, assumed the same power with regard to the licensing of books, and this authority was continued during all the period of the republic and protectorship. 2 years after the Restoration, an act was passed reviving the republican ordinances. This act expired in 1679, but was revived in the first of King James. The liberty of the press did not even commence with the Revolution. It was not till 1694 that the restraints were taken off, to the great displeasure of the king and his ministers, who, seeing nowhere in any government, during present or past ages, any example of such unlimited freedom, doubted much of its salutary effects, and probably thought that no books or writings would ever so much improve the general understanding of men, as to render it safe to entrust them with an indulgence so easily abused. In 1677, the old law for burning heretics was repealed, a prudent measure, while the nation was in continual dread of the return of Papery. Amidst the thick cloud of bigotry and ignorance which overspread the nation during the Commonwealth and Protectorship, there were a few sedate philosophers, who, in the retirement of Oxford, cultivated their reason, and established conferences for the mutual communication of their discoveries in physics and geometry. Wilkins, a clergyman, who had married Cromwell's sister and was afterwards bishop of Chester, promoted these philosophical conversations. Immediately after the Restoration, these men procured a patent, and having enlarged their number, were denominated the Royal Society. But this patent was all they obtained from the king. Though Charles was a lover of the sciences, particularly chemistry and mechanics, he animated them by his example alone, not by his bounty. His craving courtiers and mistresses, by whom he was perpetually surrounded, engrossed all his expense, and left him neither money nor attention for literary merit. His contemporary, Lewis, who fell short of the king's genius and knowledge in this particular, much exceeded him in liberality. Besides pensions conferred on learned men throughout all Europe, his academies were directed by rules and supported by salaries, a generosity which does great honor to his memory, and in the eyes of all the ingenious part of mankind will be esteemed an atonement for many of the errors of his reign. We may be surprised that this example should not be more followed by princes, since it is certain that that bounty, so extensive, so beneficial, and so much celebrated, cost not this monarch so great a sum as is often conferred on one useless overgrown favorite or courtier. But though the French Academy of Sciences was directed, encouraged, and supported by the sovereign, there arose in England some men of superior genius, who were more than sufficient to cast the balance, and who drew on themselves and on their native country the regard and attention of Europe. Besides Wilkins, Wren, Wallace, eminent mathematicians, Hooke, an accurate observer by microscopes, and Sydenham, the restorer of true physic, there flourished during this period a Boyle and a Newton, men who trod with cautious, and therefore the more secure steps, the only road which leads to true philosophy. Boyle improved the pneumatic engine, invented by Otto Guericke, and was thereby enabled to make several new and curious experiments on the air, as well as on other bodies. His chemistry is much admired by those who are acquainted with that art. His hydrostatics contain a greater mixture of reasoning and invention with experiment than any other of his works. But his reasoning is still remote from that boldness and temerity which had led astray so many philosophers. Boyle was a great partisan of the mechanical philosophy, a theory which, by discovering some of the secrets of nature, and allowing us to imagine the rest, is so agreeable to the natural vanity and curiosity of men. He died in 1691, aged 65. In Newton, this island may boast of having produced the greatest and rarest genius that ever arose for the ornament and instruction of the species. Cautious in admitting no principles but such as were founded on experiment, but resolute to adopt every such principle, however new or unusual. From modesty, ignorant of his superiority above the rest of mankind, and thence less careful to accommodate his reasonings to common apprehension. More anxious to merit than acquire fame, he was one of these causes long unknown to the world, but his reputation at last broke out with a lustre which scarcely any writer, during his own lifetime, had ever before attained. While Newton seemed to draw off the veil from some of the mysteries of nature, he showed at the same time the imperfections of the mechanical philosophy, and thereby restored her ultimate secrets to that obscurity in which they ever did and ever will remain. He died in 1727, aged 85. This age was far from being so favorable to polite literature as to the sciences. Charles, though fond of wit, though possessed himself of a considerable share of it, though his taste in conversation seems to have been sound and just, served rather to corrupt than improve the poetry and eloquence of his time. When the theatres were opened at the Restoration, and freedom was again given to pleasantry and ingenuity, men, after so long an abstinence, fed on these delicacies with less taste than avidity, and the coarsest and most irregular species of wit was conceived by the court as well as by the people. The productions represented at that time on the stage were such monsters of extravagance and folly, so utterly destitute of all reason or even common sense, that they would be the disgrace of English literature, had not the nation made atonement for its former admiration of them by the total oblivion to which they are now condemned. The Duke of Buckingham's rehearsal, which exposed these wild productions, seems to be a piece of ridicule carried to excess. Yet in reality, the copy scarcely equals some of the absurdities which we meet with in the originals. This severe satire, together with the good sense of the nation, corrected, after some time, the extravagancies of the fashionable wit; but the productions of literature still wanted much of that correctness and delicacy which we so much admire in the ancients and in the French writers, their judicious imitators. It was indeed during this period chiefly, that that nation left the English behind in the productions of poetry, eloquence, history, and other branches of polite letters, and acquired a superiority which the efforts of English writers, during the subsequent age, did more successfully contest with them. The arts and sciences were imported from Italy into this island as early as into France, and made at first more sensible advances. Spenser, Shakespeare, Bacon, Johnson, were superior to their contemporaries who flourished in that kingdom. Milton, Waller, Denham, Cowley, Harvey were at least equal to their contemporaries. The reign of Charles II, which some preposterously represent as our Augustan age, retarded the progress of polite literature in this island; and it was then found that the immeasurable licentiousness, indulged or rather applauded at court, was more destructive to the refined arts than even the cant, nonsense, and enthusiasm of the preceding period. Most of the celebrated writers of this age remain monuments of genius, perverted by indecency and bad taste; and none more than Dryden, both by reason of the greatness of his talents and the gross abuse which he made of them. His plays, excepting a few scenes, are utterly disfigured by vice or folly, or both. His translations appear too much the offspring of haste and hunger. Even his fables are ill-chosen tales, conveyed in an incorrect, though spirited versification. Yet amidst this great number of loose productions, the refuge of our language, there are found some small pieces, his Ode to Saint Cecilia, the greater part of Absalom and Architophel, and a few more, which discover so great genius, such richness of expression, such pomp and variety of numbers, that they leave us equally full of regret and indignation, on account of the inferiority, or rather great absurdity, of his other writings. He died in 1701, aged 69. The very name of Rochester is offensive to modest ears. Yet does his poetry discover such energy of style and such poignancy of satire, as give ground to imagine what so fine a genius, had he fallen in a more happy age, and had followed better models, was capable of producing. The ancient satirists often used great liberties in their expressions; but their freedom no more resembles the licentiousness of Rochester than the nakedness of an Indian does that of a common prostitute. Wycherley was ambitious of the reputation of wit and libertinism, and he attained it. He was probably capable of reaching the fame of true comedy and instructive ridicule. Otway had a genius finely tuned to the pathetic; but he never observed strictly the rules of the drama, nor the rules, still more essential, of propriety and decorum. By one single piece, the Duke of Buckingham did both great service to his age and honor to himself. The earls of Mulgrave, Dorset, and Roscommon wrote in a good taste, but their productions are either feeble or careless. The Marquis of Halifax discovers a refined genius; and nothing but leisure and an inferior station seem wanting to have procured him eminence in literature. Of all the considerable writers of this age, Sir William Temple is almost the only one that kept himself altogether unpolluted by that inundation of vice and licentiousness which overwhelmed the nation. The style of this author, though extremely negligent, and even infected with foreign idioms, is agreeable and interesting. That mixture of vanity which appears in his works is rather a recommendation to them. By means of it we enter into acquaintance with the character of the author, full of honor and humanity, and fancy that we are engaged, not in the perusal of a book, but in conversation with a companion. He died in 1698, aged 70. Though Hudibras was published and probably composed during the reign of Charles II., Butler may justly, as well as Milton, be thought to belong to the foregoing period. No composition abounds so much as Hudibras in strokes of just and inimitable wit; yet are there many performances which give as great or greater entertainment on the whole perusal. The allusions in Butler are often dark and far-fetched; and though scarcely any author was ever able to express his thoughts in so few words, he often employs too many thoughts on one subject, and thereby becomes prolix after an unusual manner. It is surprising how much erudition Butler has introduced with so good a grace into a work of pleasantry and humor. Hudibras is perhaps one of the most learned compositions that is to be found in any language. The advantage which the royal cause received from this poem, in exposing the fanaticism and false pretences of the former parliamentary party, was prodigious. The king himself had so good a taste as to be highly pleased with the merit of the work, and had even got a great part of it by heart. Yet was he either so careless in his temper, or so little endowed with the virtue of liberality, or, more properly speaking, of gratitude, that he allowed the author, a man of virtue and probity, to live in obscurity and die in want. Dryden is an instance of a negligence of the same kind. His Absalom sensibly contributed to the victory which the Tories obtained over the Whigs after the exclusion parliaments; yet could not this merit, aided by his great genius, procure him an establishment which might exempt him from the necessity of writing for bread. Otway, though a professed royalist, could not even procure bread by his writings, and he had the singular fate of dying literally of hunger. These incidents throw a great stain on the memory of Charles, who had discernment, loved genius, was liberal of money, but attained not the praise of true generosity. Section 47, Chapter 71, Part 6. Recording by Jim Dennison, JIMDENISON, voice.com. End of History of England, Volume 1F, by David Hume.